Before we add these user tooltips, I want to turn all hashtags and all add mentions and also URLs that we put into posts or into our bio into actual links. And this is what we installed react-linkify-it for, which can do that. For this we create a new reusable component in our components folder. Down here, right click. Let's simply call it linkify.tsx. Linkify will take props. This will simply contain the children because we wrap this around a component that contains text. Of type React node as usual. And then we export default function, linkify, destructure the children, and then return something. Out of the box, this react-linkify package can only linkify URLs, not hashtags or add mentions, but we can provide our own regex to recognize these patterns, and we put them into separate components directly in here that we don't export. We call the first one linkify URL. Again, this will take the linkify props, the same one as the parent component, because we need the children. Then we wrap the children into a linked URL, but auto import didn't work. Import from react-linkify-it, and in here we find linked URL. We use this down here and we simply wrap the children into it. But remember, by default in Tailwind links are unstyled, so we also have to style this ourselves. With text primary and hover underline. Then up here, on this outer linkify that we export, we take our linkify URL and we wrap the children into it. I put this into a separate component because I want to add 2 more of them. And for organization, we write this logic down here and not up here, because it would be harder to read. The next one is linkify username. Again, it takes the same props as the parent, the children. And for this, react-linkify-it doesn't provide a component out of the box, but we can create our own pattern. For this, we have this generic linkit component, also from react-linkify-it. And here we can provide a regex, a pattern that we want to search for and then linkify. I'm going to copy paste this. Please pause the video and type this out. This will linkify everything that starts with an @ and then has letters or numbers after it. So usernames basically, or a minus or an underscore. I think the minus is actually not in here. We might have to add this like this. This should be correct. Then we also have to tell react-linkify what component we want to return with this component prop. And in here we get passed an arrow function with the match and the key. The match is the text. And the unique key has to be added to the component. And here I just want to return a next link that points to the user profile /users/ and then the username. And we get the username from this match here. The match is this text we found. We just have to remove the @ symbol at the front. So const username equals match dot slice 1 to remove the first character. Then we can put it in here. We style this with the same text primary and hover underline. And then render the username in here, so the match. Right? And we also have to add this key to the link. And this is still the linkit opening tag, right? So we close this down here. And in here we want to render the children. And we need one more for hashtags. Function linkify hashtag. Again, this takes the linkify props with the children. Again, we use this link-it component. Let's put the children in here. And then set the regex and the component. The regex will look like this. Anything that starts with the hashtag icon and then has a letter or characters after it. Then again we get this function here for the component, match and key. This time we add parentheses, not curly braces, because we don't need to do any logic in here. Instead we just return a next link again, with the key applied to it. The href will point to a /hashtag, / and then again we need this word without the hashtag at the front. So we write match.slice1 again. And again we style this with text primary and hover underline. Close this and put the match in here to linkify the hashtag. Now that I see this, I realize that we don't have to store this value in a variable either, right? Let's keep it conform, put this directly in here, remove this line, and instead we want to return this value here directly. So we remove these curly braces, this one, and this one here, the inner one. We wrap this into parentheses instead, and we remove this return wrapped into parentheses. This is just a shorter form to do the same thing, but there is no reason to handle it differently down here and up here, so let's keep it like this. And then up here, where we already wrapped the children into linked URL, we now also wrap them into a linkify username, like this, and linkify hashtag. You have to add them all one by one and wrap the children into them, but of course we want to return this whole thing, like this. Let's try this out. Let's go to the post.tsx file and we want to linkify all the content, the text of the post. So let's wrap this whole div into our linkify component. Save this and voila, there are our links. And they point to /hashtag, which we haven't set up yet, / and the text of the hashtag. Let's also try a mention. Add coding and flow is the best, and maybe a URL. Check them out. https ://codingandflow.com/ yeah, we don't need anything else. Post this. And the URL is not styled. I know why, because I didn't use linkify URL here. I used linked URL. Seems like I'm not quite awake yet. So let's replace this, and now the URL is linkified and styled as well. And the hashtag brings us to the profile page of this user. Really cool. And I also want to linkify the bio of the user. We don't have any bios yet because we don't have a way to update our profiles, but we can already put it in there. We go to the user profile page and search where we render the bio down here. And again, we wrap this div into linkify. Okay, and now I want to set up this tooltip that shows up when we hover over a username. So let's create a new component for this. Components folder, where are you? Here. User tooltip.tsx. Interface user tooltip props extends, and then we use the props with children again. Now we could also use props with children instead of declaring the children like this. So here we could just use props with children without any additional props. But if there are only children and no other props, I like to be more explicit and create the interface myself. But this is just personal preference. When we have children and other props, I use this helper type from React. So we need the children and the user data. Then we export default function user tooltip, destructure the props, children and user. I want to put a follow button into this user tooltip. For this we need the currently logged in user to know if we are following this user. So we get the user from use session, because this has to be a client component. And we already have the user prop here, so we rename this to logged in user again. Then we need the initial state for our follow button, follower state of type follower info. And we have all the information we need in our user data. Remember, because we call get user data select, and here we have the follower ID and account in there. And we can use this for the follower state. So the follower number are user.count.followers. And again, we know that we are following this user if, two exclamation marks, user.followers has the user ID in it. So again, we write this logic where we check the follower ID. And we want to check if the follower ID in there is equal to the logged in user's ID. Then we know that we are following this user. And then below, we want to return the tooltip, which again is coming from shadcn. We have to wrap all of this into a tooltip provider. In the tooltip provider, we put the tooltip. In the tooltip, we put the tooltip trigger. Make sure all these imports are correct. Again, we use as child. And here we put the children, whatever we wrap this component around. And inside the tooltip, but below the trigger, we put the tooltip content. That's what's actually shown inside the tooltip. Yeah, and here we have to write a little bit of HTML code again. So let's create a div that we style with flex, max width 80, flex col, gap 3, break words, px1, py 2.5, and of course I came up with this layout by just trying around with different combinations until it looked good. And on larger screens we also want to give it a min width of 52. So this is the first div. In this div we put another div, flex, item center, justify between, and gap 2. And here I want to put the user avatar, but I want to turn it into a link. So we wrap this into a next link, give it the usual user profile href /users /user.username. Remember, we pass the user to this component. And in here we put the user avatar. We set the size to 70 and the avatar URL to user.avatar URL. Before we continue, let's save this and let's use this user tooltip in our components. Let's put it into the post component. I want to wrap the user avatar first. Let's search for it here together with the link. We wrap this into the user tooltip. We have to pass the user to it, post.user, and then we wrap this whole link. Save this, and now when we hover over the avatar, we see our tooltip. It only contains the larger avatar right now, but we will finish this in a moment. And then I also want to wrap the username in the same tooltip. So let's copy this and wrap this whole link with the username into a user tooltip as well. Now I don't know if there is a more concise way so that we don't have to repeat this component multiple times, but I don't think there is. If you know one, let me know in the comments below. But now we also have the tooltip for the username. And the date brings us to the post details page, remember? Let's finish setting up the tooltip. So here below this link, still inside this inner div, I want to show the follow button, but of course only if this tooltip is not the logged in user. So if logged in user ID is not equal to the tooltip's user ID, then we want to render a follow button to which we pass the user ID and the initial state, the follower state that we set up there, and close this. So when we hover over Florian, we won't see this button, but when we hover over coding and flow, there it is, the follow button. And it will look better in a moment. Okay, we go below these two div closing tags here and put another div in here. Here we put the display name and the username. We create another next link, which will point to the user profile again. So let's copy this from the avatar. Close this. And in here we put another div with the class names text LG, font semi-bold and hover underline because this is a link. And here we render user.displayName. And still inside the link below, we put another div with text muted foreground. And here again we put add and then the username of the user, not the display name. And then we have the link closing tag, closing div, and below this, we also want to put the bio of the user, but only if they have one, because it's optional. So we check if they have a bio. We want to linkify this bio and then render it inside a div in here. Line clamp 4, so that the bio can't be bigger than 4 lines. If it's bigger, then it will be ellipsized with 3 dots, and white space pre-line for formatting. And in here we render user.bio. But again, our users don't have a bio yet. But we have the username, and this $sign doesn't belong in here. And this also links us to the user profile. And we set a min width, but only on larger screens. So if we make this larger, it's a bit bigger. But on small screens, because there might not be enough space, it's very condensed. But below the bio here, I also want to put the follower count. And remember, for this we set up this separate component, which is automatically connected to the cache of the follow button. This is really cool. So again, here we have to pass the user ID and the initial follower state. And now, here is the follower count. Let's make this bigger. And it's automatically synchronized with the follow button. And if we go to the user profile of coding and flow and hover here, this button and this count and this button and this count, they are all connected to the same cache and update at the same time. Isn't this cool? And I also want to linkify the usernames here in our trends sidebar. So let's do that. Trends sidebar. Let's search for our map function where we map the users to follow. Here we render a div, and I want to wrap this whole link with the display name and the username into the user tooltip, to which again we pass the user data, and then we wrap it like this. And then we have the same tooltips here in our sidebar. Okay, cool. But there's one more thing I want to implement. I also want to have tooltips for these add mentions. But this is a bit more tricky because this is just text. This doesn't contain the user data. When we fetch a post, we have the user data already available and we can pass it to the tooltip, right? and the same in the trends sidebar. But when we do an add mention, this is just passed from text. In our Linkify component, we don't have any user data. So how do we handle this? The only thing we really can do is fetch this at runtime. When we find this pattern, we can fetch the data for this username. And it would be great if we have a cache so that when we mention a user in multiple posts, we don't fetch the same data over and over again. Client-side fetching and caching. What could we use for that? The answer is of course React Query. So what we do is we create a component that wraps these mentions, fetches the data for this user, and then provides the tooltip. But as usual, React Query needs a route handler, a get endpoint from where it can fetch the data. So let's create one. In the API folder, of course, inside users, but we don't have the user ID here, we only have the username. So inside users, we create a new file and a route to username / then again username in square brackets to pass it as a URL variable, and then a route.ts file. So API /users /username in square brackets route.ts, and from here we export a get route handler which takes the request, and then we need the username from the URL again. So curly braces params colon curly braces username, and again we have to set the type of this params colon which contain the username of type string. It's a bit verbose, but this is how we have to do it. We wrap this into try catch, and I copy paste the catch part from another route handler. Again, we start by getting the logged in user here from await validate request. We check that we are actually authenticated. If logged in user is undefined, we want to return the unauthorized response. Let me again copy this because I'm very lazy. This response here, return it here. Then we need to fetch the user for this username. So await Prisma.user.find first. Again, we want to use case insensitive search for the username. So where username equals the username that we pass in the URL, and again mode insensitive. But we also need all the user data, right? So we use our get user data select and pass the logged in user's ID to get the follower information. Then of course this user could be null if no user with this username exists. So we check this as well. Again, we want to return an error response. 404 not found. And this will say user not found. If the user was found, we simply want to return it in JSON format. Okay, that's the endpoint. Nothing new we are doing here. We have done all of this before. Now we set up a component that we wrap around our mentions and that calls this endpoint. Let's put it into the components folder. I'm going to give it a very descriptive name. User link with tooltip. I think it's good to be explicit with names. This needs to be a client component because it will fetch data client side. It needs an interface. User link with tooltip props, which extends props with children. So we pass the children to it and the username. Because again, we don't have more information than the username here in this text. We don't have any user data yet. Export default function, user link with tooltip. And in here we get the children and the username. And then it's time for our good old friend React query again. We have used this before, so I won't explain every single step. We set the query key to user data. Again, this key here is arbitrary, but it's important that the variable part, the username, that's different between different dimensions, is part of the key, so that each username has its own cache entry. Comma and the query function, for which, as usual, we pass an arrow function that calls our Kai instance. Remember, we set up the Kai instance because it automatically passes these date timestamps back into date objects. .get, and then we have to get it from our new endpoint that we set up under /API /users /username / and then the actual username value, which we passed from the text. And from here we get a JSON that contains the user data, parentheses. But there is a new argument we will pass this time. After the query function, we pass this retry function. By default, React query retries a query if it fails. But what if a username doesn't actually exist? Then we return a 404 response, but then there is no point in retrying this because the user doesn't exist. And it won't exist even if we retry the request. So we can fine-tune this behavior here. We can say, if the error is an instance of HTTP error, because then we can check the status code. So it's an HTTP error, and error.response.status is equal to 404. Then we don't want to retry, so we return false. But for all other errors, we want to retry as before. And by default, this retries for 3 times. This is what we want to keep doing for all non-404 errors. So we return failure count is less than 3. So we want to retry for 3 times and then stop. And we also set the stale time to infinity again, because there is no reason to constantly refetch this user information. We only need it once and we don't need to update it all the time. Okay, and this will fetch the user data and we can wrap this text into our user tooltip. But of course there is a little bit of a delay when the data is undefined because it hasn't loaded yet, or it's undefined because this user was not found. So below we first check if !data. Then we just want to return a normal link without the tooltip because we don't have any user data. But we still want to linkify this. Again, this points to /users/ and then the username. And we style this link the usual way with text primary and hover underline. And render the children in here. But if the data exists, we basically want to return the same link, just wrapped into our user tooltip, where we use the data as the user data. But now we know that the data is defined. Okay, this component is finished. And where do we use it? We use it in our linkify component, because here is where we linkify a username. So we want to replace this whole link here for user link with tooltip, to which we pass this key. And again the username, but we have to slice it from the add mention like before. We don't need to style it because we already have the styling in the component. Then remove this closing tag here, and wrap the match into user link with tooltip. Okay, and now this should work. So now we should also have a hover tooltip for usernames with the actual user information. And of course an entry in the cache for every mention in our feed. Here's the coding and flow mention. and it's always considered fresh. Maybe let's also mention a user who doesn't exist, and see what happens in this case. So React query tried to fetch this data, but it didn't find anything. So when we hover over this username, we don't see anything because this is just a normal link. And in the next part, we will finally add a way to update our user profile and upload an avatar. For file uploads in our app, we will use UploadThing, which is a wrapper around Amazon S3, but it's easier to use. And like all the other tools we use in this tutorial, it has a free tier, so you can follow along without paying anything. So here we log in. At the moment, you need a GitHub account to log in. And then we get to the dashboard, where we want to create a new app. We have to give the app a name. Next.js 15 social media app. We don't change the app URL, and we also can't change the default region because that's a paid feature. So we keep it like this, create the app, and there it is. We can upload up to 2 GB for free. If we exceed that, we have to get a paid plan, but 2 GB is enough for this tutorial. And here we can find our API keys, which we copy into our project, into the env file. Let's add a comment here for organization, UploadThing, paste them here. But we later also need this UploadThing app ID on the front end, and in order to expose environment variables in Next.js to the front end, we have to prefix them with next_public. So this is what we do here. And then on the page, we have the documentation, and in the documentation are the instructions to set this up. But of course, I walk you through everything. What we do is we go into our API folder, right-click, new file, UploadThing /core.ts to create a file with this name. Then up here we create a const f and initialize it with create UploadThing. Again, auto import fails me. Import from UploadThing /next, and in here we find create UploadThing, which we call down here to initialize this f variable, and f is, I think, short for file router. Again, I have this from the documentation. Then below we export const file router, curly braces, and here we use the satisfies keyword again. File router, which is an import from UploadThing next again. And then we get autocomplete in here. And here we can set up different routes where we can upload files. And the first route we set up is for avatars, right? We can give it a name like this, avatar colon. Then we call this f function, parentheses, curly braces. And then we configure this. Within the curly braces, we can define what we want to be able to upload here. We want to allow uploading an image with a max file size, and I set this very small to 512 kilobytes. Why? Because we will resize the avatar on the front end anyway to a very small file size. It will be even smaller. And this way we avoid that someone tries to upload a very big avatar to our backend, because it would be wasteful, right? And then below the closing parentheses, we attach a middleware, and this middleware will be executed on our server for every upload. And here we can do something like user authentication. To this we pass an async arrow function. Then we do a user authentication. We get the logged in user as usual with validate request. We check if the user is not authenticated. Then we throw a new UploadThing error. So this is a special error just for UploadThing, which will say unauthorized. And then we can return this user from here in an object like this. And whatever we return here will be passed to the next function that we call below, which is onUploadComplete. This will be called again on our server after the upload is complete, and again we can execute logic in here. Again we pass an arrow function, but this gets passed arguments that we destructure. In here we find the metadata and the uploaded file. The metadata contains what we return here, the user data in this case, and in this file we find the new URL, and we can store this as the avatar URL in our user profile. But here's the thing, by default these uploaded files have this URL here. But later we will use a next image to resize this avatar to the appropriate size. And whenever you do this, you should have a URL that's unique to you, that you actually own, because otherwise it's not secure. Because we have to whitelist this URL in the next config file, otherwise we can't use it in the next image. And if this is not a URL we own, but if we whitelisted the whole UploadThing URL, then anyone could use our backend to resize their UploadThing images. So for security, when you use next image, you always want to use a URL for the images that you own. And they describe in the documentation how you can use this alternative URL that includes the app ID. And the app ID is specific to our UploadThing app. So by using this alternative URL, we make sure that only images from our app ID can be resized on our backend. The downside is that we don't get this URL by default. We actually have to construct this ourselves, because by default we get this URL. But this is not very difficult. What we do is we create a const new avatar URL. We take the file.url, which contains the wrong URL, the general one without our app ID. But we can replace the part at the front to get our correct URL, right? So we want to replace /f, which is the default URL, for /a/ and then our app ID. The UploadThing app ID that we set in the .env file, this one here. So this is the correct URL, and we prefix this with process.env. So now we have the avatar URL specific to our app ID, and this is what we want to update the user with. Prisma.user.update. We have the user ID because we return it from the middleware where we already authenticated the user. So where id : metadata.user.id. And for the data, we pass the avatar URL, which is the newer avatar URL. We can also return something from onUploadComplete at the end here, which will then be returned to the front end. We want to return the avatar URL in an object, which of course is the new avatar URL, and we will use this later to update the front end immediately, to update the cache of our feeds. And then at the end of this whole file, we export a type app-file-router, which has the type of this file router we created. But this should be called file router and not file route, like this. Export this type here. And then, as I already explained, before we can load this URL into a next image, we have to whitelist it in the next config file. So below server external packages, we add this images key, :curly braces. Here we pass remote patterns, which takes an array of objects, protocol, HTTPS. Hostname is this UploadThing URL where the images are stored, which we saw in the documentation. It's utfs.io. And then we have the path name. And this is why we modified the URL, to have our own unique path name that contains our app ID. And this is the same path name as we used here, this part. This is the only path name we want to allow. If you don't add this part and you later try to load an UploadThing image into a next image component, you will see an error. So you have to whitelist this URL first. And let me explain one more time why we have to whitelist these URLs, because next image automatically resizes an image which takes up server compute, because it takes compute power to resize images, right? And on Vercel by default you can resize 5,000 images per month for free, but not indefinitely. Beyond that you need a paid plan. This is why we want to make sure that not everyone can just use our backend and our URLs to resize their images, which is actually possible. I have a short on that. And we avoid this by providing a path name specific to our app to only allow resizing images that are coming from our app. Okay, then we go back to the core.ts file, and in the same UploadThing folder we have to set up a route.ts, a route handler. Here we export const curly braces get comma post, so a get and a post endpoint, which we create through this create route handler function, which is an import from UploadThing next, parentheses curly braces, and here we pass our file router from the core file as an argument. This is how these endpoints are actually generated. And UploadThing has predefined components like an upload button or a drop zone. We won't use them here because we have our own components. But if you want to use them, you also have to make changes to the tailwind config file. We have to import from UploadThing/tw, which is short for tailwind. And in here we have with ut. And then at the end of our tailwind config file, we wrap this config here from the export into this react function. And this will take care that all these UploadThing components are styled properly. Again, this shouldn't be necessary for our app because we don't use these predefined components, but it also doesn't hurt, so I added it here. Then we create a new file in the lib folder, which we call uploadthing.ts. And from here we can export some helpers that we need. This is also where you export these ready-made components, but we won't use them. We only need a hook and a function here that are provided by UploadThing. For this we call this generate react helper. Again, autocomplete doesn't work. Let's import this manually. From UploadThing/react, no, it's add UploadThing/react. In here is a function called generate react helpers. We call this here. We have to pass the type of our app file router. Oh wow, I spelled this wrong again. So let's go back into the core.ts file for a moment. App file router, back into the UploadThing file, pass this type here, call this function, and then in here we need use UploadThing and this upload files function. Those are the functions we will use in our app later. Okay, a tiny little bit more of configuration. We go into the root layout. And here above the React query provider, we add this Next.SSR plugin. Why doesn't autocomplete work? It's driving me nuts. Anyway, again import from add UploadThing/react/Next.SSR plugin. And in here is this Next.SSR plugin, which we use down here with a self-closing tag, but to it we have to pass the router config. And for this we pass extract router config, and to this we pass our file router. This is explained in the documentation. This is optional, but I think it makes sure that the loading state is correct when it's coming from the server. I'm not 100% sure what exactly this does. It's described in the documentation. Let's just add it here and not worry our pretty little heads about it. But when we update our user profile, we can also update the display name and the bio, not only the avatar, right? So let's create a validation schema for that, to make sure that the data we receive on the backend is correct. Export const update user profile schema. Again, it's a Z object. We have to pass the display name, which is a required string. You can also set a max length here, but I didn't bother. And the bio. The bio is not required, but it's a C string with a max length of 1000 characters. And if it's larger than that, the error message will say must be at most 1000 characters. And we also want to export a type for this. Update user profile values, c.infer, type of update user profile schema. Like this. The avatar is not part of our schema here because it will be handled separately by the core TS file. We already have the validation in here, right? With the image size. So those are two separate operations later. To update our user profile, of course, we need a post endpoint. We can either set up a post route handler or a server action. Let's make it a server action and let's co-locate it with the user profile page. So here in main user's username, let's put an actions.ts file and let's put the use server directive at the top before we forget this. Okay, we export an async function that we call update user profile. And to it we pass the update user profile values, which is generated from our validation schema. And we use the validation schema here. We create a const validated values equals update user profile schema.parse. We have used this function before. And here we pass the input values to validate them. If they don't adhere to our schema that we set up, then we will get an error, which is what we want. Then we need to authorize the user, validate request. And I think it's smart to validate the input values before fetching the session, because fetching the session requires a database request and it's unnecessary if the input values are not correct anyway. So I like to execute this first. I think it's a bit more efficient. If the user is not authenticated, as usual, we throw an error that says unauthorized. But if the user is authorized, we want to update them. And we want to return the updated user to the front end so that we can later update our React query feed by mutating the cache as we have done already before. So await prisma.user.update, where the ID is user.id. For the data, we pass this whole validated values object. And then, since we also return the updated user, we want to select get user data select to get all the user information in here. Then we return this updated user, and then we can call this function from the front end. Again, I want to wrap this server action into a use mutation. Again, this is optional, but it's a nice way to organize our code because we get these different error and loading states and also the on success and on error callbacks, which are really useful. So let's right click on the username folder again and create a mutations.ts file. We export a function called use update profile mutation. And in case you're wondering why this is not a default export, because the idea behind this mutations file is that you can export multiple mutation hooks from here. Otherwise, I would have given this file the same name as the hook of the default export. But this is also kind of personal preference. In here, we need a toast function. We will need a router from Next navigation. And we will need our good old friend, the query client, to update the React query cache after we updated the user profile. And in here is also where we want to start the upload to UploadThing. For this, we exported this hook from the UploadThing file in the lib folder. Use UploadThing. And we call this here. Use UploadThing. And to it, we pass the endpoint where we want to upload to. This is coming from our core.ts file. We want to upload the avatar here. In here is this start upload function. And let's rename this to make it more explicit. Start avatar upload. Then we create the mutation with the use mutation hook that we have already used before. Parentheses, curly braces. For the mutation function, we want to call the server action, but we also want to call start upload. So we pass an async arrow function here, like this. And here we define the arguments of this. So later when we call this function, we will pass the values. Those are the user profile values and the avatar. And we also have to define this type here after a colon. Values are of type update user profile values from our validation schema. And the avatar is optional because we don't have to upload an avatar. And this will be a file. And then here in this mutation function, we want to update our user profile in the database and upload this avatar if there is one. And I want to execute both operations at the same time to save some time. And we can do this by wrapping them into promise.all, to which we pass an array of promises. The first promise is update user profile from the actions folder. This updates the database with the new display name and the bio. And then if there is an avatar, so we add this conditional with 2 ampersands. Then we also want to call start avatar upload, to which we pass the avatar, but attention, we have to put this into an array because this is how UploadThing works. We can upload multiple files if we configure this. This is why this takes an array, but we only want to be able to upload a single avatar. Later when we can upload attachments for posts, we will see how uploading multiple files at once works, but it doesn't make sense to upload multiple avatars. Okay, and then we have the same problem as before. After we change the avatar, we have to update the feed down here, right? And again, we don't just want to invalidate the feed because this refetches every single page, which takes a while. Instead, we want to mutate the cache and put our new avatar URL in there directly. And again, we do this in the onSuccess callback. So onSuccess colon, we pass an async function, and the async function here receives whatever we return from the mutation function, remember? So we return this resolved promise.all, which means that we get passed this array that contains the updated user and the upload result, because start avatar upload returns an upload result. Okay, so this is an arrow function. And now we should also see the correct types here. Yeah, this is the updated user info. And this is the upload result. It can be undefined because remember, if there is no avatar file, we don't upload anything. Then in here we can use this to update our cache. First we create a const new avatar URL. And we get this from the upload result. Here we have to use the save call operator because it can be undefined. We want to get the first result because remember we passed this array. And here is the server data and in here is the avatar URL. Because this is what we returned here from the onUpload complete callback. And we receive this here on the front end. We store this in a variable. Then again we need a query filter. Query filters. And we want to update all post feeds. Again, we don't have to be more specific because if there is no post from us in there, it will just be ignored. And everywhere there is a post of our user profile, it will update the cache with the new avatar and also the new display name and bio if we send that. Okay. As usual, we have to cancel the running queries for this query filter before we can mutate them. We have done all of this before, so I won't go into too much detail with the explanations. And then again, query client set queries data plural. Again, the type is infinite data of type posts page, comma, and the cursor is string or null. Here we pass the query filter. And then this callback function where we get past the old data and then we can mutate and return it. If old data is undefined, we just want to return. But if old data is defined, we want to mutate it. And what do we want to do exactly? Well, we want to take each post and update the user information in this post, right? So again, the page params are the same as on the old data with the key in there. This stays the same. We only want to update the pages. For this, we take the pages of the old data and we map each page. Parentheses, curly braces. We map each page into a new page. The cursor stays the same as before because we only want to update the posts. And this is how you update state in React. You always have these map calls and filter calls, and this is just how it works because this data is immutable and you want to return new data. So you have to map it. Okay, so we take page.posts. We map these posts as well. Curly braces, and this is actually where we want to do the update because in each post is the user information, right? But this should be singular post. Then we check if this is our post. So if post.user.id is equal to the ID of the updated user. Only then we want to update the post. We don't want to put our avatar into someone else's post, right? So we return an object here, but we only want to update the user information, not the rest. So we spread all the post information in here. This will put all these values like, for example, the content or the timestamp in here. And then we overwrite the user data below. And then the same for the user data. We spread the updated user's information and only update the avatar URL. Here we pass the new avatar URL if we have one. Otherwise, we use the existing one with updated user avatar URL. This is quite complicated, but this is what is necessary to update this. We also have to handle the case that this is not our post, so below this block here, we return the previous post as it was. We don't want to modify it. Okay, this will update all our feeds to show the new user data in there immediately. But this part up here is rendered on the server, right? So we have to update this separately because this is not part of React Queries cache. So how do we do this? We go below set queries data, which should be here, and we call router.refresh. This will update the server component with the latest data. Then let's also show a toast message, which will say profile updated. And this hook is almost done, but we also need the onError callback so that we can show some feedback here. Again, we will show a toast message after logging the error to the console. The toast will be a red destructive toast again. Failed to update profile. Please try again. And then at the bottom we have to return this mutation so that we can actually use it in components. But we still need some patience because we don't have a UI to update our profile yet, right? We have this dummy button. We want to replace this for a real button, which when we click it shows a dialog with some form input. So let's create a new component for this. Let's put it into the folder of the page itself. Right here in username, edit profile button.tsx. Edit profile button props. This will need the user data so that we can populate the form fields with the existing display name, existing bio and avatar. Export default function. This button will also encapsulate the dialog, so we need a state to show the dialog. Show dialog and set show dialog, and we initialize this with a use state of false. Then we return a fragment in which we put the button and the dialog. The button will have the variant outline. It doesn't need to be a green primary button. And when we click it, we set show dialog to true. The button will say edit profile. And here we want to render the dialog, which we haven't created yet. We will do this in a minute, but first let's put this button onto the profile page. So the page.tsx file in the username folder. And we replace this dummy button for the edit profile button, to which we have to pass the user data. And we get an error because the page is a server component and we have to make the edit profile button a client component. And then we should see it on the screen. There it is. It will only be shown on our own profile, otherwise we show the follow button. And here we want to show the dialog when we click it, which we put into the same folder. Edit profile dialog. We could also put it into the edit profile button component file, but for organization, since this gets quite big, let's put this into a separate file. This needs props as well. Again, it needs the user data, which we forward from the button. We need a state if it's opened and on open change, which we have used before to close the dialog. Let's start simple with just a title. So we return a dialog. We forward the open state and the onOpenChange callback. In here we put dialog content. We have used dialog before, right? If I remember correctly. Dialog header and dialog title, and the title will say edit profile. And before we continue, let's save this and let's put this into our edit profile button. Here inside the fragment, edit profile dialog, to which we have to forward the user data. It will be opened if show dialog is true. And for an open change, we forward this to the set show dialog state setter. And now we can already click this button and show the dialog. And now we want to put a form in here. So let's go back into the dialog file. And this time we want to use React hook form again, because in here we want to use validation. We have done this before. We create a const form, call the use form hook from React hook form, add our type, update user profile values, parentheses, curly braces. Again, we set the resolver to the sort resolver. Yeah, autocomplete works. Nice. And here we pass the update user profile schema. And remember, we also set the default values to the existing values, because the user already has a display name, but the bio can be empty. So here we pass user.bio, or if it's undefined, an empty string. But the display name will never be undefined. Then remember, all the mutation happens here in our hook that we set up. The use update profile mutation hook. So we import this here as well. Use update profile mutation. And we can then use this to update the profile data. Then we need an async onSubmit function, and because we use React hook form, this will receive the ready-made values, the update user profile values. And we will implement this later. And let's ignore the avatar for now and start by putting the display name and bio inputs in here. So below the dialog header, still inside the dialog content, we put this form component again. Again, the one from our components folder. The same as earlier, we spread all these form values here as props. And in here we put a lowercase form. When this form is submitted, it calls form.handleSubmit. Again, this is the typical React hook form wiring you have to do. This is how you set this up. We want to call our onSubmit function, the one with a capital S, this function here. And then we style this form with space y3. Okay, now we have a form in here. And in this form we put two form fields, which we have also used before, so I won't explain this in too much detail. We connect it to the form control. We set the name of this one to display name. And we want to render the form input field here, for which again we need this field value, destructured. Form item, form label, which will say display name, then form control, and in here we put the input, capital I, the styled one. And the placeholder will say your display name, and then we have to spread the field here as props. And that's the first input field, but I still have to close this tag down here. And voila, there it is. And it has our display name as the default value. And for the bio, we have to add another form field. Again, we connect this to the form control. We set the name to bio. And again, we have to render a field. Let me copy this line. Add the necessary closing tags here. Close this tag down here. And then render this input field. Again, this goes into a form item with a form label that will say bio. Again, a form control, but instead of an input, we use the uppercase T text area this time, which is also a shed.cn component. Again, we can set a placeholder, tell us a little bit about yourself, and we set a class name to resize none so that we can't resize it, it just looks a bit better. But you can customize this if you want, and important, spread the field values here. And below both form controls, we also want to add the form message, which contains the error message. So put one here for the display name and one here below the form control. Then let's add the submit button. Where do we put it? Still inside the form, here below the last form input field. We wrap this into a dialog footer for alignment. In here we put a loading button of type submit, so it submits this form, and the button is loading as long as the mutation is pending. And the button will say save. Okay, and now we should already get validation. If I remove the name and try to save this, it says display name required. Let's implement onSubmit so that we can update these values. So we go up here, remove this comment, call mutation.mutate, which we already set up earlier. And in here we have to pass our values in a JavaScript object, right? This expects the profile values, which have the same name, so we can just pass them like this. And the avatar is optional. We don't have a way to select an avatar yet, so we keep this empty. And then I also want to add the onSuccess callback. And here I want to close the dialog with onOpenChange false. And now we can save this and already try this out. Now we should be able to update our profile. Let me change this to Florian Walter. Hey, what's up? I made this cool social media platform. Save, and then the dialog closes and we update the feed immediately. Did you see how fast the feed below updated? Because we didn't invalidate it, we mutated the cache directly. And the part up here was updated server-side with router.refresh. Let's try this again by changing the display name back. And again you will see that this updates pretty much instantly. Boom. Isn't this cool? Actually the feed is a little bit faster. Why? Because we mutate the feed, but the server-side fetched part has to be refetched again. But this is fine because this doesn't contain many pages that all have to be refetched. This is just this one single section, which we update by just refreshing the server component. Okay, but of course we also want to be able to select a new avatar, right? So let's implement this next. So what we do is we scroll all the way down in our edit profile dialog and we put another component here called avatar input, which also needs props. We could put this into a separate file, but I like it in here because we don't use it anywhere else. To this we will pass the image source, so the image that will be shown, which is either coming from the avatar URL or if we don't have an avatar URL from the placeholder image. And the placeholder image is of type static image data, which means that this is an image file. And in here we will also use our image cropper, where we can crop out the rectangle of the image that we want to use. And when we crop this image, we will call a callback called onImageCropped, and we will get this image back as a blob, which is similar to a file. It can contain binary data like an image, but this can also be null if we didn't actually crop an image. And this function doesn't return anything. And then we create this avatar input function down here with these props, src and onImageCropped. In this component we can select an image, and we will store this selected image in a state called image_to_crop and set image_to_crop. This is what we pass to the crop dialog later. This is a use state that contains a file, but with no default value. In order to select a file from our file system, we always need an input HTML tag. But we don't actually want to show this input. We want to show the existing avatar instead. And when we click this avatar, we open this input. And if you want to open an input without actually showing and clicking the input, you need a reference to it. So we create a file input ref and initialize it with useRef of type HTML input element, and we initialize this with null. Then below we put a function called onImageSelected, where we get passed a file or undefined after triggering the file input. If the image is undefined, we don't want to do anything, we just return. If the image is defined, so we selected an image, we first want to resize it to make it smaller. Remember, on the back end we have this 512 kilobyte limit, and then we want to set image cropped to show the crop dialog. We will take care of this in a moment, First, let's add the UI part. We wrap this into a fragment. As I explained here, we need a file input, which we will then hide. We set the type to file. We set the accepted values to image/asterisk, so we accept any image file. Then we implement onChange, which will be called when we select an image. Here we want to call our onImageSelected function, to which we pass e.target.files, and this is always an array, so we want to access the first element here. This is the file we selected, or undefined if we didn't select a file, which is fine. Then we need to assign the ref that we created up there, file input ref, so that we can launch this file input without actually clicking it. And then, as I explained, we want to make this hidden, but still visible to screen readers, which we do with SR only, which is good for accessibility. Okay, and next to it, we want to put a button. Important, we have to set the type to button. Why? Because we show this button inside a form, and if we don't set the type to button, it will submit the form, which of course is not what we want. Instead, when we click the button, we want to trigger the file input, which we do via its ref, with file input ref .current.click. This is how this works. And then we style this with group, relative, and block. And this is a lowercase b button because I don't want to style this. Instead, I want to put the currently selected user avatar in here. So we put an image in here. We set the src to the src that we pass to this component. So this is the currently selected image, or a placeholder if we don't have one selected. We set an alt attribute, which will say avatar preview. And we set the width and the height to 150 pixels, which again also resizes the image. And we style this with size 32, flex none, rounded full, and object cover. We still need to put the crop dialog in here, but before we do this, let's put this avatar input into our form. First, we need another state in here, which contains the avatar after we cropped it. This is the one we actually want to upload, right? So cropped avatar and set cropped avatar, which is a use state that contains a blob or null, and we initialize this with null. Okay, and remember the upload is handled separately from the server action that updates our other profile information, the display name and the bio. And it's also not part of the form validation schema. So we actually put this outside of the form. We put it above it, inside the dialog content, but outside of the form. Here we put a div with space y 1.5. And here we put an uppercase L label from our components folder, which will say avatar. And below this we put our avatar input we created. And what do we want to show in here? If we selected and cropped an avatar, we want to show that one. If not, we want to show the user's avatar. And if this doesn't exist, we want to show the placeholder, this one here. So let's import the placeholder. Import avatar placeholder from add/assets/avatar placeholder. Okay, back down here. src. Here we add a conditional. If cropped avatar has a value, we want to show this one. And remember, this is of type blob, and we can turn this blob into an src string with url.createObjectURL. This will allow us to view this blob in our UI. Here we pass the cropped avatar. If we didn't select an avatar yet, we want to show the user's avatar from the URL, and if this is undefined, we want to show the placeholder. And then we also have to pass the onImageCropped callback. And here we want to call that cropped avatar, right? So now we should already see the placeholder here. And there it is. And when we click this, we trigger the file input. But I also want to style this a little bit more. So let's go down to the avatar input again. And here right below this image, still inside this button, which has the position relative class applied to it, I want to put a span with the camera icon. We give it a size of 24. Now it's placed below. That's why we style the span with absolute inZ0 mauto flex size 12 item center justify center rounded full, and we need a few more classes, so stick with me. BG black, we set the background opacity to 30%, we make the text white, we add transition for color changes, we change the duration of this transition to 200 milliseconds, and then we set group hover. Remember, the surrounding button is a group, and when we hover anywhere over this button, we want to set the background opacity to 25%. I think this should be all classes. You can pause the video and type them out if you want. And what we achieved is this. Now we have this button in the middle that changes its background opacity when we hover anywhere over this avatar, because this whole avatar is wrapped into this button group. And now we can click this, it triggers our file input, which is hidden, and we can select an image. Now we only need to set up our crop dialog, and then we can finally upload an image. Let's put this crop dialog into the components folder, because this dialog is reusable. Crop image dialog.tsx. Again, this needs props. It needs the src of the image that we want to crop as a string. Since this dialog should be reusable, we also pass the aspect ratio from the outside so that we don't have to hard code this. The aspect ratio is the size that we can select for the rectangle that we want to crop. Then we need a callback when cropping finished. Here we return again this blob data type with the cropped image, but this can also be null, and this function doesn't return anything. And then we need an onClose callback if we just close the dialog without cropping the image. Then we export this component. Again, for this we use a ready-made package that we installed in the beginning called React Cropper. Again, this library has its own documentation where everything is explained. Step 1 is to create a ref for this cropper. Again with useRef of type React Cropper element. Okay, auto import doesn't work. Let's import this manually. From React Cropper, and in here we have this React Cropper element, and this is what the type of this ref is. And we initialize this with null. Then we need a function that handles the cropping itself. Let's just call it crop. We can get a reference to the cropper via its ref, cropper ref .current, and in here is this cropper object. If cropper is undefined for some reason, which I think shouldn't be the case, but it can be undefined in theory, maybe before it is initialized, then we want to return from this function and not do anything, not even close the dialog. And then we can get the cropped image from this cropper object via getCroppedCanvas, which is a function. Then we turn this into a blob, and this takes a function as argument where we have this callback. So in this callback we receive this prop, and we want to call the onCropped callback here and pass this blob to it. That's the cropped image. And then as a second argument to blob, we can also define the data type for this image. We are going to use an image/webp because this is a data type that's very small, but it still supports transparency like PNG. So this is a really cool image type. So we get this here, and then we want to close the dialog because we selected the cropped image, right? And then below we have to return the dialog from the UI folder. We open it by default. This time we don't pass open as a prop. Instead we render this dialog conditionally and put the opening state on the outside, so to speak. Why? Because this image source over here can be undefined, and we only want to render this dialog if this image is defined, and then we don't need the separate open state. You will see this in a moment. So when we close the dialog, we call the onClose callback. In here we put the dialog content, and in here we put a header, which will say edit media, or why did I write this? Maybe a crop image is probably a better title. And then in here we put the cropper, which is another import from React Cropper. So it should add this import here. Here we have to pass the src. We set the aspect ratio to the prop aspect ratio that we pass to the component. We set guides to false, so those are some lines that can be shown, but we want to hide them. And I also don't want to make this zoomable, so we set this to false as well. We pass the ref to it, the cropper ref that we created above. And then we add the class names mxauto and sizeFit. Okay, almost done. We just need a confirm button. So below the cropper, we put the dialog footer. In here we put two styled buttons. The first one has the variant secondary, and this is just a cancel button. So when we click this, we call the onClose callback, and this will say cancel. And next to it, we have the confirm button. When we click this one, it calls the crop function, which takes care of the rest. And this will also say crop. But we also have to wrap the title into a dialog title. I forgot this. So one more component up here, so that this is styled properly. Okay, back to the added profile dialog. Here we want to render this component outside of the button inside the fragment, only if image to crop has a value. Remember, this is the image we selected from our file input here. This is the one we want to crop. And when we confirm the crop, it passes this cropped image to the parent, where we can then upload it. So here we want to render the crop image dialog. And this is what I meant earlier. We render this conditionally to make sure that image to crop is defined when we render this. So we don't have to handle an undefined state here in the src. And this is also why we don't need the open prop, because if this value is defined, we always want to show this dialog. I hope this is understandable. So again, this image to crop is of type file, right? We turn this into an src string with URL create object URL, to which we pass the image to crop. We set the aspect ratio to 1, so this is a rectangle. We set the onCropped callback to onImageCropped, which passes this to the parent. And then we need onClose, to which we pass an arrow function. Let's close this down here. In onClose, we need to set image-to-crop back to undefined, which then hides the dialog, right? So set image-to-crop undefined. And there's one more step. We check if file input ref.current, we have to do this because this ref can be undefined. There's no way to avoid this. Then we want to set the current value to an empty string. Why do we do this? Well, if we don't put this in here, if we select an image, then close the dialog and then select the exact same file again, this would not trigger a state change because the selected file is already selected in this file input. So we always make this file input empty here so that we can select the same image 2 times in a row if necessary. Okay, we still have to implement onImageSelected here. So as I already said, we want to resize the image first. Again, this needs an import, which didn't import automatically. Import the resizer without curly braces from react-image-file-resizer. This is another package we installed. Then let's go back down here. I also misspelled this. Resizer.image-file-resizer parentheses, and here we can do a configuration. What do we want to resize? We want to resize the image that we selected, just to make the file smaller. We pass the image as the first argument, then the max width and max height. Let's set this to 1024 pixels. We set the format again to WebP like this, to keep a small image size while still supporting transparency. The next argument is the quality. We keep this at 100%. We don't want to rotate the image. And then again we get the result passed as a callback. So here we get past the URI. And we can do something with it. We want to set the state, right? Because when we selected an image here, after resizing it, we want to open the crop dialog. So we set image to crop to this URI, and we also have to cast this into a file. The type of this is string or file or blob, and we can decide this ourselves as the next argument if we want to receive a file or a blob or a string. We set this as file, but we also have to cast this because our state only accepts the file type. Okay, I know this was very involved, but you want big projects, and in big projects you have to write code like this. Anyway, now we should be able to select and crop an image. We can't upload it yet, but we can select it. Okay, we forgot to set the CSS. We do this here in this crop image dialog with this line. Pause the video and type this out. We have to import this CSS style sheet, which aligns everything properly. And now it looks like it should look. Isn't this cool? Now we can crop this image. So I can select a small rectangle, crop. It is selected here. And now we only have to upload this. And it's already resized. So this image here is very small. Even if I selected the large image with like 5 megabytes, it will be tiny after resizing and cropping it. Okay, we are almost done. Let's go back up into our onSubmit callback. Here right now we only pass the form input values. We also want to pass the avatar. We only have one if this cropped avatar state has a value, right? So we create a const new avatar file, because even though this is a blob, we have to return this back into a file before we can upload it. So if cropped avatar is defined, then we want to create a new file, and you can turn a blob into a file like this. File constructor, pass the cropped avatar in an array as the first argument, and then a file name, Let's call this avatar underscore. Then let's put the user ID in here. And the file will actually have this name later in our file system. And we already know that those are WebP images. So we add this file extension here. And if cropped avatar is undefined, then we also want to set this new avatar file variable to undefined. Okay, and then in mutate, we can pass the avatar as the second argument. Still, this is optional. And one more thing, after we submitted this, we also set the cropped avatar state back to null, so that instead we show the avatar from the avatar URL of the user state. Okay, this was a ton of work, but now this should work. So I selected an avatar. When we click save, it will upload this. And in the core TS file, we update the user in our database with this new avatar. Now this will take a few seconds. Let's see. Yeah, it takes quite a while, but this will actually be faster in production. First of all, it complains that we didn't whitelist this URL, but we did this in the beginning, right? So there must be a mistake in here. Ah yeah, I forgot something on the path name. At the end we have to add a slash and then an asterisk to allow all sub-URLs of this path name. When we save this and refresh this, it should work. You might have to restart your development server, Ctrl-Z, then run npm run dev again, but it shouldn't be necessary anymore. Okay, I see the problem. I messed up the replace logic here. This is /f/ in the core TS file, and I forgot the slash here at the end. So we save this, and then we have to fix this manually by opening Prisma Studio to get into our database. Then we go into the user table, and here we have to fix the avatar URL. So in your env file is the UploadThing app ID, right? You will have a different one. Mine ends with nrh. So I have to put a slash after nrh, after this upload ID right here. And then we should be able to see this godforsaken image. And it works. There's this beautiful face. And let's try this again. And let's talk about upload speed. So I picked the same image again, but I crop a larger rectangle this time. Okay. We upload the image when we click save, right? We could also upload it in advance right when we select it. The benefit is that this would not cause such a long delay when we click the save button, because when we click this takes quite a few seconds before the upload is finished. Now in production, this will actually be faster. It's a bit slower in development. And uploading this image when we click the save button is much easier, because then we don't have to handle the case that the user selects an image, uploads it, but they don't click save. And then we have this orphaned image that we have to delete. We will have this problem later, and we will also solve it when we upload media attachments for a post. But here, since we only have one image, and we also resize this image to a small size, I want to take the more easy path and just upload it as soon as we click save. Again, this takes a bit longer, but it's much easier to handle, because we can put all the logic into onUploadComplete on our backend. And here we can also delete the previous avatar of the user to make sure that every user only has one avatar file in our file system, and we don't clog up our file system with orphaned images. And this is what we want to do, because if we look into our UploadThing file system, we now have two files, the old avatar and the new one. First of all, as you can see, they are tiny because we resized them. But we also automatically want to delete the previous avatar so that we don't keep it unnecessarily, right? And we can do this directly in the onUploadComplete callback in the core TS file. First of all, let me delete these two images here directly from the file system. We can still see the avatar on the front end because this is cached by the browser, but this file doesn't exist anymore. Then I want to upload a new avatar. just to have something that we can replace later. Again, in development, this will be faster, but I think it's still fast enough. Okay, now we have this file here in our file system. And now I want to change our code so that when this user uploads a new avatar, the old one gets deleted automatically. So let's do this. Okay, and we delete our old avatar here in onUpload complete. This will be executed on our backend. And again, this is called when the upload has finished. So first we need the old avatar URL, which we get from the current user session. Remember, we return the user from the middleware. Inside this metadata object is the user, and from here we can get the current avatar URL. Then we check if this exists, because we might have not uploaded an avatar yet. Then we need the key, and the key is part of the URL. This is what comes after this prefix here, after the slash. Then we have the key of the file, and we need this. So what we do is we create a const key equals old avatar URL dot split. Then we want to split it at this string here, because again the part after this is the key. So we access the part at the first index here, and this has to be wrapped inside backticks. Yeah, and with this key we can delete the old avatar. With await new UT API, this is how we can access the UploadThing API directly, and here we can do stuff like calling delete files, and here we pass the key to delete this old avatar. And now this should work. So we have one avatar in here, right? Now we upload a new one, and it should automatically delete this one. Okay, let's try this out. I upload a new avatar. Crop the image here with our beautiful image cropper. Upload this. Also check out how fast the feed updates. It updates the image down here immediately because we mutate the cache with the new user data. And then in our UploadThing dashboard, when we refresh this, we still only have one file because we deleted the old one. Okay, so now we avoid orphaned images, and every user will always only have one avatar at most in our file system. In the next part, we will continue with UploadThing and implement post attachments. And there we will be able to upload images and videos. And one more thing, our Linkify also works in here. So when I mention, for example, a user and save this, it fetches this user data and we have our hover dialog. Isn't it cool how all of this works? Okay, let's take care of post attachments. Our post uploads work slightly different than our avatar upload. First of all, a post can have multiple attachments. So let's put this as another one-to-many relationship into our database so that we know what attachments belong to which post, right? Because again, putting an array in here is not a great solution. You usually want to create a separate table. But this table will later also allow us to find attachments that are not actually connected to a post. Because when we upload an image or a video for a post, these files can be larger. Especially videos, of course, can be large. So we have to upload them immediately before we click the post button, because if we upload everything when we click post, the delay will take forever, because it has to upload all these different files that we selected. But when we upload immediately, of course the user can decide not to send this post. Then we still have this file in our file system. And to avoid clogging up our file system, we will later set up a cron job that once a day goes ahead and deletes all these orphaned files. And this database entry will help us find these files. So we create a model called media. Again, we need this auto-generated ID. Every media will belong to a post, but the post ID can be undefined. This is what I just explained. We can upload a media, but decide not to send the post. Then it won't have a post ID. Then for this post ID, we need the post relation to the post table. And since the post ID can be undefined, this post can also be undefined. This is a relation. The field is the post ID, and it references the ID field in the post table. And when we delete a post, this time we don't use cascade. Instead, we set this to set null. Why? Because if we delete this entry in our database, we can't find this file in our UploadThing file system anymore. We don't want to delete it. Instead, we set the post ID to null when the corresponding post is deleted, so that we can still later find and delete this orphaned media file. So here set null. Then we will also set the media type here. For media type, we create an enum below. With an enum, we can basically generate a bunch of different constant variables that we can assign to this type. We create one called image and video, and there's actually no comma in between. So this type here can be set to either image or video. You can imagine them as simple strings. But this way we later know what we need to render on the screen, an image or a video player. Then of course we need the URL of this media, which is a string. Again, the created add timestamp. And again, I want to rename this table to post_media. And as usual, this reference here needs a corresponding field on the post table. So when we press the formatting shortcut, it adds this line here to the post model. I cut this out and put this here, and I rename this to attachments. So when we retrieve a post via Prisma, we can also retrieve the attachments if we want. Okay, again, we need to push these changes to our database with npx prisma-db push, and then we run npm run dev again to restart this. Next, we need a new upload endpoint in the core TS file, because this one only handles avatars, right? So after this one, we create a new one called attachment for attachment uploads. Again, we call this f function with parentheses, curly braces, and configure this. Up here, we allowed uploading one image with a max size of 512 kilobytes. Now we want to allow uploading multiple images with a max file size of, let's say, 4 megabytes. Should be enough. You can also set this higher or lower if you want. And a max file count of 5. We can upload up to 5 images. And then we also allow uploading videos with a max file size of, for example, 64 megabyte. You can also set this bigger. And a max file count of 5 again. And then again, we can attach middleware and the onUpload complete callback. Again, to the middleware, we pass an async arrow function where we check that the user is authenticated with validate request. If the user is not authenticated, we throw the same error as up here. And then at the end, we don't need the whole user object this time, only the user ID inside onUpload complete, which we attach below. Again, we get passed an async function. Actually, we don't even need the user ID down here, but I think we have to return something. So let's return an empty object like this. And here we only care about the file that we uploaded. Curly braces. After uploading a file, we want to create such a media entry in our database, but without the post ID, because the post ID only gets attached when we actually send the post. So const media equals await prisma.media. Again, this field is generated after we pushed the changes to our database. We want to create one. And in here we want to pass the URL of the file we uploaded. Again, we have to process it the same way as we did up here. We have to replace this /f/ to get our unique URL. So down here we pass file.url.replace. Then we also have to set the type. For this we can check the type of the file. If this starts with image, we set the type to this enum image, all uppercase, but you should get autocomplete here. Otherwise it's a video, because those are the only two file types we allow here. So this is what will be stored in our database. Okay, so at this point in time we have uploaded the files, but we haven't sent the post yet. And when we send the post, this is the moment where we also set the media to the post ID. For this we need the media ID on the front end. So what we do is, remember what we return from onUploadComplete will be returned to the front end. So below we return the media ID of this upload, which we get from this media entry that we just created. We return this to the front end for each upload. For this, let's also update our validation schema for creating a post. So here we receive the content, but we also receive these media IDs, right? So let's add them as a new field. This is a z.array. It can be multiple ones. An array of z.strings. And on this array we call .max and pass 5, so that we can only pass 5 media IDs at most. Cannot have more than 5 attachments is the error message. Then the next stop is the server actions file in the post editor folder right here. At the moment we only pass the content as a string. Let's change the input type. We set a type like this. And when you use React queries use mutation hook, there can actually only be one function argument. So if you want to receive multiple values, you have to put them into an object, but this is fine. So here we still expect the content, which is just the input of the post, the text, but then also this array of media IDs. Then we pass this whole input object here to a createPostSchema.parse, and from here we still get our validated content, but now also the validated media IDs. Okay, and what do we do with these media IDs? Every media entry needs a post ID, right? And here we create this post. And Prisma has a cool feature for this. Here inside data, we can add attachments and we can say connect, and then we pass all the media IDs. But we have to map them into a certain shape. So here we get each idea and we have to turn them into this object. And this is really cool because it updates all these media entries for these IDs, and it adds the ID of the newly created post here as the post ID. This is what this connect function does. So when we actually create the post, the media IDs will be properly connected to this post, and then every time we fetch a post, we can fetch the corresponding media items. Okay, next we have to write the upload logic itself, right? And since this requires quite a bit of code, I want to put this into a separate file. But we put it into the editor folder. Here, components, posts, editor. Right here, I want to put a new file called useMediaUpload.ts. This will be another custom hook. Export default function useMediaUpload. And this contains all the upload logic for media attachments. Okay, and above I want to create an interface and also export it for attachments. This will contain the file that we selected. It will contain the media ID, but this is optional because remember we only get the media ID after the upload finished, but we have the file immediately. And then we also add this is uploading boolean so that we know when we have to show a loading indicator. In the hook we need the toast to show an error message if necessary, and then a state for these attachments that we added already. Attachments and add attachments, which is a state that contains an array of these attachments, and we initialize this with an empty array. And UploadThing can also give us the upload progress as a number in %. We ignored this value when we uploaded a profile image because there we had our button loading state, but here we want to use this value and we store it in another state, upload progress and set upload progress. This is a use state of type number, but we don't give it a default value. So by default it will be undefined. Okay, then below we call this use UploadThing hook again that we already called before, but this time for this new attachment endpoint. And from here we can destructure start upload and also is uploading for the upload state. And use UploadThing can take an object as the second argument, and in here we have different callbacks that we can override. For example, on before upload begin, where we get past each file. This will be called, as the name implies, before the upload starts. Here I want to do two things. I want to rename the files and then I want to set them to this attachments state. The main reason why I want to rename these files is that later when we get the media ID back, we can identify the corresponding file again, because a file doesn't have a unique ID, so we create a unique name instead to recognize which file is which. So in on before upload complete, we create a const renamed files, and for this we take the files that we get passed here and we map them. First we need the file extension, so const extension equals. For this we can take the file name and split it at the dot. And the second part of this is the file extension. We can call .pop, which removes the first element, and then we only keep the second element. I think this is the same as writing 1 like this to get the second element. I'm not sure right now if there's a difference, so to not break my app, I keep it like this, because this is how I have it prepared. But I think this just removes the first element of an array. No, it actually removes the last element, but it returns it. Okay, so yeah, this is the last element stored in here. This is the file extension. And then we return a new file. We call the file constructor, because this way we can rename this existing file. We pass the file as the first argument wrapped into an array. And the second argument is the name, for which we pass a backtick string. And we named our avatars avatar underscore and then the user ID, right? So let's keep this naming convention. Attachment underscore and then a unique ID. And to create a unique ID, we can use the crypto library, which comes with JavaScript by default, or at least in Node.js, I think. We shouldn't need to import anything. And then we can call random UUID on it, which creates a random ID. And then here at the end of this backtick string, we write dot and also add the file extension back. So we have the same file extension as before. If this was a PNG, it's still a PNG. If this was an MP4, it stays an MP4. And the third argument to the file constructor is the type of the file, which we also want to keep the same. So we pass the type value of this file. Then we want to set the attachments after we renamed the files, this state, because the attachments are what we show in the UI. So we call set attachments. We use this version of set state where we get past the previous value. and then we return an array. This array contains the previous attachments because you might have already added attachments earlier, right? We don't want to overwrite them. We don't want to remove them. And then we want to take each of these renamed files and turn them into an attachment. We don't have the media ID yet because we haven't uploaded the file yet, but we have the file and we know that they are now uploading. So here we pass ... renamed files, and we have to map each file into an attachment. The attachment takes the file itself and the isUploading value, which we set to true. And then at the end of onBeforeUploadBegin, we have to return our renamed files. Okay, then after onBeforeUploadBegin, we have another callback, onUploadProgress, where we get passed the current progress, and we can just pass our setUploadProgress state setter as a reference like this, because it also takes a number as an argument, and onUploadProgress passes us a number. So this is the short syntax to connect the two, so to speak. And then we have onClientUploadComplete, where we get passed these res values, which are the finished uploads that also include the media ID. Where's this media ID coming from? It's what we return here from onUploadComplete. So now they are contained in here, and we can send them to our server action to update the post. And in this callback, we want to update our attachments. We want to put the media ID in there. Then we know which file belongs to which media ID, right? So again, set attachments, we get past the previous value, and again we call previous.map to update them. Here we get past each attachment. I'm just going to name it short a, and then curly braces. Res can contain multiple files because we can upload multiple files at once. Now we have to figure out which of these results here, which of these media IDs belongs to which file. And this is why I renamed these files so that we can identify them. So here we want to find the upload result for this particular attachment. And we find it via res.find. Here we get past each result and we want to compare the name. This is why we renamed these files. And we compare it to a.file.name. A is the attachment and R is the result. Okay. If we didn't find the upload result, then we just return the attachment as it is. There is no media ID to add to it. But if we found the upload result, then we want to update our attachment. So from set attachments, we are still inside the state setter. We return an attachment. We spread the already existing attachment data, but we overwrite the media ID to upload result.serverdata.mediaID. Again, this is what we returned from our onUploadComplete backend function. And we set isUploading to false. And this is how we update the state. After the upload is complete, we add each media ID to the corresponding attachment. And lastly, we want to handle the case when there is an error. So onUploadError is another callback. Here we want to update the attachments again from the previous value. And if the upload failed, we want to remove all attachments that failed so that we don't keep them around, right? The upload failed, we show an error message and then we remove them and the user can try again. How do we know that an upload in our attachments failed? Because you might have already added attachments earlier that succeeded. So we can't make this whole state empty. But what we can do is we can remove all the uploads that are currently still uploading. So where isUpload is true, because we know that if isUpload is false, this already succeeded. So we want to keep them in, right? But if isUpload is true, it means they were currently uploading, but this failed, so we want to remove them. So in short, we call pref.filter we check each attachment and we only keep the ones where is uploading is false. And when there is an error, we also want to show a toast message. Destructive. And we actually get an error message back from UploadThing, which we can show here. This is very useful because this can contain user-readable error messages, like if we select too many images or the images are too big, which is also important. Now at the time of making this video, UploadThing still has some limitations. For example, we can't cancel an upload after it is already running, but with my setup here I have worked around these limitations, and I also know that they are still actively working on this library, so this will all improve in the future. Also, the upload progress we get here will misbehave if we trigger 2 uploads in a row before the first one has finished. So to avoid this, we will only allow 1 upload at a time. But 1 upload can contain multiple files, so we don't have to upload each file separately. But if I select 3 files, I have to wait until all 3 files are uploaded before I can upload more files. And to handle this logic, we create a function called handle.upload, where we do some checks. We will call this after we selected the files that we want to upload. So this takes an array of files. And in here we check if is uploading is already true. Then we don't want to allow uploading again. Instead we show an error message that says, please wait for the current upload to finish so that the user knows what is going on. And then we return here to not do anything. Similarly, we want to show an error message if attachments.length plus files.length, and this actually needs to be plural because this can be multiple files. So if we already have, for example, 3 attachments and we select 3 more, so if this exceeds the number of 5, because I only want to allow up to 5 attachments, then we will show another error message and return. You can only upload up to 5 attachments per post. Now we already have this check here in the core.ts file, right? And this will also be applied. But in UploadThing, as far as I know, there is no way to say I want to allow at most 5 images and videos, so including both. We have to set them separately. But now we can theoretically upload 10 files. But I only want to allow uploading 5 total attachments. So for example, 2 images, 3 videos, 4 images, 1 video, and so on. So we have to enforce this ourselves here. And we also did this here in our validation schema, right? With a max of 5. But this is the front-end validation, so that we don't have to make the request to know if this request is valid. Okay, and after this if check here, we then call start upload from the UploadThing hook and forward the files. Later, I also want to allow removing an attachment. So we have a little X icon and we can click it. And then we want to remove it from this attachments array. We won't immediately delete the file on the backend, but this is what our cron job will take care of later, because this attachment will not have a post ID. So we create another function, remove attachment. Here we need to pass the file name, because again, this is the only way we can identify a file, by its file name. And then we update the attachments again. Again, we take the previous value, we filter it, we take each attachment, and we only want to keep attachments where the name is not equal to the file name that we pass to this function, because this is the one we want to remove. Then one more function below. After we submitted our post successfully, I want to remove all the attachments because this should be empty again. And I also want to set the upload progress back to undefined. So we are still inside this hook, So we create a function here called reset. We set the attachments to an empty array. And we set upload progress back to undefined. And then from this hook, we return all these functions and values so that we can use them in our editor component. Okay, so we return start upload, but we don't want to pass UploadThing's start upload function. We want to pass our own handle start upload function here. We return the attachments so that we can render them in the UI. We also return the isUploading state, the upload progress, everything that we need in our component later, and the remove attachment and reset functions. And this should be all. Okay, where do we use this new hook? We use it in the post editor. So let's go all the way up, call it here, and destructure it. Use media upload. And now this hook contains all the upload logic hidden in this other file so that we don't have to clutter our post editor with a ton of logic, right? And here we want to destructure all these values that we return. So maybe let's copy them like this. You can also type them out by hand. Yeah, and each one needs a comma at the end. Reset is a bit of a generic name, so I want to rename this to a reset media uploads, but only in here inside this component. Okay, we are already getting an error down here for the input because now this doesn't only expect a string, but also the media IDs, right? So this is now an object, and in here we have to pass the content, which is still the input in the text editor. And now we also have to pass the media IDs. And the media IDs are contained in the attachments from our uploads. We just have to map the attachments. So attachments.map, we take each attachment and we want to return only the media ID. But remember, the media ID can be undefined, for example, if the upload hasn't finished yet. Now we will disable the post button until all uploads has finished. But we still have to handle the case that the media ID is undefined. We do this by just filtering all null values out of there, null and undefined. And the shorthand to do this is filter with uppercase boolean. This filters all undefined media IDs out of the attachments. But TypeScript doesn't recognize this type, so we have to cast this manually to a string array. To tell TypeScript, okay, now every media ID is defined because we filter them. Then here in onSuccess, we already clear the editor, right? Now I also want to call reset media uploads to set our attachments back to empty. Because after we submitted a post, we don't want to keep the same attachments for the next post, right? Okay, so now we already have the logic to upload files and connect them to a post, but we don't have an upload button yet or preview for these files. So let's start by creating this button, and I want to put this into a separate component again, but in the post editor file. Interface add attachments button props. Here we can select the files, and when we selected the files, we will trigger a callback on files selected, where we get passed the files as an array. We can then use them to trigger the upload. And while the uploads are running, we want to disable this button, so we also pass the disabled prop. And then below we create the component itself. Destructure the props. Again, we want to have a button that triggers a file input. So again, we need this file input ref of type HTML input element. We initialize it with null. Then we return a fragment, and again in here we put a button and the file input. So in uppercase B button, variant ghost, size icon, class name hover, text primary. We set the button to disabled if we pass the disabled prop. And when we click this button, we want to trigger the file input ref. We have done this before by calling click on it. And this button is of size icon because this will not contain any text. It will only contain the image icon with a size of 20. Let's put this button into the UI first. So we go up here. Somewhere here is our editor content and the loading button. And next to the loading button in this div, I want to put the add attachments button, which takes the on files selected callback, which will trigger start upload from our use media uploads hook. And we also need to pass the disabled prop. This should be disabled either if we are currently uploading, and also if the length of the attachments are already 5 or greater, because we don't want to allow more attachments. Okay, there it is. Let's add a gap here of 3 and also center everything. I think it is already centered, but just to make sure. Then go back to the add attachments button to finish setting this up. First of all, we want to set the primary color not only when we hover, but also by default, all the time. So we have to set both values. And then we also need the file input where we attach this file input ref, right? So below the button, still inside the fragment, we put the same input as we already used before. The type is file. This one will accept both images and videos. So we write it like this: image/*, comma, space, video/*. We also want to allow selecting multiple files, which we can do with the multiple prop. We have to assign the file input ref. Again, I want to style this with hidden and SR only. And then we need the onChange callback, where we get past this onChange event. Here we want to get the files that we selected and store them in a variable. We use array.from, and in here we pass e.target.files, because files is actually not an array, it's a file list. But we need to turn this file list into an array. But files can be undefined, so we write 2 vertical bars, otherwise we pass an empty array. Then we check if files is not empty with files.length. If we actually selected files, then we want to trigger our onFilesSelected callback, which will then trigger the upload. And we also want to set e.target.value back to empty, as I explained before, so that we can select the same file multiple times in the same input field. Okay, and now we can select the file when we click this, and we could actually upload this, but we don't have a preview yet, so let's wait a bit before we try this out. I want to have a preview for each attachment. So we have our attachments state here, returned from this hook, right? And for each of them, I want to render a preview. Again, we create a component for this that we put into the same file. Let's call it attachment preview. And it will take props. It will take the attachment itself, for which we use our attachment type, and this onRemoveClick callback to remove an attachment. And then we create this component below. Okay, here we want to show a preview for each attachment. In the attachment is the file, and from the file we can create a preview URL, the src. We already know how, via url.createObject URL, to which we pass the file. Well, it's attachment.file, right? Actually, let's destructure the attachment up here so we don't have to repeat attachment dot all the time. File media ID and is uploading, and then here we can just write file. Oh, here. And then we return a div with this preview. We want to style this div, but here we add an expression and we wrap this into the zn function. First we add a string, relative, positioning, mx auto, and size fit. Then a comma, and cn is not only useful to pass class names from the outside, it's also useful to add classes conditionally. Because here we want to check if this is currently uploading, and then we make this a bit transparent to indicate that this is still uploading with an opacity of 50. And then we want to render either an image or a video player, depending what kind of file we have, right? So here we check if file.type.starts with image. Then we want to render something, and otherwise we want to render something else. If this is an image, we want to render a next image. We set the src. We set the alt text to attachment preview. We set the width and height to both 500. And the class names to size fit, max age 30 rem, so that it doesn't get too big, and rounded to XL. We close this here, and down here, if this is not an image, it's a video, right? And by default in React, we actually have this video player. We can pass the controls prop. I think this is self-explaining. This enables video controls like play and pause and volume and so on. And we style this with the same classes pretty much. Size fit, max age 30 rem, and again rounded to XL. Okay, this is the video player. We could pass the source here, but this was actually buggy because this reloads the image every time the component re-renders. I figured out that this works better if we pass the source in here as this inner tag. And here we can set the source of the video, and we have to set the type here with file.type. I guess the type in here is always video, right? But we can pass it like this. This avoids this re-render problem, and I figured this out by Googling this problem. So this will create a preview for each attachment, either an image or a video. And no matter what kind of attachment it is, I always want to add a delete button. This is why I set positioning relative here. So we put it as the second argument inside this div. We can only allow deleting an attachment if it's not currently uploading. Why? Because this is a limitation of UploadThing at the moment. As I explained, we can't cancel a running upload. So if we allow removing attachments while they are uploading, we get an invalid upload progress and everything will be weird. So we just remove this button until the upload has finished. In here we put a button, but the lowercase one, that triggers on remove click, the callback. In here we put this X icon from Lucia React, again with a size of 20. Close this, and then we want to position this button correctly. Absolute positioning, right 3, top 3. So in the top right corner with a margin of 3, we want to make this circular. BG foreground. We add a small padding of 1.5, text background. You will see how this looks in a moment. Transition colors, and then when we hover over it, I wanna make the background color more transparent with BG background /60 to add an opacity of 60. Okay, and now we have to put this into our UI. So we have our attachment preview component, and I actually want to wrap this into another component with the same name but as plural, attachment previews. We could also put this directly up there into our layout, but then it looks really messy. So we wrap this into another component that also needs props. Attachment previews, props. Yeah, if you build a larger app, you just need some way to organize your code to make it readable. This is why we have to separate out these components. This takes an array of attachments, multiple ones. And the remove attachment callback, if we click the remove button, and here we need the file name because this again is how we identify an attachment. We destructure these props down here. Attachment previews props, the plural one. And this component will not be too big. This just contains a div with a grid. So we style this div. Again, we use the cn function to add a condition in here. We set the classes to a flex call and gap 3, comma. And if there is one attachment, we want to show them below each other. And if there are more than one attachments, I want to create a grid with 2 columns. So here we check if attachments.length is greater than 1. Then we want to turn this into a grid, but only on small screens and onwards, because on very small screens we don't have enough room for 2 columns. So on small screens, a grid, and also on small screens, a grid with 2 columns, like this. Add these 2 classes, and then in here we simply map our attachments to the attachment preview component. So we get each attachment, and we map this to an attachment preview, singular. Each of them needs a key. The file name is unique, right? So let's use that as the key. We pass the attachment object. And for onRemove click, we pass an arrow function that calls remove attachment. And it passes the name of the attachment we want to remove. Whew, we are almost done. So back up again. In the component where we have our editor content. Here below this div, right here. We want to check if we have attachments. So 2 exclamation marks, attachments.length. If the length is not empty, we want to render our attachment previews, the plural one. Here we pass the attachments to render them. And for remove attachment, we have our function that we destructure from our use media upload hook. And just one more thing. If we are currently uploading, we also want to display the upload progress. We do this in here next to our buttons. We check, is uploading to ampersand signs. Then we want to render a fragment where we have a span with text SM to make this a bit smaller. And this will show the upload progress, or if it's undefined, it will show 0, and then a percentage sign after it, and then also the loading spinner. Loader 2 with a size of 5, animate spin, and text primary color. And I also want to disable the post button when we are currently uploading, so that we have to wait until the upload has finished. So 2 vertical bars. is uploading, but now we are done. This was a ton of work, but now our upload button should work. Okay, let's try this out. We select an image, this one for example, or actually let's select two images. Open. They have an opacity of 50. Down here is the upload progress, the spinner, and once this is finished, they get a full opacity. We can remove them if we want, and we can post them. This is Lottie. Isn't she cute? We can post this, and then we see the post below, but not the image yet, because we haven't updated the post component yet. But we will have two files in our Prisma DB, right? Run npx Prisma Studio again. Here we have this media table, and only one of them has a post ID, which makes sense because we removed the other one. And this one is still attached to this post and will later be shown in the feed. And again, later we will set up a cron job that will automatically delete this attachment that doesn't have a post ID. Because of course it's still in our UploadThing file system, because we upload it right when we select it, not when we submit the post. And we can also upload videos. Maybe let me upload one of the recordings. This is very meta, because those are the files I'm recording right now. 1 megabyte should work. This is the video player. We can actually play this back. We can even make this full screen. And we can attach this to a post. I'm recording this right now. Haha. Post this, and then we have a video attached to a post. But again, we have to add a preview for attachments to the post component first. And that's what we will do next. Let's go into the types.ts file again. And whenever we fetch a post, we also need to fetch the attachments, which are in a separate table, right? But Prisma, as usual, makes this very easy for us. In our select, we say attachments true, so that with each post, we also fetch the corresponding attachments. Then we go into the post component and update it. Again, I want to create another component at the bottom. We start with the props. Media previews. Props. Again, this will receive attachments, but this time it's of type media, because this is what's actually coming from our database. Those are not the files that we selected. This is the URL stored in UploadThing. Then the component itself. Media previews props. And again, we create a separate component for each media preview, just for organization. So this time singular, media preview props, to which we pass each media object. And again, a function, media preview. And up here in the media previews wrapper, I want to render the same grid as we do in the post editor. So a div with class names where we pass cn, and again flex col and gap3, and then a condition. If attachments.length is greater than 1, then we want to make this a grid on small screens and onwards with 2 columns. And in here we render the attachment component. So we get past each media object, and we render this to a media preview. We have to set a key. This time we have a unique ID because this is coming from our database, and we pass the media itself. But the media preview also needs to return something. So let's continue here. So here we check if media.type, and this time it's our enum, image or video. So if it's image, we want to return a next image, of course. We get the src from the media.url, again from our database. We set the alt text to attachment. Again, we set width and height to 500 pixels. And style this with mx auto to center it. Size fit, max age 30 RAM again. And round it to XL. This time we don't need a remove button. Okay, then below this if block, if media.type is equal to video, and then we create a div, and in this div we put this video tag. We could also put this video tag directly in here without the div, but from my experience this works better. For example, I have a video speed controller browser extension, and if I don't wrap this into a div, the video speed controller actually gets its own column up here in this grid, which is really weird. And I figured out that we can avoid this by wrapping this into a div, but it's not mandatory. Again, we get the src from media.url. Again, we want to enable the controls in this player and style this with mx auto, size fit, yeah, the same as up here. Let's copy them. Might be a bit smarter. Okay, and then below, if the media type is something else, which should never be the case because we only have these two values in the enum, but maybe it's still a good idea to handle this case because maybe we add a third media type in our db enum, but we forget to define it here. In this case, we will render an error message with text destructive, which will say unsupported media type. Okay, let's go up here to the media previews again. I forgot to return keyword. This belongs here. Make sure to fix this. And then we want to render the media attachments, yeah, below the post content. So again, we check that the attachment's length is not 0 with 2 exclamation marks. And if we have attachments, we want to render the plural media previews component, to which we pass post.attachments. And now when we save this, voila, in our app we see the attachments. Isn't this cool? Let's also try adding 2 attachments to a post. Maybe in these 2 images. Open. Check out these cool images. Okay, we wait until the upload is finished. We can select more images if we want. Let's try this out as well. This is the 3rd one. We have to wait until this is finished. Then we can post this. And then we see the post with these attachments in a grid. But this grid is also responsive, so that on smaller screens we go back to a normal flex box. Perfect. Let's also see what happens when we try to upload more than 5 files at once, right? Shouldn't work. Yeah, now we see this error message. Perfect. Okay, this was a ton of work, but now we have a cool attachment upload system. And in the next part, we will enable drag and drop so that we can drag files into the input field or copy paste them in here. And of course, when you go to your UploadThing dashboard, you find these attachments in here. Some of them are bigger. For example, this is the video with over 1 megabyte and a few images. They are all prefixed with this attachment keyword. Adding drag and drop support to our input field here is not very difficult. Let's open the post editor tsx file. Let's scroll all the way up to use media upload. And below we destructure another hook coming from the UploadThing library. Here we have use drop zone, which is an import from UploadThing React, parentheses curly braces, and in here we can decide what we do when we drop a file. We want to call our start upload function. And onDrop passes us the files that we dropped in here. And startUpload takes them and uploads them. And from this hook we get a bunch of different values. GetRootProps, we have to apply them to the input field where we want to allow dropping files into, so that's this input field here. We also need another file input tag that actually takes these files, and to this we have to apply the input props, which we get from this function. And then with isDragActive we know if we are currently dragging a file over the input field, so that we can change the style, for example add a border around the input field. Okay, so as I explained, we have to apply the root props to the input field itself. But this also reacts to clicks by default. But when we click the input field, we don't want to open the file picker, right? Instead, we want to focus the input field. This means that we want to ignore this onClick handler. So what we do is, below, we destructure another const. We call this getRootProps function that we destructured here. In here we can find onClick. Those are all the props that are returned from this getRootProps function. So we want to destructure onClick and then the remaining root props. So what we did is we took all the props returned from this function, put them into this rootProps rest argument, but we destructured onClick separately, so onClick will not be contained in here. And this is what we want because we want to ignore onClick, because again, I don't want to trigger a file input when we click the input field. Okay, and now we want to apply these root props here to our editor. Right here, without the user avatar. But it worked better by wrapping this into another div and then applying the root props to this div, like this. And this div just wraps the editor, nothing else. But we also have to set this to width full. But remember, we also need an input field, because this input field is what actually accepts the files. So inside this div that we just created, we put an input. To this we apply ... get input props, which we have to call as a function. We don't have to set this to hidden because this is actually already contained in these props returned here. This input field is hidden by default. So when we save this, nothing changed in the layout, but now drag and drop support should work. So let me pull this over here. And now you can drag and drop a file in here and it uploads it. Isn't this cool? You can also drop multiple files at once. But we also want to add a little bit of styling to the input field to indicate that we are about to drop something in here, right? This is what we have this isDragActive boolean for. So let's go back to the editor, here where we already have class names. Let's wrap this into curly braces and parentheses and then into this cn function. And then after a comma we add a condition. We check if isDragActive to ampersand signs. Then we want to style this with outline dashed. Add this here and then let's try this again. Now when we drag a file over here, it's outlined. And just like that we have drag and drop support. Isn't this cool? If we try to drop a file type that we don't support, we should get an error message. Yeah, unknown file type. And it's not accepted. Nice. And I also want to allow pasting an image in here so that we can copy an image and then just press Ctrl V and upload this as well. This feature is not coming from UploadThing, but it's pretty easy to implement ourselves. We create a function called onPaste. Here we get passed an event of type clipboard event of type HTML input element. And I figured this out with Stack Overflow. And we have to import clipboard event from React. This is the one. And in our editor here, we have this onPaste prop to which we pass our onPaste function. And you have the same callback on normal input fields. So this would work here as well. And as soon as we paste something into this input field, this callback here will be triggered. And here we want to filter only for files, because this is the only thing we care about. So we create a const files. We have to get them from this event here with array.from, to which we pass e.clipboarddata.items. We turn this into an array. We want to filter only for files, so we take each item and we check if item.count is equal to file, a kind, not count. And then we want to map them into file objects. So we take each item again, call item get as file, but the type of this is not quite correct, file or null, but after filtering this we shouldn't have null values. So we assert with the as operator that this is a file array. And then what do? Well, we simply call start upload, pass these files to it, and that's the whole magic behind it. Now we have copy-paste support in our input field. Let's try this out. Let me copy this image and then here paste it. And we have it in there a second time. And as easy as that, we have drag and drop and copy-paste support for files. But as I explained earlier, if I now don't send this post or delete an existing post with attachments, we have these orphaned uploads because they are still in our file system. So let's set up a mechanism that regularly deletes these orphaned uploads. To delete our orphaned file uploads, we will set up a cron job. A cron job is just a task that runs regularly without us having to trigger it manually. And setting them up on Vercel is pretty easy. We just have to create a file and in there we put a cron expression which defines how often this cron job is called. We want to call it once per day. So let's go back into our project, and in the root of our project, not inside src, right here, where we have all these configuration files, we create another file with this exact name, vercel.json. In here we put curly braces, then crons as a string like this, and to this we pass an array. And in this array we put another pair of curly braces, a JSON object. Here we define the path, which is the API endpoint that we want to call in this cron job. We want to call /API /clear uploads, which is an endpoint that we will set up afterwards. And with schedule we define the cron expression, how often we want to call this endpoint, automatically. And we set this to 0, 2, asterisk, 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 like this. These cron expressions were described in the documentation page that you saw a moment ago, and this means every day at 2 AM it will call this endpoint here. And in there we can write the logic to clean up our uploads. But we also want to secure this endpoint so that not anyone can call this and trigger a cleanup that we might not want because we do expensive operations in here. For this we can set up another environment variable. Let's call this other. And in here we can put a cron underscore secret. You have to give this exact name because this environment variable will automatically be used by Vercel and sent when we trigger our cron job. And in here we just put a random string. Doesn't matter what you put in here. This is just a password. Okay. Now let's set up this endpoint in src app API, and in here we put clear uploads /route.ts. And from here we export a get endpoint, where we get past the request as an argument. Put a try catch in here. In the catch block we show our usual error message. Let me copy this from here. This cron secret we just set up will be contained in the headers. Vercel will send this to this endpoint so that we can check it. So we create a const auth header and we get it from rec.headers.get authorization. And here is the cron secret. Then we can check if this auth header is not equal to bearer. This is how this auth header is sent with the cron secret. And in here we find process.env.cron_secret. If the secret that is sent does not match, then we want to return another error response. Response.json. The message will say invalid authorization header. And the status is 401, unauthorized. Again, this way we make sure that not anyone can call this endpoint and trigger our cleanup, only Vercel. Or ourselves if we forward this cron secret here. Then below we want to fetch all the unused media files from our database. Remember, all media uploads are stored in this table, and if they don't have a post ID, we know that they are orphaned. They don't belong to a post. So we assign this to await prisma.media.findMany parentheses curly braces, where the post ID is null, but we also want to check that the upload is older than 24 hours, because I don't want to delete files for posts that someone is currently writing, right? Because I might have uploaded a file, I'm still writing, then the cron job runs, and then we delete this file. This would be a very bad user experience. This is why we want to check that the created timestamp of the upload is at least 24 hours old. But I only want to do this in production. In development, I just want to delete everything right away, because then it's easier for us to try out this endpoint without having to wait 24 hours. So here we put an expression still inside the where block. ... parentheses. We check if process.env.nodeEnv is equal to production. Then we add a question mark, curly braces. Then we want to check that created at colon curly braces LTE colon, which means less than or equal to. Here we pass a new date, parentheses. To this we pass date.now, which is a function. And then we subtract 24 hours in milliseconds. 1000 times 60 times 60 times 24. And then the second part of this ternary operator down here is an empty block of curly braces. This is just the syntax to pass this object conditionally. Only in production we want to apply this filter. So this will make sure that the upload is at least 24 hours old. And then below the where block here, we select what values we want to return. We only need the ID of the upload and the URL to delete it, nothing else. Then we delete the files. Again, we do this with new UT API, which is how we can call UploadThing API endpoints. And on this we have the delete files function. And here we have to pass all the keys. Remember, the keys are part of the URL. So we take all our unused media, we map each of them. We take the URL of the media, and we have to split it again to get the key part of the URL. We split it at this /a/ and then the app ID string, which remember we get from process.env.next public upload thing app ID. And then not to forget a slash afterwards, like this. And the key is the second part of this. So after the inner parentheses, we put a pair of square brackets and a 1. So this will get the key out of each URL and pass it to delete files. And then we delete the corresponding entries in our database. So below, await prisma.media.delete menu, parentheses, curly braces, where the IDs are in, this is how we can pass an array, unused media, and again we map this to the IDs like this. And then below we just return a new success response. So this wasn't as difficult as you would think, right? Now we have this endpoint which deletes unused uploads, and it will be periodically triggered by our Vercel cron job. But of course this only works after deploying our app to Vercel. In development this won't trigger automatically. But what we can do is we can trigger this ourselves. For this, let's first open Prisma Studio again to see our database entries. Let's also open and refresh the UploadThing dashboard. In here I have 10 files right now, which makes sense because we have 9 media uploads and 1 avatar, right? And 4 of these media uploads are unused. So when we call our clear uploads endpoint, they should be removed from here. And we should have 4 less files here in our dashboard. So let's try this out, and we can trigger this ourselves with Postman, for example. We make a GET request to http://localhost 3000/API/clear uploads. When we send it like this, it should not work because the cron secret is missing, right? So when we send this, we get 401 back. Perfect. We can send the cron secret in the authorization header. So we click on authorization, BIRA token, back into our project. We need the cron secret, paste it here, and now it should work. Let's send this again. Now we get a success response, and let's see, refresh this, and refresh the UploadThing dashboard, and this looks good. Now we have only 6 files left, and those are all the used files in here. Isn't this cool? And after deploying our project to Vercel, this will run automatically at 2 AM every day. But it will not delete any files that are younger than 24 hours. Let's try this again by deleting an existing post. So I'm gonna delete this one here with 3 images. Now in Prisma Studio, these post IDs should be set to null. Okay, perfect. And when we run clear uploads again, they should be deleted as well. Amazing. Okay, if you enjoyed this, please leave a like under this video, but we are not done yet with our project. There are still a lot more features we want to add. The likes, bookmarks, a whole comment system, a notification system, and DMs. And even more features, so make sure to watch this video all the way to the end and leave a like on this video if you enjoy this. Next, I want to create a post details page. We already have the link on the timestamp. This points to /posts/post ID, but here we don't have a page yet. So let's set this up. So we open the sidebar, we put this into main, new file, posts, square brackets, post ID, and then here we put a page. This will take props, which we call page props, because in here as usual we find the params, and in the params are the post ID variable we put into the path. And here again I want to change the page title. I want to show the username here. This is why we will implement get metadata again, like we did on the user profile page. And again, we will wrap our data fetching function into this react cache function so that we can get the data in both generate metadata and in the page. So we do pretty much the same as we did over here, again in this page. Const get post. We wrap this into a react's cache function. To this we pass an async function that takes the post ID and again the logged in user ID. Here we fetch the post for this ID, const post equals await Prisma dot post dot find unique. This time we call find unique because we have the ID of the post, which we pass to the where block. ID, post ID. But then we also need the post data, right? So we set include to get post data include, which expects the ID of the logged in user for the following information. Again, the post could be null, which means that it doesn't exist, so we wanna redirect to the not found page again. And if the post exists, we wanna return it. I don't explain this too much because we already did this on the profile page. Export async function generate metadata. You always have to make sure to spell this correctly because those are special functions in Next.js. This gets the page props. In here we find the params, and in here we find the post ID. In here we need a session first with the current user, validate request. If the user is not logged in, we don't want to return anything, but if the user is logged in, we can go ahead and fetch the post with await get post, to which we pass the post ID and the ID of the logged in user. And then we want to set the title in the return value. Tour. First I want to show the display name of the user, so post.user.displayName. Then a colon. And then a preview of the content. So post.content, but I only want to show the first 50 characters. So we call slice and pass 0,50 and then a ... behind it to indicate that there is more text after this cutoff. And then we export a default async function called page. And again, we get the same props as here. Again, we need the logged in user. Remember, this is deduplicated, so we can call it 2 times without making unnecessary requests. And if the user is not authenticated, which is a situation they should never get in, I want to do the same as we did on the user profile page. I want to show this message here instead. They are not authorized to view this page, but again, in normal usage, they should not see this ever. But we still have to handle the null case. This is why we add this here. Then again, we want to get the post. So let's copy this line. And when we have the post, we can render it in the UI. So we wrap this into a main tag with flags, width full, min width 0 and gap 5. In here we put a div with width full, min width 0 and space y5. This should look pretty much the same as our front page, the same layout, but instead of the trends sidebar we will put a different sidebar in here this time. Because remember, the idea of this right sidebar is that it can be different between different pages. So here I want to put in a different one. But in this div here, we just render a post to which we pass the post data. No reason to create a brand new layout. We can just reuse this one. Now, if this doesn't load for you, if it shows an error, make sure that you have the use client directive at the top of the post component, because this time we are rendering this directly inside a server component. So the post has to be a client component because we use client-side features in here like use session. Okay, and now we have this post details page, but we still need a sidebar here. Let's put a sidebar into the same file. Interface user info sidebar props. Let's also copy this name. This needs the user data because I want to display this here. And this is an async function with this name and these props. I want to show some details about this user here, and I also want to put a follow button there. For the follow button, we need the currently logged in user. So let's call await validate request again. And again, this is deduplicated within the same page. So we can call it 3 times in the page, in the sidebar, and in generate metadata, but it will only make one request to our database. We rename this to logged in user. And if logged in user is null or undefined, we don't want to return anything for the sidebar. But if the user is defined, we render another div with a space y5, rounded to XL, bg card, this is our usual combination, padding of 5 and shadow SM. In here we put another div with text XL, font bold, that says about this user. Then I want to wrap this whole thing into our user tooltip, to which we have to pass the user data. And isn't this cool how we created all these different Lego pieces that we can now put together in different combinations? Then I also want to wrap the user information into a link, which will point us to the profile of the user. So again, backticks /users/ and then user.username. And we style this link with flex, item center and gap 3, because this will contain multiple elements. The first element is the user avatar. For the avatar URL, we pass user.avatar URL, and again we set this to flex none. Take a moment to write all of this down. It's not finished yet, but first let's put a sidebar into our layout. So inside the main tag below the div, we put another div, and here we add the same styling as we have in the trends sidebar. This part here, or at least very similar. So we have sticky top, and again we have to set this to exactly 5.25 rem to get a correct distance to the top. We make this hidden by default, but on large screens and upwards we show it with display block. We set the height to fit. We set the width to a fixed 80 and flex none to avoid shrinking this div. Okay, so this is the wrapper around this. In here we want to put this user info sidebar, which is a server component. Now to be honest, I'm not sure if we should wrap this into suspense. We fetch data in here, but this is just a request and we fetch the same request on the page, right? So a suspense boundary might not be necessary, but I'm not 100% sure. So just to be sure, let's wrap this into suspense. To recap, suspense creates a loading indicator for server components. So if we fetch data in here, then this doesn't have to wait for this to load. Instead, we show a loading indicator so that we can show the rest of the data earlier without having to wait for the whole page to finish loading. And you will definitely need suspense if you fetch additional data in here. Again, if we only fetch the session, I'm not sure, but it also doesn't hurt. So let's put it here. We add the same fallback as we used before, our loader2 icon, which we style with mx auto and animate spin. And in the suspense boundary, we put the user info sidebar, which takes post.user as a prop. And we have to import suspense from React. And now the sidebar is in this layout, but it's not finished yet. Again, to emphasize the functionality of the suspense boundary, I'm gonna put an artificial delay in here. Await new promise. And I let this wait for 5 seconds. So this will load much slower. And with the suspense boundary, we will show this loading indicator while this is loading. Otherwise, this whole page would wait for this to finish. And this whole page would take 5 seconds to load. So let's see, refresh. Yeah, and now we have our loading indicator here for 5 seconds. Okay, let's finish the layout of the sidebar. Below the user avatar, but still inside the link, I want to put another div with the display name and the username. So we add a paragraph tag, line clamp 1, break all, font semi-bold, and hover underline. And this will show user.displayName. And below another one, line clamp 1, break all, and text muted foreground. So we give it this grayish color. And this will display the username. Okay, this is all wrapped into a link and our tooltip. Below this, I also want to render the bio of the user. We wrap this into a linkify so that all mentions and links are turned into links. In here we put another div with line clamp 6 this time, so we show up to 6 lines. White space preline for formatting. Break words and text muted foreground again. And in here we want to render user.bio. And one more thing, I also want to show a follow button if this user is not the logged in user. So below we check if user ID is not equal to logged in user ID. Then we want to render our beautiful follow button, which takes the ID of the user, that's the profile user, and the initial state. Remember, in between these curly braces, we add another block of curly braces because this is an object, and we get the information from the user data. User.count.followers. And remember, we know that the currently logged in user is following this user if user.followers.sum, so if it includes the current follower ID. We have done this a few times before. We destructure the follower ID and we want to check that follower ID that is in there is equal to the logged in user's ID. Okay, and let me also not forget to remove this timeout here, because we don't want to slow this down artificially. And let's take a look at our finished sidebar. There it is. We see up to 6 lines of the bio. This up here is all wrapped into our tooltip, and it's also a link to the user profile. And every timestamp is a link to a post. Perfect. There is one subtle problem. For this, let me create a new post. When our timestamp is in the seconds and we open the details page and we refresh this, we actually get an error here, a hydration error. Why? Because on the server it was 7 seconds old and on the client it's 8 seconds old, so we show a different text and Next.js doesn't like this. This is a hydration error, which means that the server rendered HTML and the client rendered HTML is different. But from what I know, in this situation, it's fine if we just suppress this error because it doesn't actually break anything. So what we do is we go into our post component again and we search for our format relative date function. And on the link that wraps it, we add suppress hydration warning, which will get rid of this warning. So now this shouldn't happen anymore when we render our post in a server component. And one more thing I want to show you. We set up a redirect earlier that when we delete a post, we get redirected to the user profile page, right? We did this in the mutations file here to avoid showing the not found page. So now when I delete this post, we should get redirected to the user's profile page. And this works as well. Okay, and in the next part we will implement the likes feature. Optimistic likes to be more exact, so stay tuned for that. Okay, likes will work very similar to followers. We also need a many-to-many relationship, but between a user and a post instead of between two users. Let's put it below a media type here. Create a new model called like. For each like we need the ID of the user who liked. And we need the ID of the post that was liked. And then we need the relation for each of them, right? So for a user ID, we get a user object, add relation. We connect the user ID to the ID in the users table. And when we delete a user, the corresponding like will also be deleted with onDelete cascade. And we need a similar relation for the post. Post, of type post, again add relation, fields is the post ID, and it references the ID in the post table, and again onDelete cascade. Then as usual for each relation we need a corresponding field on the model. So one on the user table and one on the post table. So let's go to post. Here we have an array of likes. So each like that was done on this post, and we have the same array on the users table here. And on the like table, we again need our unique ID that we want to generate from the post ID and the user ID, the same as we did up here. So here we again add this add unique, and we create the unique ID from the user ID and the post ID. And this way we also make sure that every user can only like every post once, and there are no duplicate likes. And we rename the table to likes, format everything and save it. Then we open the terminal, we close Prisma Studio and stop the execution of our app. And as usual run npx prisma-db push to push these changes to our database. And then we run dev again. Then to get the like info and to update and remove likes, we need a route handler, which will look very similar to our follow route handler that we already set up. So maybe let's put this on the right side for comparison. And then create another one. In the API folder, which is down here, we already have posts. And now we want to be able to get the likes for a particular post. So in posts, we create a new file. We create a folder with the post ID as a variable. Then we have /likes, and in here we put the route.ts file. Okay, then let's copy this definition up here, over here, but rename the user ID argument to post ID, because this is what we receive through the URL. Again, wrap this into a try catch and copy the catch block from over here. And we can do some copy pasting because a lot of this structure is very similar. We need to protect this route, so we check for the authenticated user and return an error response if the user is not logged in. Then we need the post from the database with the like information in there. Await prisma.post.findUnique. we pass the post ID and a select block, which will also look similar to this one over here. So over here we retrieve the follow of only the logged in user. And similarly, we want to retrieve the like of only the logged in user to know if the logged in user already liked the post. Because we can use that in the state of the like button. So we want to get likes where the user ID is the ID of the logged in user, but we renamed this logged in user.id. But again, there is no reason to fetch the whole user object. So we also add the select still inside the likes block, and we only need the user ID. We don't need more information. Okay, then after likes, still inside select, we also want to get the count of likes. So underscore count, select likes colon true. So again, this is very similar to the following request over here. Then we need to check if this post actually exists, right? Because it can always be null. Otherwise, we return this 404 response, which will say post not found with a 404 status code. And then we want to return like info. So over here we have follower info from the types.ts file, and we create a new type for the like info. Export interface like info, the number of likes, and is liked by user, which is a boolean. And then whenever we fetch a post, I also want to get the like info. So here is get post data include. So let's actually copy this part here, likes and count, and add this over here below attachments true. So that every time we fetch a post, we also fetch the like information. But we replace this for the logged in user ID. And then let's finish setting up our route. So const data of type like info. The number of likes is in post, count likes, and is liked by user is 2 exclamation marks, post.likes.length. So if the currently logged in user's ID is in here, we know that we are following this user. And then at the end, we return the response with the data in JSON format. That's the get endpoint, but we also need post and delete, so let's set them up right array. Again, I'm gonna copy this definition from over here because I'm lazy. Again, I change this to the post ID. Try catch. And again, we copy the catch block. Status 500. Again, we need to protect this endpoint, so we copy this here as well. And if we are authenticated, we want to do an upsert. Await prisma.like.upsert, where, again, we have done this before, the user ID and post ID combination has the user ID of the logged in user's ID and the post ID from the URL. We want to create this post or do nothing if it already exists. So we pass the create block. For the user ID, again, we pass the logged in user's ID and the post ID, and then this empty update block, which we also used over here. I already explained this earlier. And then we simply return an empty success response. Yeah, and then we need delete, right? So let me copy this definition here again, paste it below, rename this to delete, again copy the content of the catch block, put it in try catch. Again, we need validation. There we go. And then again we call await prisma.like.delete menu, where the user ID of the like is the logged in user's ID and the post ID is the post ID of the URL, and then again a success response. And that's it for this endpoint. Now let's set up the optimistic like button. Again, we can take inspiration from our follow button, where we already implemented optimistic logic and this mutation. Let's also set up the corresponding like button. So let's put it into the components folder, into posts, because it's tied to the post component. So in here. Like button.tsx. It needs props with the post ID and of course the initial state, so that we don't have a delay when we first load this button. Export default function like button. And we need the toast and the query client. Let's copy them from over here. Then we need to set up a query that fetches and manages the like info, right? Here we put this into a separate hook because we also have this follower count that is displayed separately. But for the like button, we can put it directly into the component because we don't display the liked state anywhere else. So in here we create a const called useQuery. We set the query key to like info, and again important, we have to pass the ID here to have separate like info for each post. And again the query function, which will look very similar to our follower function. We take the Kai instance. We call .get on our new endpoint, which is under /API /posts / then the post ID that we pass to this component, then /likes, right? This is where we get the like info from, and we pass it from JSON of type like info. Type this out. And we pass the initial data, and again we set the stale time to infinity so that we don't keep refetching this over and over again. And then we need the optimistic mutation, which again looks very similar to over here. And yeah, here from the useQuery we also want to destructure the data to show it in the UI later. Okay, then we destructure mutate from useMutation. We have to pass the mutation function, arrow function. Again, we check if data is liked by user. So if the like already exists, then we want to call Kai instance delete on this endpoint. So the same endpoint as up here. Let's copy this. And if this like does not exist, we want to create it with a post request to the same endpoint. And this has to be a colon. And then to implement the optimistic update, we need this onMutate callback again, to which we pass an async arrow function. Again, we need a query key. Let's put it up here. Const query key of type query key. And actually we can cut out this part and assign it and reuse it in our mutation. And here just pass the query key. Then in on a mutate, let's copy these two lines, put them in here. We want to cancel these queries for this query key. We want to get the previous state, but this time this is of type like info, of course. And then again we call query client, set query data of type like info. Again the query key. And again this arrow function, which returns the optimistic like state. And let's copy this from over here, put it in here. But instead of followers, we have the number of likes. And instead of is followed by user, we have is liked by user, right? But the rest of the logic stays the same. And then the same as over here, we have to return the previous state so that we can roll back to it in onError. And we overwrite onError below. And onError looks the same as over here again, so we can copy paste this. This will roll back to the previous state and show this error message. And this is what I meant earlier. Setting up something like this for the first time is very difficult, but when you do it for the second time, you can copy paste a lot and you can just look at the code you have already written, and over time you understand this better and better. Okay, but this is still a component, so we need to return something. So below this hook, we want to return a lowercase button. When we click this button, it will call the mutate function, which creates or deletes the like, depending on the current state. We can also close this now. We style this button with flex, item center and gap tour. The button will contain this heart icon, which we style with the cn function because we put a condition in here. The first class is a size of 5. And then I want to fill this button with a red color, but only if the post is liked by the user. So if data is liked by user is true, we want to pass fill red 500 and text red 500. And actually, let's make this 2 ampersand signs, because if it's false, I don't want to do anything else. Close this and then put a span below with a smaller text, font medium and tabular nums, no comma here. Tabular nums makes sure that every number has the exact same width, because otherwise when we switch from 1 like to 2 likes, the heart icon might move around a little, because the digit 1 and the digit 2 have different widths. But with tabular nums, each digit has the exact same width, just as a little tip. And here I want to render the number of likes, and I also want to show a word afterwards that says likes, but I want to hide this on very small screens because there's not enough room. So I wrap this into a span with the class names hidden and sm inline. So only on small screens and upwards this text will be shown. Otherwise only the number will be shown. Let's put this button into our post component and then try it out. We put it below where we render the attachments. Should go right here. We put a divider in HR with text muted foreground color. And here I want to put the like button. For the post ID, we pass post.id and the initial state again. We get the number of likes from post.count.likes, again because we included this in the post data, and is liked by user, post.likes.sum. If there is a like where the user ID is equal to the ID of the logged in user. Okay, and this is our like button. And let's refresh the page. There it is. Again, it's optimistic. When we click it, it toggles right away. If there's an error, it will roll back, just like our follow button. When we refresh the page, the state is still there. And of course, there is a corresponding entry in our database for each like. Let's refresh this with the post ID and the user ID. And the button is also responsive. On very small screens, this text here disappears and we only see the number. Perfect. Later we will add notifications so that when someone likes a post by someone else, we get notified about it. But first we will implement bookmarks. The bookmarks feature will look very similar to the likes feature, with the difference that bookmarks have their own feed here in this bookmarks menu option. But we need a new table in our database. And actually, let's copy the like table, because it's another many-to-many relationship between users and posts. Let's rename this to bookmark and the name of the table, bookmarks. And then we need the corresponding entry on the user and post table, right? So here we have the bookmarks array. And on the user table as well. But let's go down to the bookmark model once again, because actually we need a unique ID here. We didn't need this for the likes, but we need it for the bookmarks. Let's copy this. And the reason is that we want to show the bookmarks in a feed, and for infinite loading we need the cursor, remember? And the cursor is the ID of the next post or the next bookmark. And I also want to have the created at timestamp, because otherwise we can't sort bookmarks, right? So we add this here as well. Then we push these changes to our database again. npx prisma-db push. And then run dev again. Okay, next stop is the types.ts file. As usual, we create a type for this. Export interface bookmark info, but this time we don't need a count, because we don't care about how often this post has been bookmarked. We just want to know, is bookmarked by a user, the boolean. Then let's go up into get post data include. Here we fetch the like information. We also want to fetch the bookmarks information, right? Again, we can add this where clause and the select, because this is the information we care about for each bookmark. But we don't need to add the count. Then we need a new route in the API folder. In the posts folder, post ID. Inside post ID, we create a new folder called bookmark. And actually, let's copy the whole likes route in here, because they look very similar, and just make a few changes. But we replace this whole const post for const bookmark equals await prisma.bookmark.findUnique, where the combination of user ID and post ID has the user ID of the logged in user and the post ID from the URL. Then we don't need this check below, and we also delete the like info. And instead the data is of type bookmark info, and is bookmarked by user will be true if we found a bookmark, right? And then we return this data. We scroll down to post. Here we simply want to insert a bookmark. The rest can stay the same. And in on delete, we also just change like to bookmark. I love copy pasting. Now we need a bookmark button. In the components folder, let's actually search for our like button and let's copy paste this again and rename it to a bookmark button. Again, this will look very similar. We change the props to bookmark button props over here as well. Rename the component. Instead of like info, we need bookmark info. Let's see. The query key will be bookmark info as well. And the URL changes to /bookmark in all three places. And everywhere we have like info, we want to change this to bookmark info. Then this here changes to is bookmarked by user. Down here we don't need the count anymore, right? Because bookmarks don't have a count. Instead we have again is bookmarked by user. Then we change the JSX down here. We don't need the number, so we delete this whole span. Instead of a heart icon, I want to show a bookmark icon. And if data is bookmarked by user, I want to fill this with the primary color. And one more thing, I want to add a feedback toast here at the start of onMutate. So as soon as we click the button, it will show a toast message that will say post and then either bookmarked or unbookmarked depending of the state, right? So we add an expression here. We check if data is bookmarked by user. In this case, we want to prefix UN. Otherwise, we don't want to prefix anything. And then right after this, without a space, we add bookmarked. So this will either say post bookmarked or unbookmarked. Now we put this bookmark button into our post component. Let's wrap this like button into another div with flex, justify between and a gap of 5. Put the closing tag below the like button. And then put the bookmark button next to it. Again, this needs the post ID and the initial state, which this time only contains is bookmarked by user, where again we check if post.bookmarks.sum bookmark.user ID equal to the logged in user's ID. For the initial state, save this, and then we should see our bookmark button on the right side. And there it is, again with optimistic updates, and we even get a toast feedback message. Cool. And now I want to set up a route where we can fetch all our bookmarks. So again, we put this into the API folder, posts, and in here we create a folder called bookmarked. And then again, I want to copy paste the for you route, because again, this looks very similar. Let's paste this in here and then make a few changes. The cursor and the page size and the authorization check all stays the same, but we create a const bookmarks. Await prisma.bookmark.findMany. Only of the logged in user, right? So we check that the user ID is the ID of the logged in user. And even though bookmarks are its own table, what we actually want to show in the UI are posts, right? So we need the post data. So for each bookmark in our schema, we want to fetch the whole post. So post colon, include, and then our usual get post data include. The only difference is that now we do it over the bookmark model, but we still fetch posts. Okay, we also want to order them by the created at timestamp. So when we made this bookmark, this is the created at timestamp on the bookmarks table, not on the post table. So it will order them not by the time the post was created, but by the time we bookmarked the post. This is what we actually want. Then again, we take page size +1 so that we have the cursor. And for the cursor, we pass the URL argument if we forward it to this endpoint. ID cursor or undefined, the same as we have done before. Then we change posts down here to bookmarks to calculate the next cursor. And what we want to return is still a posts page, but we change posts to bookmarks again. Again, we want to slice this, but a bookmark is not a post. A bookmark contains a post. A bookmark is its own model, remember? So we have to map each bookmark to only return the post with bookmark.post. And in there is the post data because we retrieve it from the database with this join operation. And then we return this data and this endpoint should be finished. And then we need a new page and a new feed, right? And guess what? We can do some copy pasting again. So what we do is we take the For You feed, we copy it, and then in the main folder, we create a new folder called Bookmarks to create a new page /bookmarks. We paste the For You feed and we rename it to Bookmarks and the component as well. We keep the post feed key, but we change For You to Bookmarks, and the URL is /posts/bookmarked, right? And let's also change the MD text from no one has posted anything yet to you don't, again we have to escape the apostrophe, have any bookmarks yet. And maybe also change the error message slightly. An error occurred while loading bookmarks. And that should be it. The rest is pretty much the same. And now we need a page where we render this. So here in Bookmarks, we create a page.tsx file. We want to set the metadata, but this time we don't need generate metadata. We just set static metadata with export const. We set the title to Bookmarks, and then we export a page where we return a main tag, flex width full, min width 7 and gap 5. This is pretty much the same layout over and over again. And here we put a div, width full, min width 0 and space y5. Another div in which we wrap the headline, rounded 2XL, BG card, padding of 5 and shadow SM. And in here we put in H1. Text center, text 2XL, font bold, which will say bookmarks. Then below this inner div, we render the bookmarks feed. There it is. And then below this outer div, the trends sidebar that we reuse in different pages. And now we should be able to navigate to the bookmarks page. When we click it, we should see an empty view. You don't have any bookmarks yet. Let's actually bookmark a post. Go back, we will see the stale state for a moment, right? Because this is cached by React Query, and then it revalidates. So let's try this again. Go here, bookmark a post, but it should be shown above this post because we bookmarked it later, right? And there it is. Nice. That's the bookmarks feature. And this feed is paginated as well. And here, in my opinion, it's not necessary to mutate the cache directly. We can just rely on the automatic revalidation, because when you bookmark a post, it's not critical that it gets added there very fast or instantly, because you usually bookmark posts to view later, right? What I mean is, when I click a bookmark here and we go back and it has to revalidate these pages first, which takes a moment, this is fine on the bookmarks page. There is no reason to mutate the cache like we do when we update profile data or create or delete a post. Similarly, when we unbookmark a post, it will not be removed instantly, which I also like, because maybe this was a mistake and we want to bookmark it again. But when we navigate somewhere else and back, then it will be revalidated and the bookmark disappears. Okay, and in the next part we implement the comments feature. Very exciting. Okay, for our comments, of course, we need a newer model. So let's open the schema.prisma file and let's put it below the media type just for organization. The order of these models in here doesn't matter except for organization. Let's create a model comment and it will look very similar to the post model that we already have. So let me open this a second time and copy some values over here. So every comment also needs a unique ID, the content, and the user who wrote this comment. So let's copy these 4 lines over here. And a comment belongs to a post, right? So we also need a post ID and a corresponding post. So let's copy this as well, but with on-delete cascade. So when we delete a post, we also delete all the corresponding comments. And this should not be optional, because each comment needs one parent post. Then, as usual, we have to add the corresponding fields on the user and post model. So let's scroll up. Comments, which is an array of the comment model, and the same one on the user model, right here. And then I also want to have the created add timestamp on the comment model. And of course, we want to rename the table to the proper naming convention. Then format this, save everything, and then as usual, prisma-db push, and then rerun the development server again with rundev. Next, we need a new validation schema for creating comments. Let's put it at the bottom. Export const create comment schema, c.object, and a comment only has text, the content, which is a required string. Let's also take care of the types right away, so we have this out of the way. Below the post data and the post page right here, I want to export another function called getCommentDataInclude. Because for each comment, we also want to fetch the author of the comment and we want to know if we are following them, right? So we need the logged in user ID here again. Then we return an object that satisfies prisma.commentInclude, which was generated by Prisma for our comment model. Yeah, and here we need the user data. So user colon select, and then we use get user data select, to which we pass the logged in user ID. And up here we have the post data type and the posts page, and we need the same for our comments. Export type comment data equals prisma.commentGet payload, and we set the include to the return type of the function we just created, to turn this function into the corresponding type. And then we need our page type. Export interface comments page or comment page. In here we put the comments, so an array of comment data, And this looks very similar to what we did above, right? Here we have the next cursor. Let's copy this, but let's actually rename this to the previous cursor. Because remember, we paginate comments in the opposite direction. We show the latest comment at the bottom and then we paginate upwards. So let's see, where is a post with a bunch of comments? 9. So at the bottom we see the last comment and then we paginate upwards. This is why we have a previous cursor this time. One more thing to change in here, we also need the count of the comments when we fetch a post. So here get post data include. In the count we also want to select the comments so that we can show how many comments are in a post. Okay, then we have to set up a new server action, which will look similar to the server action for creating posts, which is in our post/editor folder. So let's put this on the right side and create a new file. Okay, so this is already becoming a large project. In the components folder, we create a new file. Here we create a comments folder / and in here we put actions.ts. As usual, we put the use server directive at the top and we export an async function called submit comment. To this function we will pass the post that this comment belongs to. This up here is a typo. The second argument will be the content of the comment. And again, I wrap this into an object because when we use mutation, we can only pass one parameter to a function. So we have to wrap these parameters into one object. And here we set the type to post::post data. And the content is just a string. Then we need to authenticate the user, right? So we copy these 2 lines. Yay, copy pasting. Validate the request. Then we take our create comment schema and pass the content. We have to wrap this into an object. And in here we get the content back, but we can't use the same name twice. So let's rename this to content validated. We can close this. Then we want to create a new comment and also return it to the front end because again we have to modify the cache when we post a new comment because otherwise we have the same problem with revalidation taking so long if we have too many pages. Instead we mutate the cache again and put the comment in there directly. And when we delete a comment we do the same. We also mutate the cache. And for this we need to return the comment. So const new comment equals await prisma dot comment dot create for the content of the comment we pass the content validated to make sure it's not empty. Then we have to pass the post ID, which is the ID of the post that we pass, right? And the user ID. And since we fetch this comment, we also need the comment data. So include get comment data include to which we pass the ID of the logged in user. And then at the end, return the new comment. Now, in case you're wondering why I passed the whole post and not just the post ID, because later when we create notifications in here, we also need the author of the post for the link. So this is why we pass the whole post object. Next, let's set up a route to get the comments. Again, this requires an API route handler because we want to pass this to use infinite query for infinite loading. So we go into the API folder, into posts, post ID, and in here we create another file. First the folder, comments, and then the route. So we find the comments after this post ID here. Export async function get. And let's copy the arguments from the likes route. We need the request and the post ID up here. try catch block. And the rest will look very similar to fetching posts. So let's open the for you route, just so that we can copy some stuff. First of all, the catch block. Then the cursor logic, the page size, and the authorization check into the try block. Yeah, this also means we have to change the request into a next request, which we have to import. Import validate request as well. And I want to make the page size smaller. I only want to return 5 comments per page. Okay, then below we fetch the comments. Const comments equals await Prisma dot comment dot find many. Of course, we want to filter for the post ID. We only want to fetch the comments for this particular post. We want to include the comment data include, which requires the ID of the logged in user. We also want to order the results, but this time in ascending order by the created at timestamp, so that the newest comment is at the bottom this time, not at the top. And take also looks a bit different. We still have our page size, and the cool thing is to take we can actually pass a negative value, so that we don't take the items after this cursor but before this cursor. So to take we pass minus page size, -1 this time. So we paginate into the opposite direction. Make sure to add both minuses. But we still pass the cursor itself the same way as before, if it's part of the URL. And then we need the previous cursor instead of the next cursor. In the past, the previous cursor was always the ID of the last element, right? Now it's the ID of the first element because we paginate in the opposite direction. But again, only if the comments are 1 bigger than the page size, right? So if comments.length is greater than page size, let me close this, then the cursor is comments at the index 0.id, otherwise it's null. So the first element, unless the page size is the same as the take size, then we don't have a previous cursor. Okay, then const data comments page. Here we pass the comments. And the slice logic here has to be a bit different as well, because this time we have to slice the first element, because the first element is the cursor, but again only if the length is greater than the page size. Otherwise we don't want to remove the first element. So this looks like this. If comments.length is greater than page size, we want to return comments.slice and remove the first element. Otherwise we want to return the unchanged comments with all the data in there. And the second value in here is the previous cursor. And then we return everything wrapped into a JSON. That's the backend part. Now let's create a new component where we render the comments in below each post. So we put it into the components folder. Here we already have the comments folder, right? Let's put a new component in here called comments.tsx, so plural. This component takes props. It will take the post itself as input. And then we export this component. For now, let's just put a div in here that says comments, and then let's put this into our post.tsx file. Post.tsx. And the comments will have their own button that show and hide the comments, right? Which means that we need a state in here. So at the top, const show comments and set show comments. And we call useState and initialize this with false. Then we need a button to show and hide the comments, and let's put this button directly into the post component file because we won't reuse it anywhere else. We start with the props interface, comment button props. It will need the post data and an on-click callback. And then we create the function here. We don't need to export it. Comment button props, post and on-click. And in here we want to return a lowercase button. When we click this button, we simply trigger our on-click callback so that the parent component can handle this. And we add flags, item, center and gap 2 here. I want to put this messages square icon in here, message square, class name size 5, and then a span with text SM, font medium, and again tabular nums because we show the number of comments on this post. And in here we render post.count.comments, which is part of the post data now. Then an empty space like this. And then another span, which just like the like button we hide by default and only show on small screens and upwards. And this will say comments. Okay, that's the button that shows and hides the comments. Now let's go up where our like button already is. There it is. We wrap this into another div, flags, item, center and gap 5. We wrap the closing tag around the like button because I want to align the like and the comment button on the left side and only the bookmark button on the right side. So we create the second div. And in here we render the comment button, which needs the post data and the on-click callback. And what does on-click do? Well, it just toggles the set show comments state to the opposite of the current value to either show or hide the comments. But of course, this only toggles the state. We also have to put the comments component in here. Let's put it below the last div in the article tag. If show comments is true, we want to render our comments component, which takes the post as a prop. We render this here. Yeah, this complains because this doesn't return the div. Let's put this here. Save this, save this. And now we can toggle the comments open and closed. And in here we now want to fetch the comments for this post. And I also want to put the comment input in here. But for the comment input, we need a mutation file again, similar to what we have for the post editor. So what we do is let's open the mutations file in the post editor, put this on the right side again for comparison, and then also put a mutations file into the comments folder right here, mutations.ts. Export function use submit comment mutation, and this also needs the current post ID as an argument. Then over here we also needed use toast and use query client components, hooks. Let's copy them over here. And then we create a mutation with the use mutation hook. For the mutation function, we pass our new server action submit comment. And then we need to implement on success to update the cache after we created a new comment. Right, here we get passed a new comment because it's returned from our server action, remember. The query key is easier this time because we have a bunch of different post feeds, right? But we only have a single list for this particular comment because each comment belongs to a post. So we create a const query key of type query key, and we assign this to comments, comma, post ID. This is also the key we will later use when we fetch comments into our infinite loading list. Then below, again we call await query client.cancel queries and pass this query key in an object. And then we want to mutate the cache again with set query data, singular this time, because again it's only one list. Infinite data of type comments page, comma, string vertical bar null. This is the type of the cursor. Let me make this a bit smaller so that we can see everything. To this we have to pass the query key. And then again we pass this function where we receive the old data and we map it to a new data. So again we need the first page, which we get from the old data. And again we check if the first page is defined. And if this is the case, we want to put this new comment into this first page. But this time the first page is the page at the bottom. So this logic here looks a little bit different. Again we return an object. Again this contains the page params, for which we pass old data.page params. And then the pages themselves. Again, you can compare this with the code over here, but it looks a little bit different because now we paginate in the opposite direction. So pages is an array, and in here we pass the first page. We set the previous cursor to first page.previous cursor. We keep it as it is, comma, and then we have the comments in here, which is also an array. Since the new comment is all the way at the bottom, we first spread the existing comments of the first page, and then we append our new comment. And then after this page, we still spread the other pages. Old data.pages.slice1. And then remember, over here we invalidated empty queries in case we haven't fetched the first data yet, to avoid that they get stuck because we cancel them, right? So after set query data, we do the same over here as well. We take the query client, call invalidate queries, pass the query key, and again the predicate to only check for empty queries. So only query where query.state.data. So the data is empty. And then we also want to show a toast below as confirmation. But it will say comment created. Almost done with this hook. We also need an error handler. Let's copy this from over here. Put it here. Failed to submit comment. Please try again. And important, at the end of this hook, we return the mutation to use it in our component. Okay, since we have already done this before, I didn't go into too much details with all these explanations to save some time. And next I want to create the comment input component, which we also put into components/comments, and in here comment input.tsx. Again, this needs props. We need the post itself of type post data, and then the component. But for the comments, we won't use the tip tab editor because this would be a bit overkill. We will use a simple input field, and we store the input in a state. Input and set input, and we initialize the state with an empty string. Then we use our mutation hook in here, use submit comment mutation, which needs the post ID as an argument. Then we have an onSubmit function. We will wrap this input field into a form, but we won't use React hook form because this would be a bit overkill. We don't need any error messages. So when we submit the form, we receive this react.form event argument. This is what you get when you don't use React hook form. Here we first have to call e.preventDefault, because by default, submitting a form will refresh the page. React hook form prevents this for us, but if we don't use React hook form, we have to do this ourselves. Then if the input is empty, we don't do anything, we just return. We don't even have to show an error message, because I think it's obvious that the user can't submit a comment if the input is empty. We don't need an error message for that. And then we want to call our mutation. So mutation.mutate. Again, we pass our arguments in this object. Those are the arguments that our server action here takes, the post and the input. So this is what we pass here, post and content. And for the content, we pass the input. And then as the second argument, we override onSuccess here as well. And when this was successful, we want to make the comment input empty again. Okay. And then below, we want to return the UI. So as I said, we wrap this into a form that we style with flex, width full, item center and gap 2. The onSubmit prop takes our onSubmit function. In here we put in uppercase I input, the one that's already styled. The placeholder will say write a comment ... For the value we pass the input. That's our state up here. And when we change the input, we update the state. This is called a managed input. Set input e.target.value. This is where we get the current input from. And we also set this to autofocus. This is really cool because this way when we open our comment input, the cursor will automatically be put into the input field and we can start typing immediately without having to click this input first. Very good for user experience. And I made this form a flexbox with item center because I want to put the button right next to it. So an uppercase B button, type submit, variant ghost, size icon, and the button should be disabled if input.trim is empty, so empty or only white spaces, or if the mutation is pending. Again, we have done all of this before, so I won't explain this in too much detail. We did the same in our post editor earlier, right? And then I want to show an icon, either the send icon or a loading spinner if we are currently sending a message already. So here we check if exclamation mark mutation is pending. Then we want to render send horizontal, which is another Lucid icon. We don't need to change the size. Otherwise, colon, we want to show good old loader 2 with animate spin. Now let's put this comment input into our comments component so that we can start writing comments, right? So here inside this div, we put our comment input to which we have to forward the post prop. And for now, let's save this and then it should be here. There it is. And as you saw, it's focused automatically because of the autofocus prop. So this is really useful because then we can start typing right away. This is my first comment. Hello world. But we won't see this comment, of course, because we don't display comments yet. but we have submitted it. And it's in our database. So now let's fetch the comments and render them in the UI. For this, I want to create a new component in the comments folder. Comment, singular this time. Comment.tsx. Again, this takes props. It needs the comment data. And we could have also put this component into the comments file, but they both will get quite big. So I want to organize them into separate files. Create the component here and wrap this into a div. Maybe for now, let's just render comment.content without anything else and then use it in the comments component. Here, as usual, we want to use React Query to fetch the data and paginate it. So maybe let's open the For You feed where we do the same, just with posts, and open it for comparison. Because it has been a while since the last time we used useInfiniteQuery, right? Okay, so over here we destructure a const and we call useInfiniteQuery again. We pass the query key, which remember is the same one as in our mutation. Comments as the first part and then the post ID as the second part. Then we pass the query function. Again, in here we get past this page param, the same as over here. Make this an arrow function. And then use our Kai instance to fetch the comments. From /API /posts / then the post ID. That's part of the URL. And then we have our comments endpoint, right? This is the path. And we set the page param, the same as over here. So let's copy this. And then we want to pass the JSON with .json to a comments page. Because this is what we get back. For the initial page param, we pass the same value. And get next page param looks similar, but this time we call this first page and we return first page.previous cursor. Now first page and last page are just different names. This is still the same value. So don't get confused by this. We are technically still paginating in the same direction as over here, downwards. But we pass another argument after the query function below that will take all this data and it will reverse it to show the last page at the top and vice versa. So technically we still have a next cursor and we still paginate the same way as we did over here. We just take the whole data and reverse it. So after get next page param, we put a comma and then we implement this select function where we can modify the data before we then receive it up here. And I want to change this function. I make this an arrow function, so colon after select, data right arrow, and then I want to wrap these curly braces into parentheses to return an object here. This is the modified data we return. We return the pages, and here we create an array. This is, by the way, described in the documentation as an example. Here we spread the pages of the data, and then we call reverse on them to reverse this page, and this should be a comma. So now this whole array is reversed, and the last comment is at the top and the newest comment is at the bottom, and then we need to do the same for the page params. Again, we spread them in here, page params dot reverse. To be honest, right now I'm not quite sure why we have to spread them into an array and why we don't just do this, but this is how they described it in the documentation. And to not break anything, let's play it safe and keep it like this. But I think creating this new array And spreading these values in here should not be necessary because this is already an array, right? But let's just keep it like this. Because check this out in the documentation. They write it down exactly the same way. They spread it into an array. I'm not sure why. Maybe one of you knows. But let's do it the same way. Then the same as over here, we use flat map to get all the comments out of the data. But first we have to destructure these values. We need data, fetch next page, has next page, is fetching. We don't need is fetching next page this time because we don't have a loading indicator, and the status. And then we get our comments array down here. Const comments equals data.pages.flatMap. We take each page and we want to return page.comments, or if data is undefined, an empty array. Like this. Let me close this tab over here. Then we style this div with space y3, and then we want to render our comments here, right? And a load more button. Let's start with the comments so that we can finally see them on the screen. We put another div below with divide y, which adds a vertical division line between each item. And here we want to take the comments and we want to map them into the comment component. Each one needs a key, which is the ID of the comment and the comment data itself. Save, and now we should see our comment here. And there it is. Just the text for now. We will finish styling this later. Let's also post a second one. This is comment number 2. Woohoo, this is cool. Post this. We update the cache directly, so we see it immediately. So now let's finish styling the comment component. So we keep this div, but we don't just want to render the content in here. Instead we style this div with flex, gap3 and py3. In here we put a span with hidden and sm inline. And in here I want to wrap the user avatar wrapped into a user tooltip. But I only want to show this avatar on small screens and upwards, and on very small screens there's not enough room, so we hide this. So here we put a user tooltip to which we pass the user data from the comment. Then we wrap this into a link that brings us to the user's profile page. So /users/comment.user.username, and into this link we wrap the avatar. User avatar, and the URL is in comment.user.avatar URL, and we set the size of this to 40. So now we see the avatar of this comment, and we can hover over it, and we can click on it to get to the profile. And below this span we put another div, and into this div goes another div with flex, item center, gap1 and text sm. Here I want to show the display name of the user that wrote this comment, but again I want to wrap this into a tooltip and a link. So let's copy this from up here, remove the avatar. Instead we render comment.user.displayname, and I also want to style this link with font medium and hover underline. So now we have a tooltip for the display name as well. And again, this is a link. Then right below the user tooltip wrapper, I want to put a span with the timestamp of this comment. Text muted foreground. And in here we render format relative date again, to which we pass comment.createdAt. So we have this relative timestamp. And then here, closing div, right here, after the second one from the bottom, we render the content of this comment in another div. Comment.content. And that's it. Now our comments look like comments. They are also responsive. So on small screens, the avatar disappears, as you can see, and we only have the text and the display name left. Really cool. But we still need a loading state, an error state, and a button to load more comments because they are paginated, right? So let's go back into the comments.tsx file. For the comments, we don't use infinite scrolling because this would be a really weird user experience if scrolling triggered loading a new comments page. Instead, we will put a button there. And we put it below the comment input, but above the comments. Because remember, we paginate in the opposite direction. So here we check, has next page. If this is the case, we want to render an uppercase B button that says load previous comments. We set the variant to link, so it looks like a link. We set the class names to mxauto and block to put it into a new line and center the text. We make this button disabled if fetching is already true, so it's already fetching data. And when we click this button, very simple, we call fetch has next page. This time we don't need a scroll detector, we just have to click this button. But our page size is 5 and we only have 2 comments, so let's add some more. Again, they get added immediately to the cache at the bottom of the page. Let's add a 6th one. Let's refresh the page so that we only fetch the first page. There are the first 5 comments, and now when we click this, we load the previous page. So again, technically we have normal pagination like for our posts, just that we reversed the order of the posts and pages, so we turned it on its head, so to speak. But we still need a loading, an error and an empty state. And we put them here below our button. We check if status is equal to pending. Then we want to show loader tool with mxauto and animate spin. If status is equal to success, but comments.length is 0, then we render a text that says no comments yet. Oops, comments yet. And we set the text to a text muted foreground, and we also render this text. And if the status is equal to error, then we show another paragraph with text center and text destructive that says an error occurred while loading comments. Okay. Let's see, let's refresh the page and load these comments again. There's the loading state. This is the previous page, and we also have an empty state. Yeah, and our comment system works. Next, we will add a button to delete a comment. Okay, to delete a comment, we need a delete action. Let's put it into our actions file in the comments folder. This time we don't have a separate folder for the comment input field, so we put the action into the same actions file here. So we have submit comment and then export async function, delete comment, and we need the ID of the comment we want to delete. Again, we have to validate the request. to make sure that the user is authorized to delete this comment, we need to fetch this comment from the DB, prisma.comment.findUnique for this ID. Then of course the comment could not exist, in which case we will throw an error. Comment not found. Then, important, we have to check that the user is actually the creator of the comment, otherwise they can't delete it. If comment.userid is not equal to the ID of the logged in user, we have to throw another error. That again says unauthorized. So let's copy this, because unauthorized is a difficult word. But if we are authorized, then we want to go ahead and delete this comment. And that's it. Okay, then we also need a new mutation. In the mutations.ts file, in the comments folder, where we already have the use submit comment mutation. And now we create a new one at the bottom. Export function, use delete comment mutation. And here we need the comment data as input. And again, let's open the post delete mutation on the right side, because it looks very similar. And this way we can compare it. Again, we need a toast and a query client hooks, which are already imported. And then we want to start a mutation below. For the mutation function, of course, we pass our delete comment server action. And then we need the onSuccess callback, where we mutate the cache to remove the comment. So this is an async arrow function. Here we need the query key, which is comments, and then the ID of the comment. This is the same key as where we fetch the comments, right? And the comments component, here, this one. This is the one we also want to mutate. Then, as usual, we have to call cancel query, await query client, cancel queries, parentheses, curly braces. Here we pass the query key. And we can actually close this over here. And then modify the cache with query client, set query data singular because it's only one list, infinite data of type comments page, and the cursor is string or null. We have done this before. Here we pass the query key again. We get past the old data, and we wanna modify this to remove this comment from this feed. And actually it's a good idea to open the post mutations file one more time, because in here we did the same thing, right? First we check if old data is null, then we just return there's nothing to mutate. We haven't loaded a page yet. And the delete logic looks very similar to over here. Again, we want to keep the page params as they are. And again, we want to map the existing pages. So let's copy this, parentheses, curly braces. Instead of the next cursor, now we have the previous cursor, to which we assign page.previousCursor. And we just want to filter the comments, to which we pass page.comments.filter. We take each comment and we delete a comment with the ID of the deleted comment. What's the deleted comment? Well, it's the comment that we pass to this hook. But I just realized that I made the same mistake as I did in the beginning here in this other mutation. We actually don't have to pass the comment to this hook. Instead, we can just return it from the delete server action, right? So let's go here into delete comment once again. Store the deleted comment in a variable. And we also need the comment data. Get comment data include, to which we pass the ID of the logged in user. And then we return the deleted comment from the server action, because then we receive it in on success, right? And then we can use it in here for the query key and down here for the filter, and we don't have to pass it to this hook. So down here we want to filter if c.id is not equal to deleted comment.id. Okay. Looks like there is still a parenthesis missing. I think this one, yeah, that's correct. Then I also want to show a success toast after we mutated the cache. So right here below, which will say comment deleted. And we also want to add the on error callback. So copy this part. Here on this curly brace, on error, failed to delete comment. Please try again. And that's it for this mutation. Oh, and not to forget, we also have to return the mutation from this hook. And then we can use it in our component. And for deleting a post, we have this delete post dialog, right? And I want to have a similar dialog for comments. So in the components/comments folder, delete comment dialog.tsx. Again, let's open the delete post dialog on the right side, because maybe we can copy some stuff over. Interface, delete comment dialog props. We need the comment data. And then the same open and on close props. Export default function, delete comment dialog. And we destructure the comment, open and on close. Then we need our mutation over here. Use delete comment mutation. Then the same handle open change function. And then we return a dialog. So this dialog will look very similar. So let's copy this whole return statement from the delete post dialog over here, close this, and import all these files from the UI folder. Title, description, footer, and by the way, I just press Ctrl space to trigger this import tooltip, or you can also remove the last letter and add it again, which should also trigger it. And the cancel button. The title should of course say delete comment. Are you sure you want to delete this comment? ? The mutation takes a different argument. It takes the comment ID instead of the post ID. And that's it. The rest should stay the same. So format and save. And then we have our post more button. And guess what? We also want a comment more button. In the comments folder. Comment more button .tsx. Let's move this over here. And again, this will look very similar. We need a props interface where we pass the comment data and the optional class name to style this from the outside. And again, we can copy the whole content of the post more button together with the state, paste it here, close this, import all of this stuff. I'm gonna skip this part in this video because you already know how importing works. But of course down here we don't want to use the delete post dialog, but the delete comment dialog, which takes the comment as input, and the rest can stay the same. The button looks pretty much the same as our post more button. And now we put this button into our comment component, the singular one, because each comment needs such a button. First of all, we only want to show this if the author of this comment is the currently logged in user. So we need the logged in user from the use session hook. Then here we render the comment, and below this div we want to render, but only if comment.user.id is equal to the logged in user ID, the comment more button, which needs the comment data itself, and then we want to style this the same as our post more button. Again, I want to show it when we hover anywhere over a comment. So again, we go up here to this outer div and we add the group/comment class. Again, this creates a group, but under this name, comment, because comments are rendered inside posts, and posts also have a group. This is why we have to give these groups different names. Otherwise, the comment button will show when we hover anywhere over a post, which is not what we want. We only want it to show when we hover over a comment. This is why we have to name these groups. Yeah, and then we go down here and we add margin start auto, opacity 0, transition opacity, and then we set group hover, but group hover / comment for this comment group to opacity 100. And now when we hover over one of our comments, we see this more button. If the comment was written by someone else, we won't see it. So let me log in as Coding and Flow to check this out as well. Load the comments. And then we don't see this button. This is exactly what we want. But we can leave a comment here as well. And maybe let's also upload a profile picture for Coding and Flow. Yeah, again, in development, page transitions and everything can be a bit slower than in production, but this is fine. Coding and Flow logo. Our beautiful crop dialog looks really professional. And I changed the display name to Coding and Flow like this. Check out my tutorials on YouTube. Save. And the feed is updated, this is updated. And we also see the latest avatar in the comments. Perfect. We can also write a new comment. We can load the previous page. And we can delete a comment. But it's not deleted immediately because I added a little bug by accident. One more time into the comments mutations file. The key we actually want to mutate is not the comment ID. It's the post ID. Because when we load comments, we also pass the post ID as the key, right? Not the comment ID. So fix this, and then deleting a comment should work as well. So let's try this again. We add a new comment. It's added immediately. We delete it. And it's deleted immediately. Perfect. Now we have a fully functional paginated comment system. And next we will implement notifications. Okay, for our notification system we need a newer model. So let's open the schema.prisma file. And at the bottom we put a model notification. So every notification is an entry in our database, and every notification needs a unique ID and the ID of the user that received this notification, right? Let's call it recipient ID, which is a string. And then we have the corresponding user relation. Just that the field is called recipient ID this time. It still references the ID on the user's table. And when we delete a user, their corresponding notifications are deleted as well. But we actually need a second user relation because notifications are also triggered by a certain user. If someone liked our post or started following us, then we also want to know who is this other user and maybe we want to link to their profile. And we call this other user the issuer of the notification. So we store the issuer ID, which again is of type string. And we need another relation. So let's copy this line and let's rename the variables. Let's rename this one to a recipient and this one to issuer. This relates to the issuer ID and it still references the same user ID. And then a notification might also be linked to a particular post. So we add a post ID. But this one is optional because it doesn't have to be linked to a post. If someone follows us, then there is no post for this notification. You can also make the issuer optional if you want. For example, if you want to support system notifications that don't belong to a particular user, but in this app, every notification will have an issuer. Okay, and for the post ID, we need the post relation, which references the post ID. On delete cascade, fine. Then we also create a notification type to help us distinguish between different notifications. Notification type, which is an enum again, we used an enum before. We trigger notifications for likes, follower, and new comments. And then here we add a new field called type, which is of this notification type. And for each notification, we need to know if the user already read it to show it in a different background color, right? And to show the number of unread notifications. And we set a default value like this to false. So we don't have to pass this value explicitly when we create a notification. Then we need the created at timestamp for ordering. And we call this table notifications. But remember, when we have two relations with the same type, like we have here for recipient and issuer, we have to give them a name to distinguish between them, right? This is the same what we did up here in our follow table. So we can add the name as the first argument. Let's call this one recipient and this one issuer. And then we need to add the corresponding fields on these models on user and post. So let's go up to user, where we have two relations. Let's add them here. A user can be a receiver of a notification or an issuer, and both have a relation. So we create a received notifications field, which is an array of notifications. Those are all notifications that this user received. And this is our recipient model. And then we have issued notifications, which again is a notification array, but this belongs to the issuer relation. Those are the same strings we used down here for these relation names. And then we also need one on the post model. So up to post. Let's call this one linked notifications, because those are notifications that link to this post. Okay, let's scroll down one more time. We still have one error. Since the post ID is optional, this model here also needs to be optional. But those are all the changes we have to do in our schema. Okay, then as usual, we run npx prisma-db push to push these changes and generate the new Prisma client. And then we run the development server again. Yeah, and then we need to create these notifications when a user likes a post, follows another user, or comments on a post. And we do this directly where we do these operations. So we create likes in the like route handler, right? Down in the post endpoint. The notification system is actually pretty simple. Here where we insert a like into the database, we also want to create this notification. Then we have it in the DB, and the user who receives the notification can see it in their UI. Pretty simple. We don't need a background process for this. We don't need real-time push notifications. It's just a new entry in our database. When a user liked a post, I want to add a link to the post that was liked, which means that we need the post first. Const post equals await prisma dot post dot find unique. And here we have the post ID, so we can search for it. But we don't need all the post data, we just need the user ID so that we can pass the recipient ID to our notification. So as usual, this can be null if the post for this ID doesn't exist, so we have to handle this case. If exclamation mark post, we want to return a new error response, but status code 404 and error message post not found. Then we want to create the notification and the like in the database. So after our upsert operation, we write await prisma.notification.create with the following data. The issuer of the notification is the user who created the like, and that's the logged in user who called this endpoint. So we pass the logged in user's ID. The recipient ID is the ID of the user who created the post that was liked. Then we pass the post ID so that we can link this post later. And we set the type to like, because it's a like notification. We don't need to pass this red boolean because it has the default value false. This is set automatically. Okay, this will work, but there is one improvement we can do here. In theory, it can happen that we insert a new like, but the second operation, the notification operation, fails for some reason. It should be really rare that this one goes through and this one doesn't, but it can happen because those are separate operations. But it's kind of a bad user experience if the like was created, but we don't get a response back because this failed, and we also don't get a notification. To avoid this, we can wrap these two operations into a transaction. Transaction means that either both operations succeed or none. If the second one fails, the first one will be rolled back, and we will see an error message instead. And creating such a transaction is not difficult. We just call await prisma.transaction, which has this $sign in the beginning, and to this we pass an array. And the elements of the array are these two promises without the await and without the closing semicolon. So we take this one, put it in here, comma, and then the second one. But I also only want to create a notification if we like the post by someone else, because if we like our own post, there is no point in showing a notification, right? So we want to put this operation into this array conditionally, which we do the following way. ... We spread what we put between these parentheses. And in here we can check if the ID of the logged in user is not equal to the user ID of the post. Still within the parentheses we add a ternary operator. If they are not the same, we want to spread an array that contains this operation. And if they are the same, then we want to spread an empty array. Again, this is how you can put a value into an array conditionally, because this part here will only be put in there if this condition is true. And now both operations are part of the transaction, and if the second operation fails for some reason, the like won't be created. It will just show an error instead. And then we do the same in our delete endpoint. where again we need the post. Let's copy these two sections from over here together with the error response. Put it here below the user check. And then we create another transaction. Await Prisma transaction, curly braces, square brackets. First we add this operation without the await and without the semicolon, comma, and then we want to delete the notification. This time we don't have to put this into a condition because we use delete many again, and if there is no notification, this will just be ignored. So we write prisma.notification.delete many, where the issuer ID is the ID of the logged in user, the recipient ID is the post's user ID, the post ID is the post ID that we send to this endpoint, so the post that we try to remove the like from, and the type is like again. This way we can search for this particular notification and remove it. And again, if this notification doesn't exist, it will just be ignored and do nothing. Okay, we can't display our notifications yet, but we can run Prisma Studio and see if they are created in the database, right? So let's try this out. I have to log in as someone else because remember, we don't get a notification if we like our own post. So I like Florian's post, which should create a notification in our database, and there it is, with the recipient ID, the issuer ID, and the linked post of type like and red is false. Perfect. And now we need to do the same in the other places where we want to create notifications. The second one is the follower route, where we basically do the same. We go to the post endpoint first. There is no post to fetch here. Instead, we go below the authentication check and just start our transaction. Prisma transaction array. We put absurd in here, comma, and then we don't even have to put a condition in here because a user can't follow themselves in the first place, so we don't have to check if the IDs match. So instead we just create the notification right away. The issuer ID is again the logged in user's ID because this is the one who starts following. The recipient ID is coming from the URL argument. That's the user who we follow. And the type of the notification is follow. And again, both operations will be executed. If the second one fails, the first one will be rolled back and the follow won't be created. And then down into the delete endpoint, where again we start a transaction. We put this operation in here, comma, and then prisma.notification.delete many with the same conditions as up here. In fact, we can actually copy them from the data block in the post endpoint. Copy these 3 lines, put them in here. And we also want to create a notification when we send a new comment, right? We don't do this in a route handler, we do this in our comments actions file. Again, we create a transaction, await Prisma transaction, parentheses, square brackets. In here we copy in this part, all the way down here with the include, comma. And now we need a condition again because we can comment on our own post, in which case we don't want to show a notification. So again, we check if the user ID of the post, you could also use the user ID field, doesn't matter, is not equal to the ID of the logged in user. Then we want to spread an array, and if not, we want to spread another array. The second array stays empty, And in this array here, we put our notification operation. Prisma.notification.create data. The issuer ID is the ID of the logged in user. The recipient ID is the ID of the creator of the post, not of the comment, but the post that was commented on. The post ID is the ID of the post. And of course the type is comment. But we still need our comment to return it here, right? And you can return values from transactions. You will receive them in an array. So the first value is the first operation in here, and the second value is the second operation. We only care about the first one. That's where our new comment is. And this is still the comment data. When we delete a comment, we don't delete the notification because we don't have a way to distinguish between different notifications for different comments, because we can leave multiple comments. You could solve this by also storing the comment ID in the notification table, but I think it's fine if we just leave the notification even if the comment is deleted. Okay, now we have the logic to create notifications, and now we need a route handler to get our notifications to show them in the UI. Again, this list will be paginated later. So let's create a new API endpoint. Right click on API, notifications/route.ts, and maybe let's open the for you route on the other side so that we can do some copy pasting. Because we can actually copy the function definition and everything down here to the authorization check. Let's copy this and then also add the catch block, this part here. And the closing curly brace. And then we import next request and validate request, and then continue the try part. Here we want to fetch all notifications for this user. So await prisma.notification.findMany, where the recipient ID is the ID of the logged in user. Then I want to include all the relevant information for the notification, but again we put this into our types folder. Let's scroll down and I want to put it below the comments page here. Export const notifications include, this doesn't need to be a function. And it has to satisfy prisma.notification include. And the data that we need is the data of the issuer, the user who triggered this notification. We want to select the username, the display name, everything that we want to show in the UI on our notifications page later, and the avatar of the user. We don't need the recipient, but we need the post information. If this notification is linked to a post, and we need the content because I want to show a preview of the content in the notification. Then we want to generate a data type for this again. Export type notification data equals await Prisma notification get payload. And again, we have to set the type here in angle brackets, curly braces, and we set include to type of notifications include. Let me make this a bit bigger so you can see everything. And one more type, again, we want to return these notifications in pages. So export interface notifications page, which will include the notifications themselves, which is an array of notification data. And again, the next cursor, let me copy this. from here, next cursor of type string or null. And this should be plural, notifications. Okay, let's continue with our route. So we want to include the notifications include. Again, we want to order them in descending order. And take and cursor is also the same as on the for you route. And the way we calculate the next cursor is also the same. Just that we have to change this to notifications. And then we want to return this page. So const data of type notifications page. For the notifications, we again pass notifications.slice 0 to page size and the next cursor, and then we return the response at the bottom. Okay, and now we need a new page and some UI elements to show our notifications here under this menu option. Okay, let's close this, create a new page in the main folder, notifications/page.tsx. So this page will be shown under /notifications. Then let me open the bookmarks page on the right side, because again they will look very similar. In fact, we can copy this whole content of the bookmarks page and remove this import and change bookmarks everywhere to notifications. The layout stays the same, and then we have to create this notifications component, which is similar to this bookmarks component. So let's create this with the same name. In this folder, notifications.tx. Again, let's copy paste everything from bookmarks in here. We can close these now. And then just change a few things in here. We name this component notifications, of course. This time it's not a post feed, because we don't show posts in here. We only show notifications. So we set the key to notifications. We get the notifications from /API/notifications. These cons down here are also the notifications. And the type here of the JSON is of course notifications page. And then this is called page.notifications. We could create a new loading skeleton for this, but we will just reuse the posts loading skeleton because they look very similar. And this way we save some work. But of course, if you want, you can set up a new loading skeleton. Here we check that notifications.length is empty. And this will say you don't have any notifications yet. And an error occurred while loading notifications. And at the bottom we render our notifications. We call this value here notification. And of course we need a notification component. So let's set this up as well. Let's put it into the same folder because we only use them here. Notification.tsx singular. It needs props because we have to pass the notification data to it. Destructure this here. And then remember, our notification model has different types and each of them look a bit differently. So what we do is we store these different styling values in a map. Notification type map. And here we create an entry for our different types. Follow in all uppercase like the enum with some styling. then comment colon and like colon. Now I haven't prepared a type for this object in my tutorial preparation, but it might be a good idea to have a type for this, right? So let's try to come up with something. So we can declare this map as a record. A record contains a type for the key, which is this part, and a type for the data in here. And the key is notification type, right? So let's put this in here. And the data is an object that will contain the message of the notification, which is a string. The icon, I'm not sure right now what this type is. Let's set this to any for now. And the link for the notification, which again is a string. And now we should get autocomplete in here, and also autocomplete for the notification type key. Okay, cool, this works. Okay, then let's fill this with data. So the message for a following notification will be a backtick string, which first displays the name of the user, so notification.issuer. And remember, we included the display name in the data, so we have it available here. And this will say, this person followed you. Then we set the icon to a Lucid icon, user tour, which is this user icon here. And we set the size to 7 and the color to text primary. Okay, now I also know what the type of this is. This is just a JSX element, right? Because we put this whole tag in here. So this is a JSX.element. Okay, and then we also need the href, where we want to link this notification to /users/ and then remember, user profiles are under the username URL. So /users/notification.issuer.username. This is where we want to link to. And then we do the same for a comment notification. Maybe let's copy this stuff up here and then just change it. Might be easier. So again, it will say this display name commented on your post. The icon will be a message circle, this one here. Again, text primary, but this time it will link to the post that was commented on. So /posts/notification, and then we need the post ID in the URL. And let's copy this one more time. Issuer display name liked your post. Here we use the heart icon again, that we also use for the like button. But I don't want to make this primary. I want to set text red 500 again. And I also want to fill this with 500. And again, this will link to the post that was liked. So those are our different notification types. Then below this map, we destructure a const. We take our map and then we add square brackets. And here we want to access the value at the key of our notifications type, right? So notification, which is the prop to this component, dot type. This is the key for this map. And this will return the message, the icon, and the href. And then we can render this notification down here. I want to wrap everything into a link where we apply this href tool, so this whole notification is clickable, and we set this to block to display each link in a new line. And we can wrap this notification into an article or a div, but I think an article is a bit more idiomatic, which we give a class name. Then we close this here, and for the class name we use the cn function. And in here we put flex gap 3 rounded to XL bgcard, p5, shadow sm, transition colors, because when we hover over this element, we want to change the background color. Again, we use bgcard, but /70 to add an opacity to it, so that we show a slightly lighter color when we hover over this element. And we wrap this into Cn because I want to add a conditional class here as well. If the notification was not red yet, then I want to set the color to bg primary /10. So our primary color, but only with an opacity of 10% to make it lighter. Okay, then inside the article, we put a div with my1, where we show the icon. This will be shown on the left side. And the part on the right side goes into another div with space y3. Here I want to show the avatar of the issuer. So avatar URL notification.issuer.avatar URL, and we set the size to 36. In here we put another div, and in here we put a span with font bold, where we display notification.issuer.displayName. And below the span, we render another span with the message of the notification, which is also coming from the map, right? And then below this innermost div here, we want to show a few lines of the content of the post, but remember the post is optional. Not every notification has a post. Linked to it, so we put a condition in here. If notification.post has a value, then we want to render notification.post.message in here. No content, not message. We need a closing tag, and we style this div with line clamp 3, white space preline, and text muted foreground. Those two spans will be aligned horizontally, so we also have to put an empty space here in curly braces, like this, to make sure that there is a space between them. And on our message circle icon, I also want to fill this with fill primary. That's our notification component. Let's go back to the notifications tsx file, where we render our new notification component, which needs a key, which is the notification ID, and the notification data, which is the notification itself. Okay, this is done as well, and now we just have to import this into our page, and then this should work. Okay, let's try this out. Now, let's first refresh the page just to be sure. Now this link should actually bring us somewhere to the notifications page, and there is our new notification with a green background. Let's trigger a new notification, one for commenting, cool, and one for following. Those are the options we have. Now when I go over here and I navigate somewhere else and back, this should revalidate, right? And it worked. Now we don't have a logic yet to mark notifications as read. This is why they are still all highlighted as unread. And we also don't have our unread count yet. We will take care of this next, but it's cool to see that this already works. This list is also paginated, of course. And these links bring us either to the user profile or to the post that was commented on. Perfect. Now I want to create two new endpoints, one for getting the current unread notification count and one for marking notifications as read. The unread count will be managed by React Query, so we create an endpoint for this. In the API folder in notifications, let's put it directly in here. We call the folder unread count / and in here we put a route.ts file. And then we export an async function called get. Doesn't need an argument, but a try catch block. As usual, I'm gonna copy paste this from another route. We need the logged in user, await validate request. Then again, we need to handle the case that the user is not authenticated. So let's copy this part here as well, the unauthorized error. And then I simply want the count of unread notifications. And for this, Prisma has another function. Await prisma.notification.count, to which we can pass a filter. We just want the count where the notification's recipient ID is the ID of the logged in user and read is false. Only unread notifications. And I also want a type for the return value. Let's put it into the types folder. At the bottom, export another interface called notification count info. And in here we put the unread count as a number. Close this. Set the type of this, notification count info. And in here we put the unread count, which is the count value above. Actually, let's rename this to unread count as well. And then we can use the shorter syntax here. And then we want to return this in a JSON. And then we create another endpoint in the notifications folder, which is called marked as read /route.ts. Export async function, and this time it's a patch endpoint because we want to update a value on the server. We could also use post, but patch is more idiomatic. And we could also use a server action for this instead of a route handler, but this will be executed in the background as soon as we open our notifications page. And server actions have kind of a weird behavior. For example, they always run in succession, so the next server action has to wait until the previous one has finished. And they also seem to block navigation, so while a server action is running, we can't navigate to another page, which is fine for something like creating a post, because the user has to wait until this has finished. But for an operation that runs silently in the background, this can cause really weird behavior. This is why I rather make this a server endpoint, because they don't have these special rules. Okay, but the catch block is the same as usual. Let's paste it in here. Yeah, and again we need a currently logged in user. Import this. And then we call await prisma.notification.update menu, where the recipient ID is again the logged in user and where read is false. We want to take all of these unread notifications and set read to true, simple as that. And then return an empty success response. Now of course we could remove this part of the filter because we are setting them all to true anyway, but this way it might be a bit more efficient, I'm not sure. Let's just leave it in. Okay, and what do we want to do with this unread count? We want to display it in this button, and it should be managed by React Query. This button is currently placed in our menu bar, but right now this is just a link, right? Let's put this button into its own component where it can then call React Query. We put it directly into the main folder because this is also where the menu bar is placed in. And we call it notifications button.tsx. We can cut out this button here and then use it over here. But first of all we need props. Notifications button props. This will take an initial state, again that we don't have to wait for the client to fetch this data. Instead, after we refresh the page, we immediately fetch the unread count from the server. But more on this in a moment. This is of type notification count info. Then we export the component itself, notifications button, that takes these props, the initial state. And from here we want to return this button we just cut out. Again with the same link and the same bell icon. Just with the difference that we now also want to show the unread count. And again, this will be managed by React query. So we call the use query hook, parentheses curly braces. As usual, we have to assign a cache key, unread notification count. You can name this anything you want, and a query function. And for this we set up our server endpoint, right? So we take our Kai instance, we call get on this endpoint under /API /notifications /unread count. This is where we set this up. And the JSON we get back is of type notification count info. We also pass the initial state. And here is a cool thing we can do. By default, it refetches a query when we navigate to a different page and back, right? We have seen this before, but this behavior can be customized. For example, we can tell React query to refetch this data at a certain interval in milliseconds. For example, every minute, every 60,000 milliseconds. This way we pull our unread count endpoint every minute. Of course, you don't want to do this too often to not send too many requests to your server. I think once per minute is fine. And this way we don't have to add any real-time connection or sockets or whatever. It's very simple. We just make a request to this endpoint every minute to fetch the latest unread count. And in this data field is our unread count. And now we want to display this here in our button, right? So what we do is we wrap this bell icon into another div with relative positioning, like this. And the text stays below. Then below the bell icon, inside this inner div, we put an expression. 2 exclamation marks. If data unread count is not 0, then we want to render another span that shows the unread count. And we style this with absolute positioning. Then -right1, make sure to add the minus in front of it, because this positions it a bit further to the right than the edge of this surrounding div. You will see how this looks in a moment. And similarly, -top1, rounded full, bg primary, text primary foreground, px1, text XS this time, so very small, font medium, then tabular nums again, so that each number has the exact same width. And this should be it. And we also have to make this component a client component, because the menu bar is a server component. And we want to place this in the menu bar. But remember, we need the initial state, right? So we make this an async function and just fetch this initial state in here. For this we need the logged in user. So const user, again this is deduplicated, so we can call this here. And we don't have too many requests to our server. If the user is undefined, we return null instead of the component, but again this should never happen. And then we want to get the unread notification count in here, so that we can pass this as the initial state to our button. So await prisma.notification.count again. And here we basically do the same as in our server endpoint. We want to get the unread count where the recipient ID is the logged in user's ID. and red is false. So we fetch the exact same data. And then down here where we remove the button, we render the notifications button. And for the initial state, we pass an object that contains this unread notifications count. And now this button is in our UI. Let's see, and there it already is. Because we haven't marked these notifications as read yet, we have 3 unread notifications. And where do we want to mark them as read? Well, we can do it when we open our notifications page. But let's not do it in the server component, because there we can't run JavaScript, right? Instead we do it in the notifications tsx file, where we render our feed. Here we want to call our mark as read server endpoint. And again we wrap this into a mutation. So let's do it below use infinite query. Let's put it here. We also need the query client to mutate the cache. Use query client. And then below we create a new mutation. For the mutation function, we pass an arrow function that takes our Kai instance, calls patch, because remember this is a patch endpoint, /API /notifications /mark as read. This is the endpoint we set up earlier. Then we implement the onSuccess callback. Again, we don't want to wait until our notification count here has revalidated. Instead, we can update the cache directly and just set the count to 0 ourselves, right? This way we avoid a delay. So we take our query client, call that query data. Then we need the same key as we used over here. That's this one. Unread notification count, the same string. And the second value is the data. And in here we simply set unread count to 0. And that's it. Very simple this time. But I also want an onError callback where we log the error to the console. We don't have to show a message to the user. I think it's not really that important. But here let's say failed to mark notifications as read, so that we can at least see this error in the console if it should happen. And where do we call mutate? You could add a mark notifications as read button, but I want to do it like on Twitter. I want them to be marked as read automatically. So we put this into a use effect. Like this. Here we call mutate. And then we also have to pass mutate as a dependency. So as soon as this component renders, so as soon as it comes onto the screen, it will call mutate and mark all notifications as read. And this should now work. As soon as we go to the notifications page, it should mark all of them as read, and it should remove this number here immediately. So let's try this out. Click. And it gets set back to 0. Perfect. If we refresh the page, the notifications are not highlighted anymore because now they are not unread anymore. And once every minute, the unread count should update automatically. So let's try this again. Let's write another comment maybe. Haha. And then just wait up to 1 minute and this should automatically refetch. And there we go. There's our new notification. Now, if you are waiting 1 minute for this to happen, then it can feel very long. But if you are actively using the app, then 1 minute is nothing. So I think it's a good time span. And now when we click this, it refreshes the feed. The unread notification is at the top. And the next time we open this feed, it's not marked as unread anymore. Isn't this cool? Now we have a fully blown notification system, and if you haven't liked the video by now, I hope you do it now. And next we will implement our DMs feature, this messages button. To implement the chat functionality, we will use Stream, which provide a chat SDK, and Stream is also sponsoring this video. And of course we could build something like this from scratch, but this would be a huge undertaking. It's also very difficult because there are a lot of parts involved to get this to work, with real-time messages, with attachments, with likes, with different channels, group chats and so on. But this all just works out of the box with Stream. And what's even better, they have a very generous free tier. So if you make less than 10K a month with your app, then Stream is free to use. I will put a sign up link into the video description. Please go there and create an account, and then we get a link to our dashboard. So go ahead and log into your account and go to the dashboard where we have to create a new app. And I also have a dedicated Stream tutorial in another video. Just search on YouTube for Coding in Flow WhatsApp clone. You can watch this as well. In the other tutorial, we take everything a bit more slowly. In this video, the setup will be a bit more fast-paced because it's one part of a larger app, right? We don't have as much time, but I will still explain everything step by step. So we have to give our app a name. Let's call it Next.js 15 social media app again. But I already have one with this name, so I name it too. Then again, it makes sense to pick a server location close to you, so this is fast, or close to where your users are. Chat data storage location as well. And I don't want to clone an app, and we keep the environment as development and create this app. And then we get an access key and a secret. We put both of them into our .env file. So let's go into our project, open.env, put it somewhere, stream, and then we call this one stream key and stream secret, which we copy from here. Okay, save this, and then we have to set up a route to authenticate a user in Stream. Again, I explain this in a bit more detail in my dedicated Stream tutorial in the WhatsApp clone, but if you just follow along, you will understand everything. So in the API folder, we create a new file called getToken/route.ts. From here, we export a get endpoint with a try catch block as usual. Again, I copy this part, put it in here. We need the currently logged in user from the session. I also want to show a log message just so that we can see that this actually works. Calling get token for user colon, comma, and then the user ID to see that this endpoint is actually called. Then if the user is undefined, we want to return our not authorized response as usual. Again, let's copy this, put it in here. Then we have to create a special authentication token for Stream and return it to the front end. For this we first need an expiration time, which we set to math.floor, which rounds down. In here we pass date.now divided by 1000. So this is the current time in seconds, right? And to this we want to add 1 hour in seconds. So plus 60 minutes times 60 seconds. So this token will be valid for 1 hour and then it will refresh automatically. But Stream takes care of the refresher process. We only have to give it the expiration time. And also a time where this token was issued, called issued@. Again math.floor. Again date.now divided by 1000. This is the current time. But there can be a little bit of a difference in the time on the server and on the client. So what we do is we also subtract 1 minute which fixes this time difference because now we pretend that this token was issued 1 minute earlier. Then we create the token itself. For this we need a reference to the stream client, and because we will reuse it in different places, let's put it into its own file in the lib folder, where we also have a bunch of other clients already. So new file, let's call it stream.ts. We create a const stream server client and assign this to a stream chat, which we have to import. From stream chat, in here is this stream chat constructor. We call getInstance. And in here we have to pass our two new environment variables, the stream key and the stream secret. So process.env.streamKey and process.env.streamSecret. And environment variables can be undefined, so we add an exclamation mark here to assert that this value is defined. Now using the exclamation mark, the non-null assertion operator is not the best practice, but here I think it's fine, because if the stream key is undefined, then this will just not work. It will throw an error, so we don't have to add a check that this value is not null. And then we export the stream server client as the default export from this file, and then we can use it throughout our app. So back to the route. We create a token via the stream server clients, create token function, to which we pass the ID of the authenticated user and then the expiration time and the issued at timestamp. And then we return this token to the front end with return response.json, and in here we put a token into a JavaScript object. Oh, and I just realized that I have this if exclamation mark user twice in here, but you probably already noticed this. And again, this whole setup is required to authenticate a user in the stream chat SDK. Next, we right click on the main, we create a messages folder, /, and in here we put a hook called use initialize chat client.ts. And from here we export a default function with the same name. And in here we initialize the stream chat client. This is how we create a connection to a stream and connect our user. And this will also call our get token endpoint. And here we need a logged in user, which we get from the use session hook. And we store the initialized chat client in a state. Use state of type stream chat or null when it's not initialized yet. And the initialization happens in a use effect. Here we create the client at the top of the use effect, const client equals stream chat with an uppercase S, get instance again, but this time we only pass the stream key. And actually we want to make this public so that we can use it on the front end, remember? So we rename this to next public stream key. And we also have to change this in our stream.ts file, next public stream key. And then we can use it in here. Process.env.nextPublicStreamKey, again with an exclamation mark. And here we don't need a secret. Why? Because this runs on the front end. We only need a secret on the back end because only there we can do admin stuff. Because doing this on the front end would not be secure. Then we take the client and we call connect user, to which we pass an object with the user data. This user data will then be sent to a stream and it creates a user in the stream dashboard. And this will contain the same data as the user in our database, right? Not all the same fields, but some of the fields. The ID is the same user ID. The username is the same as in our app. The name field, which is the equivalent of the display name in Stream, is the display name of our database user, and the image is the avatar URL. That's the avatar the user will have in Stream, because the Stream user is separate from our database user, but the data will overlap. Okay, and the second argument to connect user is this token provider. This is what calls the new token endpoint we set up. Here we pass an arrow function, which calls the Kai instance, .get, then our /API/get token endpoint. Then we have to pass this to a JSON. And the type of this is the return type of our route. So here we return the token in this object. So curly braces, token : string, that's the type. And then we append .then, because this is hard to write with async await. It's easier to write with then. Here we get the data which contains the token, and we just want to return the token, right? Because this is what this get token function expects. The token as a string, it's inside this data, and we return it here. Then after connect user, we append a catch block. Again, the setup here is this time easier to write with then and catch instead of async await, because we later have to clean up this hook in the return block, and this is difficult to do if we use async await here. But just follow along. So if there's an error, we want to log this error to the console, failed to connect user, and render the error itself, but no semicolon here, because then after the catch block we also append .then again, and here is where we set our chat client state to the client we initialized. So we initialized the client here, and after the user was connected, we set it to our state so that we can use it in our app. And as I already hinted at, we also have to clean up this use effect, because use effects can run multiple times, but we don't want to connect multiple users. So we have to disconnect the user. And you can clean up a use effect by returning a function from the use effect. This function will run before the next time the use effect runs, or when this component with this hook inside it is unmounted. So here we can do cleanup. And if you want to learn more about cleaning up use effects, I explain this in my React Best Practices course. Again, this is my free email course. Go to codingandflow.com/react-best-practices and get it from here for free. There I explain this in a video. Okay, here we want to set the chat client back to null and also disconnect the user. So we call client.disconnectUser, and we again append a catch block where we log the error to the console again. And there should be an arrow. Here we log failed to disconnect user. Again, we want to show the error itself. And in .then, I just want to show a confirmation message. Connection closed, because this can be useful. And then this down here expects some dependencies. We could pass the whole user object, but then every time some value in the user changes, this will rerun and first disconnect the user and then connect a new one. Instead, we only want to pass these values that this hook actually depends on. So only if the ID or the username or display name or image changes, only then this hook will rerun. So we pass user.id, user.username, user.displayname, and user.avatar-URL. And then below the use effect, we return the chat client state, and then we can use it in our component. Of course, we can only call hooks in client components. So let's put a file into the messages folder called chat.tsx and make this a client component. Then we export a default function called chat. And in here we initialize our chat client from this hook. Use initialize chat client. And all the chat functionality will be placed inside this chat component. And we must only call use initialize chat client once. This is why I didn't name it use chat client. I named it use initialize chat client to make clear that this initializes something. So we only want to run this once and not in different components. Also, we could of course initialize this chat client in the root layout so that it starts as soon as we open any page on our website. But it's better if we do it in here on the chat page, because then we don't create an unnecessary connection if we are using our app without even having the chat open, right? It would be wasteful to have this chat connection open all the time. And also in Stream you pay more the more connections you have opened. So you don't want to open them unnecessarily. But again, you don't pay anything for Stream unless your app makes at least 10K a month. So this is still free. But before we continue this chat component, we also need a page that renders this chat component, right? So we create a page.tsx in here. First, let's export const metadata of type metadata and set the title of this page to messages and then export the page. And here we don't do anything else besides returning this chat component. The reason why we have to separate this is again because the chat component has to be a client component, but we can only set the page title in a server component, so we need two separate files, but this one here is done. And the chat page will also not have a sidebar because there's not enough room. We need all the space for this left sidebar here. There will be no trans sidebar like we have it on the other pages. Okay, remember the chat client can be null before the client has been initialized. If this is the case, if the chat client is null, then we want to return a loading indicator from here. With mxauto, my3 and animate spin. When the client has loaded, we return the page itself, which we wrap into a main tag. And we style this with relative positioning, width full, overflow hidden, rounded to XL corners, BG card and shadow SM with our usual styling. And in here we put a div. And in here we want to put Stream's chat client, which we have to import manually. Import chat from Stream Chat React. It's a React component. But this complains because our component is already called chat. So let's rename this to Stream Chat. And then we render the Stream Chat down here. This needs the client as a prop. That's the chat client. And the reason why I set this main tag to relative is because then we can set up this div so that this stream chat stretches from the top to the bottom of the screen. We can actually see it here. This should always be as big as the screen and not half of the screen. And this should also not get bigger even if the chat itself is big. And we can achieve this by setting this main tag to relative and the div to absolute, bottom 0 and top 0. This way it will stretch the whole height. And we also set this to flex and width full. But the stream chat doesn't get a self-closing tag. It gets a normal closing tag because in here we now need to put this sidebar and a chat channel. And we will put them into their own components. Let's start with the sidebar. We put it into the messages folder. We call it chat sidebar.tsx. And we export a component with this name. Doesn't need any props right now, but in here we need the logged in user. and we return a div, which we style with size full, flex col. We add a border E, so a border on the right side. And on medium screens and upwards, it will have a fixed width of 72. And in here we render a channel list, which is also coming from Stream Chat React, which gets a self-closing tag. Maybe let's keep it like this for now and set up the chat channel itself. So another component, chat channel.tsx. Again, export default function chat channel. Again, we return a div with width full. In here we render a channel from Stream Chat React. In here we render a window. And this setup is described in the documentation. Those are just components that you have to use to show this channel. In here we render the channel header. You will see these components in a moment. The message list, which shows the messages themselves, and the messages are managed by Stream, and the message input field. Let's save this and put these two components into the chat component. Here inside the Stream Chat, we render the chat sidebar and the chat channel. And this is a horizontal flex box, right? So they will be aligned horizontally. Let's see if we can already see something in our app. On the chat page, loading indicator, we should see a log message to our get token endpoint, right? So this worked as well. Yeah, and here we can see something, doesn't look great yet, but we are getting there. This is the sidebar and this is the chat channel. But we haven't selected a chat yet, so the chat channel is empty. Let's finish setting up the chat sidebar. So we go in here. We can add a filter to which we add an object. We want a filter only for messaging channels, because Stream also supports other kinds of channels like live stream channels, but for our DM functionality we only want to filter messaging channels. And we only want to show channels where the currently logged in user is a member of, right? And we can use this $in operator, to which we pass an array which contains the user ID. So only show channels for this particular user. Then below filters, we can pass the show channel search props, which adds this search here at the top. This will be styled in a moment. This already works, but our other user Coding and Flow hasn't connected to Stream yet, so we don't see them in here. So let's go into the Coding and Flow account and open the chat screen here as well, which should initialize this Stream user. Later we will make sure that the Stream user is created as soon as we sign up for our app, but for now, because we don't have this yet, we have to actually open the chat page to create a Stream user. But here we should now find Florian. There it is. And vice versa, here we should now find Coding and Flow. Okay. And we can actually start a chat by clicking on it. It's not styled yet. So let's take care of this. We open the global CSS file. And in here at the top, we import this style sheet. You have to pause the video and type this out. This is coming from the Stream documentation. And then let's refresh the page. And now the styling is correct. Looks much better, doesn't it? And this is an actual chat room. So I can go to the other account, refresh this as well, and send messages back and forth. And they are received immediately. Isn't this cool? We can also send reactions. We can even send attachments, so we can send files. I don't know. Check this out. And the other user will see it. We will improve the layout later, so don't worry about this for now. And let's go back into our project. And I need to copy paste a bunch of classes with custom styling here below. I will put a link to this global CSS file at this point in time into the video description below. From there you can copy these stream classes here at the bottom and also this import at the top if you want, and put them into your project, because there's no point in going through them one by one, but this way we change the colors. As you see, now we put our primary color in here, our green color, and also for the reactions and the background color if the user doesn't have an avatar. This is all set in here, and if you want to know how to customize these values yourself, it's described in the stream documentation. Those are CSS variables. Then let's go back and finish setting up the chat sidebar. Next we override the options, where we pass an object with state true, presence true, and limit 8. This will fetch 8 users by default, and then it will add a show more button for pagination. Next we want to sort the chat rooms in the sidebar and show the one with the latest message at the top. For this we have the sort option, where we pass last message add :-1 to put this all the way at the top. And then we pass these additional channel search props, because by default this search only searches for users, but I also want to be able to search for channels, so that we can find group chats later. So we set search for channels to true, and then we implement the search query params, where we can filter the channels. Again, this is described in the documentation. We only want to show channels again where we are members of. So we add the same filter as here. And we have to wrap this into curly braces. Okay, right now we can only start one-on-one chats, but later we will also be able to start group chats, but our theme is not quite right yet. The colors are off. To set the correct theme on stream, we have to set another class name, but for this we have to know what theme we selected here, right? So we go into the chat component again, and here at the top we destructure our use theme hook. And in here we want to get the resolved theme. What's the difference between the resolved theme and the normal theme value? Well, if we select system, then the theme will be set to system, but we care about light or dark. So the resolved theme is always light or dark and not system. And then here in the stream chat wrapper, we can set a theme like this, curly braces. And here we want to check if the resolved theme is equal to dark. Then we set this to a class, str-chat, then 2 underscores, theme minus dark. And if the theme is not dark, which means that it's light, then we set this to theme minus light. And after saving this and reloading the page, this should look correct. There we go, now everything has the correct colors and we have a chat that works. And how long did this took? Maybe half an hour, not even. And we can customize the chat functionality in our stream dashboard. For example, I want to disable threads. So this is a thread button, but we don't open the thread window because threads don't really make sense in a DM functionality. So I want to disable threads here. We use threads in my WhatsApp clone tutorial, but here we don't have a use for them. So we go into the stream dashboard, into chat messaging, and here we can change the settings of the different channel types. We use messaging, and here I want to disable threads and replies, and then save these changes. Yeah, and you can check out the dashboard and see these different options, but we are not finished yet with our chat page. It's not very responsive yet because on small screens there is not enough space for the sidebar and the chat, so we have to fix this. And we also want to add an option to start a group chat, right? So let's take care of this. Before we take care of this other stuff, remember that we had to open the messages page before we created our stream user. Otherwise, we wouldn't see this user here in the search. And this is, for one, annoying, but it's also a bigger problem later when we want to fetch the unread messages count, because if the user then doesn't exist, we will get an error. So what we instead do, instead of waiting until we call this hook here to connect the user, we want to create the user earlier in the process, when we sign up for our app. The other alternative would be to call this hook as soon as we open any page on our app. Then we create the user right away, but I explained earlier that this creates unnecessary stream connections, which we don't want. So we go into our sign up server action, where we create the user. And here we also want to create the stream user, which we can via the stream server client call upsert user, and then pass the user data. The ID is the user ID, we pass the username, and remember we set the display name to the username, so we also set the name down here to the username as well. Later when we update the user, we will update this information. And also when we sign up, we don't have an avatar URL yet. Again, we want to run this in a transaction to make sure that if this operation here fails, we don't create the user and we roll back this whole operation. The only problem this time is that this is not a Prisma operation. This is from stream, right? This has nothing to do with Prisma, which also means that it's not supported in Prisma transactions, or rather Postgres transactions, because Postgres is the actual database that we are using. But we can still get around this problem. For this we use a different kind of transaction with Prisma.transaction, but this time instead of passing an array, we pass an async arrow function, which gets this argument tx, which is also a Prisma client, but whatever we call on tx is part of the transaction. This is a so-called interactive transaction, because in here we can not only pass Prisma operations, we can do anything we want, like for example calling non-Prisma clients. So since this is not an array, the syntax looks a bit different. Now we keep the await and the semicolon as well, put it here, and then simply put this operation afterwards. And important, instead of prisma.user, we call tx.user, because again, this is the transaction client. So why does this work? Now, even though the stream client is not part of Postgres, so it's not technically supported by this transaction, it will still work if we execute it second after this create operation. Because if the create operation fails, this part here will not even execute, so it doesn't have to roll back, and it couldn't. But if this operation succeeds and this one fails, then this will throw an error, which will roll back this transaction, and it will roll back this first operation, because this is part of the transaction. So this only works if this upsert user call comes second in this transaction. If we put it at the top, this would not work anymore. So this will work. But we also want to update this data when we update a user, which we do in the server actions file of the user's profile page, right? So we can search for username actions.ts, and here we update a user. Again, we have to put this into an interactive transaction. Prisma transaction, to which we pass this async function with the tx client. In here we put this whole const updated user. Then below again await stream server client dot partial update user. This is how we can update some user data without overriding the whole user. We have to pass the ID because this is how the correct user will be identified. And then z colon curly braces. We only want to update the name with the display name from the validated values, because a stream user doesn't have a bio. And then from this transaction, we can return the updated user Then we can return it from the transaction itself, store it in a variable, and return it down here from the server action just like before. Oh, and I almost forgot, this has to be the TX client, otherwise this will not be rolled back if there's an error. But this is why we create this transaction in the first place. And then another place where we want to update the user is in core.ts, where we handle the avatar, right? Here for the avatar upload, in onUploadComplete, we update the user. But here it doesn't make sense to roll back if there is an error because the file is already uploaded, right? And it's also fine because even if we don't update the stream user with the new avatar, we will see the new avatar the next time we connect to the chat. So this is enough. So instead of a transaction, we wrap this into promise.all because this way we can execute these two operations in parallel, which makes this whole operation faster to save some time here. Again, we wrap out this part, put it into this array, and then afterwards stream server client dot partial update user, parentheses curly braces. Again, we need the ID, which we get out of the metadata, and we want to set the image this time to the new avatar URL. Again, what we achieved with this is that now we create a stream user as soon as we create a new user account in our app, so that we can find them in our chat right away. And when we update user profile data, it should also be updated immediately in here. So let's try signing up with another user, which should create the corresponding stream user immediately. So we create a new account. Ferdinand, or did I already create Ferdinand? I don't remember. At gmail.com. We will know in a moment. Yeah, username already taken. Then Fridolin instead. Fridolin@gmail.com. Create account. We can log out right away because all I want to see is that we find this user here, and there it is, Fridolin. Ferdinand doesn't show up yet because we created the account before we set up this part here. But as soon as we connect with Ferdinand to the chat, they will also show up here. Okay, next I want to make this chat here more responsive, and then we add a dialog where we can start a group chat. When the screen is too small to show the sidebar and the chat channel, I want to show only either the sidebar or the channel, which also means that we need a button to open and close the menu. So let's first go into the chat channel component, and this will now take props. So we create an interface, chat channel props. It will receive the opened state as a boolean, and then this open sidebar callback, which we pass to the parent, and the parent can then show the sidebar and hide the channel, and vice versa. Okay, we need these props here. Chat channel props, open and open sidebar. And then we wrap this class name here into curly braces and then into this cn function to add a condition here. But first we set md to block inside the string, because on the md breakpoint and upwards we always want to show both elements, right? We only want to hide one of them on small screens. And in the condition we check if open is false, then we want to set this to hidden. But again, on MD breakpoint, it will always be shown. Okay, and the chat channel is this part here on the right side. But we need some kind of button to open the sidebar. And we can put this button here into this header at the top. This header is coming from stream. This is this channel header. But the cool thing about stream is that you can customize these components and you can create your own components. So we need to create our own header, which we do below. First we need props. Custom channel header, that's the name we will give the component. And custom channel header props. But in here we want to use the existing channel header. So we extend channel header props, which are coming from stream chat react. so that we can pass the same props and the open sidebar callback, the same one as we have above. And then we put this component in here. Custom channel header props with our callback. And not only the open sidebar callback, but also the remaining props, right? Which we can spread like this. ... props. Those are all the remaining channel header props that we pass to this component, if we want to pass any. And in here I basically want to put the same channel header, but additionally I want to put a menu icon to the left of it, where we can open the sidebar, and this icon should only be shown on small screens, right? So here we return a div with flex, item center and gap 3. In here we put another div, and below this inner div we put the stream channel header, to which we pass these props that we can forward. And then this inner div here gets height full, a padding of 2, and this will not be shown on medium screens because this is the open sidebar button, which again should only be shown on small screens. And in here we put an uppercase B button with the size icon, variant ghost, and on click will call open sidebar. And this button simply shows this menu icon here, this one. And we set the size to 5. That's our custom channel header. And then up here we render our custom channel header, which expects the open sidebar callback, which we call here, and we simply pass this to the parent. The parent is the chat component, and this is where we have the state that shows and hides the channel and the sidebar, right? And similarly, we have to make changes to the chat sidebar to show and hide it, and to also add a button there to close the sidebar. And here we will just put another little header above the search field, which we also set up ourselves. So in the chat sidebar file at the bottom we create another component with props called menu header and menu header props. Here we have this on close callback to close the sidebar, and then the component and here we return another div with flex, item center, gap 3 and a padding of 2. Here we put the close button to close the sidebar, and later we will also have the button to start a new chat and a group chat in here. So this menu bar will have two purposes. So in here we put another div with h full and again md hidden, just like the open sidebar button. Again we put an uppercase B button in here with size icon, again variant ghost, so it doesn't have a background color, and on click will trigger on close. And in here we render this X icon, which is just a close icon, again with size 5. Let's put it into our UI. Inside this div below the channel list, we render our menu header, and we also want to pass this on close callback to the parent again, so the chat sidebar needs props. Chat sidebar props. Again we need the open state and the on close callback. And then spread these props here. Okay, and then to the menu header we can pass on close, render it here, and then it should pop up on the screen. Looks like I accidentally removed the channel list import when I formatted my code. Let's put this back in. And there's the close button, but only on small screens, right? Then let's go into the chat component, and this is where we actually manage the state of which component is shown, the sidebar or the channel. So in here we put a state above the if statement, const sidebar open and set sidebar open, and we initialize this with a state of false. And then down here we have to pass these new props. The chat sidebar is open if sidebar open is true. And when we trigger the close callback, we want to close the sidebar, right? And the opposite down here. This one will be open if sidebar open is false. And when we trigger open sidebar, we want to set sidebar open to true. But we are not actually hiding the sidebar yet, right? So let's go back to the sidebar component. We wrap these classes here on the outer div again into curly braces and the cn function. And as the second argument, we pass a condition. If open is true, we want to render it as flags, and otherwise we want to hide it with hidden. And up here, the flags that we already have, we prefix this with md:, because again on medium-sized screens we always want to show both the sidebar and the channel. But on small screens only one is shown. Here's our custom header with this menu button that we put in there. And now we can toggle between the sidebar and the chat channel. And on bigger screens, always both will be shown. And we don't see these buttons anymore. Isn't this cool? But there is still a little bit of logic we have to write, because if I open this menu and I click a chat, this doesn't close the sidebar, right? It selects the correct channel, but it should also close the sidebar. But this part here is rendered by the channel list, and we have to override this in some way. Luckily we can do this by passing this preview prop, and here we can pass a component. I want to create my own component, but since it needs to trigger this onClose callback, we have to put it directly here into this other component. And this causes one problem. Every time this component is re-rendered, this inner component will be declared again, which, if I remember correctly, caused the app to feel slow and sluggish. But we can avoid this by wrapping this component into use callback. So we create a const channel preview custom. And here we want to create a component. But we wrap this into use callback so that this component will not be initialized again every time we re-render the chat sidebar. Instead, it will only be initialized again if the dependency of use callback changes. Because use callback is similar to use effect, it has a dependency list. Okay, so to this we pass a function that receives the channel preview UI component props. Again, this is coming from stream chat react, and we pass them here because we want to use the default channel preview and customize it, but I want to keep this layout. So we pass these props here, parentheses, and then we return channel preview messenger. This is the default one that is used inside a channel list. We want to use the same one here. To it we spread these channel preview UI component props. And if we now save it like this and pass this down here as the preview, channel preview custom, it will look and work exactly the same as before because we are using the same component. But the reason we did this in the first place is because I want to customize what happens when we click a chat. So we can override onSelect, to which we pass another arrow function. In here we want to select the active channel just like before, but now that we override this, we have to do this ourselves. For this we have this setActiveChannel function in the props, and this will be passed by the channel list automatically. And on this we have to use the saveCall operator and pass the channel that we want to open, which again we get from the props.channel, and then we also have to pass props.watchers. I'm not 100% sure what this is for, but I looked into the source code and this is how this function is triggered in the original component. so I added the same code here. So now again this works the same as before, and the only thing we want to do different is, after setting the channel, we want to trigger the onClose callback to close our sidebar. That's why we created our own custom channel preview in the first place, only because of this line. Okay, but as I said, use callback also needs a dependency array, which needs the onClose function because it's used inside here. And now the function in here, so this component, will only be initialized again whenever onClose changes, and not every time the chat sidebar re-renders. And now we should have the behavior we want. When we select a channel, the sidebar closes. Isn't this cool? And again, on large screens, both the sidebar and the channel are always shown together. Okay, just one more thing. I want to put another button and a title here in this top menu that we already have, because it's a bit of a waste of space, right? So let's scroll down again into our menu header here. Go between these two div closing tags. We put in h1 in here with margin end auto, text XL and font bold, and on medium-sized screens a margin start of 2, and this will say messages. This is just a title for this page, because this page doesn't have a title yet. Below this h1, so to the right of it, we put another uppercase B button, again with size icon, variant ghost, and the title will say start new chat. Again, so that we can hover over this button and see what this does. Because this will not contain text, just this mail plus icon. And now when we click this button, we want to open a dialog where we can start a chat and also group chats. So we will implement this next. This dialog I want to show when we click the new chat button is not a ready-made stream component. We have to set this up from scratch ourselves. Let's put it into the messages folder and call it new chat dialog.tsx. This needs props on open change, because this is a dialog where we pass the open boolean. We have done this before in our other dialogs. And the on chat created callback, which will be called when we actually start a new chat. We don't need an open state because again we will handle this on the outside by conditionally rendering this component. Export default function with the same name and these props. For now, let's just return a dialog with the title in it. So dialog from the components folder, we set open to true always, because again we manage this state from the outside, and the on open change callback. In here we put dialog content, which we want to style a little bit with bg card, and we want to remove the padding. And in here we put a dialog header, to which we add a px, so a horizontal padding of 6, and a padding at the top of 6, but none at the bottom, and the title, which will say new chat. Before we continue with this dialog, let's save it and let's render it in our chat sidebar. We want to show it when we click this button here, right? So we need a state for this. Const show new chat dialog and set show new chat dialog. And as usual, this is a use state with an initial value of false. Then we wrap all of this into a fragment so that we can also render a dialog here. Below we check that show new chat dialog is true. Then we want to render this dialog. Now one thing I want to clarify here. Why do I set the open state on the outside and not in here like we did it in other dialogues. The reason is that we fetch data in this dialog, and I only want to fetch this data when this dialog is actually opened and not before. But if we always render this dialog without this condition and just toggle the open state, the dialog is always rendered. It's just hidden if open is false. And then it would also fetch the data immediately as soon as this header here is opened, even if we don't trigger the dialog. This is why we render this dialog conditionally. So if show new chat dialog is true, we want to render the new chat dialog, which needs the onOpenChange callback, which is our state setter, and onChatCreated, to which we pass an arrow function. And in here we set the state back to false, right? And then we call the onClose callback. And Stream will automatically select the channel and open it after we created it. We just have to close the sidebar and this dialog. But of course we also need to open the dialog when we click this button here, right? So we need to implement the onClick callback here as well. And we want to set show new chat dialog to true. So let's finish setting up the new chat dialog component. Here at the top we need a few things. First we call the useChat context hook. This is coming from Stream. And here we can get values out of this Stream chat, which is also a context provider. And here's the client and everything we need. And in these child components we can access this data. So here we need this client and this setActiveChannel function. We don't need to make this a client component because the parent is already a client component, but it also wouldn't hurt. But it's not necessary. Then we need our old friend the toast. We also need the logged in user, which again I want to rename to logged in user to avoid confusion, which we get from use session. Then we will add a search field in here, and we want to store the input state in the state as well. Search input and set search input. This is the use state with the initial value of an empty string. Oh, and of course when we click this button we see our dialog, right? It's just not finished yet. Okay, in here we will put an input field, and every time we type something in, we will run a new search. But of course running a search on every single character is a bit wasteful because this actually does a network request to Stream's servers. So we want to debounce this input. Debounce means that only after we made a short break from typing, we will actually trigger the search. If we keep typing within a certain amount of milliseconds, adding new characters, it will not trigger a search. Only after we stopped typing for a moment. For this we can create a new hook, which is also reusable. So let's put it into the hooks folder. If we can find it here, right click. And we call it useD, or what the hell is that? Use debounce. Okay, typing and talking at the same time is difficult. And this is a TS file. Okay, export default function, use debounce, and then we write angle bracket tier closing angle bracket. We make this a generic function because then we can not only pass strings to this, but also other values if we want to. So we set the value to a t as well, which is this generic type. And the second argument will be the delay, which is a number. So this is the delay we have to wait before the search will be triggered later. And we give this a default value of 250, which are milliseconds. And this will also return t. So it will return whatever value we pass to it, but after a debounce, so after this delay. Okay, if this sounds confusing to you, don't worry, you don't have to understand this in detail, just follow along. Okay, we create a state debounced value and set debounced value. This is a use state, again of type tier, and we initialize this with the value that we pass to this hook. Then we create a use effect. In here we create a const handler and we assign this to setTimeout, where we can do something after a delay. In here we pass another arrow function, and every time the value changes, so we add this to the dependency array. We want to set the debounced value, but only after this delay, right? So the delay is the second argument to setTimeout. And in here we want to set debounced value to the value. And since we use the delay in here, we also have to add it as the second dependency of useEffect. But remember, we also have to clean up our useEffect, because when we type in a new character, we want to cancel the previous timeout and not set the value. This is the whole point of debouncing, right? That we want to wait until we stopped typing. So here in the cleanup function, which again is the return function from useEffect, we have used the same in useInitializeChat client, and here we want to clear the timeout. This is why we stored this timeout in a variable. And then at the end, we return the debounced value, and this is this whole function. Okay, and then we can use that in the new chat dialog. So we have our search input, that's the raw undebounced input. And then we create a const search input debounced, for which we call the useDebounce hook, and we pass the search input to it. So we type something in, ABC for example, and after 250 milliseconds, this will also have the value ABC. And remember, in this new chat dialog, we can select multiple users. So we have to store these users in an array. So let's create a const selected users and set selected users. The type of this is coming from stream, and I figured this out by running a query in stream and then looking at the return value. And the return value is user response, which is an import from stream chat. And this again gets angle brackets. And in here we pass default stream chat generics. And then after this closing angle bracket, we make this an array, because this is an array of users, not just a single user. And then we initialize this with an empty array. So write it exactly the same way I have it here. And then stream provides us with functions to query users, which are described in the documentation. Additionally, we also want to wrap them into a React query so that they are cached. So React query is not only useful when you fetch data with fetch from your own API, it's also useful if you use a third-party library like this one that fetches data from somewhere. And what we gain from this is that these queries here are cached. So if we search for the same string again, we get the cached data immediately, and also we avoid race conditions, which is always good. So below the state, we destructure a const and we call useQuery, singular. We have to set a query key as usual, which is an array. Maybe let's call it stream users. And the second argument is search input debounced. This is very important, because every combination of characters we search for needs their own entry in the cache. So we have to pass the input as a dependency here. We will later take a look at this cache in the React Query DevTools. Then we also need a query function, for which we pass an arrow function, an async one. And here we don't need curly braces, instead we return client.query users. This is coming from stream. And in here we can add some filtering. And one more thing, this input dependency in the query key is also important, because the query function doesn't run again unless the query key changes. So we need to make the input part of the query key to trigger a new search every time the input changes. Okay, and in here we can add some filtering logic. First of all, we only want to fetch users that are not the currently logged in user, right? So $sign not equal to logged in user.id. so that we can't start a chat with ourselves. Then we also check that the role is not equal to admin. When you create a new stream chat application, there is an admin user created, and when I tried this out in development, this admin user was shown here. But for this admin user, there exists no user in our app, so we filter out this admin user here. Then we want to add a search filter, but only if search input debounced has a value. So again, we spread this conditionally, search input debounced. If this has a value, question mark, we want to spread this object, and if it has no value, we want to spread an empty object. And in here we put our search filters. Again, the syntax is described in the stream documentation. Here we first add an OR array, so that we can search in two fields. We want to search in the name field of the user, remember that's the display name. And in here we use this autocomplete operator, which is provided by Stream. Autocomplete means that we find partial matches. So if I type in FLO, it will find Florian, for example. And here we pass the search input debounced, and then a comma, and then we can duplicate this line. And we do the same for the username. So we search in the display name and the username. Of course, you can customize this if you want. Then the second argument to query users after this closing curly brace here is the sort order, to which we also pass curly braces. And first we want to order by the name, that's the display name in ascending order, and then by the username. And we also want to limit the results, we only want to show at most 15 at once. And we don't need to add pagination here, because when we search for a user, we get more and more specific, and we can filter it down to the user we are searching for. There's no reason to have a large number of users shown in here, and this is also how it works on Twitter. You will see how this looks in a moment. Okay, and from here we want to destructure the results which are in the data. There is fetching, value to show a loading indicator, and then is error and is success. Remember earlier we had status, which told us if this is an error or a success state, but we also have these booleans which do the same. Which of the two you use doesn't really matter. And then we want to render the results in the UI. So below the header, still inside the dialog content, we put a div. In this div we put another div with the class names group and relative. In here we render the search icon from Lucia, because I want to put this over an input field. We have done this before. Absolute positioning, left 5, top 1/2, size 5, minus translate y 1/2, again prefixed with a minus. Then transform, text muted foreground, group focus within, text primary. So that when we select the input field, this search icon will have this primary color. This just looks cool. Then we close this here and add an input field below with a lowercase I. The placeholder will say search users ... and we style this with a fixed height of 12, full width, a padding end of 4 and a larger padding start of 14 for the search icon. And then focus colon, outline none. We want to remove this default outline. The value of this input field is the search input, which is our state. And when we type something in here, we set the search input to e.target.value, to the new input. Let's see. There's the input field. And when the focus is in there, the icon has the primary color. Just looks cool. And of course here we want to render the user results. For this we need another component which we put below. Let's start with the props. User result props. We need the user data, which has the same type that we used before. For our selected user state, this user response of type default stream chat generics. But this time it's not an array, it's a single user. Then we can select a user to start a group chat. So we need the selected state to show that this user is selected. And a callback when we click a user, what we want to happen then. And then the component itself. Okay. And everything inside here will be wrapped into a lowercase button. When we click this button, we simply forward this to the onClick callback to the parent. And we want to style this button a little bit with flex, width full, item center, justify between px4, py 2.5, transition colors, and hover colon bg muted with an opacity of 50. Okay, and inside this button I want to show the user data and the avatar. So in here we put another div with class name flex, item center, and gap2. In here we put the user avatar, and the avatar URL is the stream user's image URL. Remember, we keep them in sync. Okay, and then another div in here with the display name and the username. Class name flex, flex call, and text start, because this is a button and by default in a button the text is aligned in the middle. We want to change this back in here. In here we put a paragraph with font bold that will show the display name, but remember in stream users this is just called name. And another one below, text muted foreground, add, and here we display the raw username. Okay, and each user has this selected prop, right? And when the user is selected, I want to show a check mark next to it. This is why this is a flex box and a flex row, to be more specific, so that we can put an icon to the right of it and justify between puts them on either sides of this button. So here, only if selected is true, we want to render this check icon from Lucia React with size 5 and text green 500. Now we have this user result component, so let's render it up here in our dialog. We put it below this inner div right here, the div that wraps the search input and its icon. Here we add another div with a fixed height of 96 and overflow y auto. Here we want to render the users, but only if there is a success state, right? Otherwise we will show an error message. So if is success, and again this is the same as status equals to success, this is just a boolean variable provided for us by React query. Which of the two you use doesn't really matter. Okay, so if fetching was successful, we want to take the data, and in the results are the users. Where is this coming from? Well, it's whatever we return from the query function, and this is what query users returns. So down here we get this data, and we can map the users. Each of these users is one of these user response of type default stream chat generics, which is also the prop that we pass to our result down here. Okay, so let's map these sons of to a component. User result. Of course, we need a key, which is the user's ID. We have to pass the user data. Then the selected state. For this, we have our selected users array, right? The state we have above. We don't add anything to this array yet. We will take care of this later. But from here, we can get the selected state. So if the ID of this user is contained in this array, we know that they are selected. So we check each user with this sum function and we compare u.id with the ID of this user. Okay. And lastly on click, to which we pass an arrow function and then we close this component. Let's see if we can see something on the screen after saving this. Yeah, there are our two results and we can already search. We don't have a loading state yet, but this already works. And you can also see the debouncing. If I type in fast, it runs only one search. If I type in slowly, it runs a new search after each character, but only if there's a break of at least 250 milliseconds. And for each search, there should now be an entry in our cache. As you can see, for every combination I typed in, the result is cached by React Query, which is good because the next time we search for the same input, we see the cache results first, but when we refresh the page, this cache is cleared. So this is not kept in there forever. Okay, and when we click a user, we either want to add them to the selected users or remove them, depending if they are already in there. So in here again, we check if the user is already in this array, the same way as we did here above, by calling setSelectedUsers. Here we get the previous state, and we want to render this to a new state. So here we check if pref.sum with the same condition. If the user is already in there, then we want to remove it. And we remove something from state by filtering the state. This is default React stuff. So we filter the user that was clicked by comparing u.id not equal to user.id. Only these ones we want to keep in and remove the user where the IDs match. Otherwise, we want to put the user into the state. So we take the previous state, we spread it into an array and put this user at the last position. That's what happens when we click a result. And this should already work because when a user is selected, we show a check mark, right? So we should see the selected state. Yeah. And now we can select and unselect users. But below the search, I also want to show the selected users as little tags. So let's do that. Let's create a new component for this, still in the same file. Again, this needs props. Let's call it selected user tag and selected user tag props. Again, we need the user data. Let's copy this. And an onRemove callback. What happens when we remove a selected user? Then a function with the same name that receives these props. Okay, let's go. Here we return a lowercase button again. When this button is clicked, we call onRemove and we style this button with flex, item center, gap 2, rounded full, border, a padding of 1, and hover BG muted with an opacity of 50, like this. And in here I want to show a small user avatar and the display name of the user. So here we render another user avatar. We get the avatar URL from the user image. And we set the size to a small 24 pixels. So this is very small. but we don't need it in a bigger format here. Then a paragraph with font bold, which renders user.name. And also we put this X icon in here again, this close icon, with mx2, size 5, and text muted foreground. And that's the selected user tag. Let's render this in our UI as well. Below the input field, but above the user results. Right here. We first put a divider line in HR, and above this, we check if selected users.length is greater than 0, or we can just add 2 exclamation marks like we always did it. Only then we want to render these tags in another div, which we style with a margin top of 4, flags wrap for responsiveness, a gap of 2 and a padding of 2. And in here we take the selected users and we map them. We take each user data and we render our selected user tag, which needs a key because it's a list, for which we use the user ID as usual. We forward the user data and the onRemove callback. OnRemove works the same as down here when we remove a user from the selected list. We call selected users, we get the previous state, and we want to filter this user out of this previous state with u.id not equal to user ID. Okay, let's see if this works as well. When I select a user, yeah, they pop up here. We can click them to remove them. And this will allow us to start a group chat later. But first, let's also add the loading and error state. So let's implement this next. Here we have this isSuccess block. Right below it, still inside the same div. We check that if success is true, but the result set is empty. So data.users.length, exclamation mark. Then we want to render an empty view as usual with my3, text center, and text muted foreground. That will say no users found, try a different name. Then below we put the loading state, so if isFetching is true, we want to render our good old loader2 again, that has served us well so far, with mxauto, my3 and animate spin. Let's see. Yeah, there it is. I'm just a bit surprised that the empty state and the loader can be shown at the same time sometimes, because they should be mutually exclusive, but let's keep it like this for now. Then below isFetching, we add another conditional. If isError is true, we want to render another message, a paragraph, again with my3, text center, and text destructive. An error occurred while loading users. If something goes wrong, this will be shown. And then Stream provides a function to start a new chat with these user IDs. And we want to wrap this into a mutation. Again, this is not necessary, but it's useful because it gives us a loading state and on success and on error callbacks. So let's create a const mutation still in the same component. We call the useMutationHook and we pass a mutation function to it, an async arrow function. Okay, in here we create a const channel. Then we take the stream client, we call .channel, this is how we create a channel. The first argument is the channel type. We set this to messaging to create a normal chat channel. And then the second argument is an object with some configuration. We can pass the members here. This is an array of stream user IDs. And in here we put the ID of the logged in user because we are always part of the new chat we created, right? And then we spread all the selected users to start a chat with them. But we only need the user IDs, not the whole user object. So we map them to their IDs. Then we can give this channel a name. By default, this will have the name of our conversation partner. But if it's a group channel, I think it doesn't have a name by default. In this case, we want to put all these names into the title. So what we do is we check if selected users.length is greater than 1. So if it's a group chat, then we want to take the logged in user's display name. We want to append a comma after it with a space like this. So add our name and then add all the names of the selected users. Of course, you can also add another input field to set your own name for a group chat. But here I didn't want to add this. We just add the display names of all the members. So we take the selected users again and we map them to the username or the display name, both is fine. And we join them to a string, again with a comma and a space. But if the selected users are not greater than 1, so if it's a one-on-one chat, we want to set this to undefined and use the default value for the name. And again, the default value is just, I think, the username or the display name of the chat partner, so of this other user. Okay, then below we call await channel.create to actually create it. And then we want to return this channel here, because remember what we return here gets passed to us in the onSuccess callback, which we also implement. So here we call onSuccess. Then we want to call setActiveChannel to immediately select the channel. So to this we pass the channel. And then we call the onChatCreated callback. So setActiveChannel is coming here from the useChat context hook, and onChatCreated is the callback to the parent, which then closes the dialog. And let's also implement onError in case this mutation goes wrong. In this case, as usual, we want to log the error to the console, error starting chat, and log the error message as well. And we also show a toast message with variant destructive, and the description will say error starting chat, please try again. Okay, now the only thing missing is a button to actually start a chat, right? And we put it at the end of the dialog content. Here we put a dialog footer that we style with px6 and padding bottom of 6. And in here we put a loading button, which we want to set to disabled if we haven't selected any users yet. So if exclamation mark selected users.length, and this button is loading, if our mutation is pending, and when we click it, we want to trigger the mutation. Mutation.mutate, which we have to call. And this button will say start chat. Okay, this was a lot of work, but now we can start a group chat in here. Or a one-on-one chat, doesn't matter. So if I select both, and of course we can also search in here, which is especially useful once we have more than 2 or 3 users, start a chat, and this new chat is selected. With me, Coding in Flow, and Fridolin. Isn't this cool? And in our search here, we will also find this channel because we configured our search this way. So we can find and select it in here as well. And when you have more channels, this list here is also paginated. So there will be a load more button at the top. You can try this out. And you are also welcome to check out the stream documentation with more customization options. And the next thing we want to implement is an unread count for messages. So let's do that next. For our unread messages count, we need another server endpoint. So let's open the API folder, right click, new file, messages / unread-count / route.ts. And let's also open the unread count route of our notifications for comparison. This is also a get handler with a try catch block and the same catch logic. And at the start, we also want to validate the request, import this. And chat messages are not stored in our own database, but we can still get the unread count from the stream client. So we destructure a const, call await stream server client, and call get unread count on it. Parentheses. And in here we have to pass the ID of the logged in user for who we want to get the unread count. And in this destructured object, we can find the total unread count. And then we want to return this to the front end. Again, we need a type for the body. So let's open types.ts. And below notification count info, let's put a export interface message count info that also just has an unread count. And then we use this type in our route over here. Const data of type message count info. And the unread count is the total unread count. And then we want to return this. And that's it. Then, just like our notification button here, we want to wrap the messages button into its own component. So I'm going to open the notifications button over here. And then in the main folder of our app, we also create a messages button. Right inside it, messages button.tsx. It needs props. Again with the initial state from the server of type message count info. And then we export the component. Messages button props. And in here is the initial state. Okay, again we want the state to be handled by React query and then we fetch it once every minute. So let's copy this whole use query block, paste it over here, import use query and the Kai instance, and we change the return type to message count info again, and we change the key to unread messages count. And of course we get the value from /API /messages /unread count, which we just set up. Okay, and then we go into our menu bar and cut out this button that we already have, this one here. Return it from our messages button component. We have to fix some imports. There we go. And again, over this icon here, we want to display the number of unread counts. So let's wrap this into the same relative div. And then copy this part over here and put it below the icon. But the styling and the value should be the same. One more thing, the messages button also has to be a client component, because the menu bar is a server component and we want to put it directly in here. So below the notifications button, we render the messages button, which again needs the initial state with the unread count, and we want to get this value from the server just like we did for the notifications. And for this we will call the same endpoint as we did in our route over here. Stream server client get unread count. There is no reason to call this get endpoint here, because in a server action we execute code on the backend, and on the backend we can call the stream server client directly. So there is no reason to do this detour over our API endpoint. And to save time, I don't want to execute these one after another. I want to execute them both at the same time, which means that we wrap them into a promise.all, which returns an array. So const, then an empty array, equals await promise.all, to which we pass an array of operations, but without the await. Only here this part, all the way down here before the semicolon. Pass it as the first operation, and the return value, the unread notification count, is the first value in this returned array, just like that. And the second return value will be the unread messages count, which we put as the second operation into this promise.all array. Again, we want to call the same stream server client function as over here and get the total unread count out of this. To write this in one line, we put this into parentheses, call await stream server client.get unread count. Again, we have to pass the ID of the logged in user. And I put this into parentheses because this way we can await this value and then directly access the total unread count on these parentheses here, because this contains the return value. And this value will be fetched and then stored in this variable. We get this from the server, and now we can pass it down here to the unread count of the messages button. Unread messages count. Okay, let's try this out. Let's send a message from another account. And then refresh the page, but this will also revalidate once every minute, right? But I already read the message, so I have to go back to the front page and try this again. Please respond. Let's see, let's refresh the page to save this minute, and there is the unread count. Cool. When I click on it, I get to the messages page, and we also see the unread count in here. And this is managed by a stream. So let's write a message in the other chat, in the group chat. What's up, guys? Then we also see the unread count here. And we don't have to reset this count ourselves. This is managed by a stream. But we still need a way to reset this number here. For the notifications, it was simple. We just set it to 0. But this time it might not be 0 because we can have unread messages in different chats and we might not have read all of them when we open this page. But it's pretty simple. We will just invalidate the React query cache that contains the unread messages whenever we click on a channel here to show the latest count from our server. For this, let's go into the chat sidebar component again. Scroll up. And here we now need the query client to invalidate the cache. We get it from use query client as usual. And we also need to select the channel, which we can get from use chat context, which we have used before. This is coming from the stream client that wraps these components. And in here is the selected channel. Then we set up a use effect that will invalidate the cache whenever the channel changes to get the latest unread count. So we create a use effect. And in the dependencies array, we pass the ID of the selected channel, and we also need the query client in here. And then we check if channel ID is defined. So if we have a channel selected, then we want to take the query client and invalidate the unread messages count query of our messages button. So we need the same query key. Let's copy it, call this, curly braces, and for the query key, we pass the same array. So now we revalidate the unread count whenever we switch between chats. So let's mark this as unread and a message here as well. Go to the front page, refresh this, and we should have an unread count of 2. There we go. But as soon as I open one of these chats and read a message, this value should be invalidated and it should fetch the latest value from the server. And we should see the number 1. And it works. One more thing. After we implemented this unread messages count part here in the menu bar, you might get an error when you open the app, which says something along the lines of user does not exist. This is the problem I explained earlier. We created some of our users in our app before we set up stream, which means that they don't have a corresponding stream user. New users will all have a stream user because in our sign up action, we create the stream user here. If you get this error, you have 2 options: either delete this old user and create a new one, or remove this part here for a moment and just use a hard-coded value and then go to the messages page, which calls the initialize chat client function, which creates this user. And then this user should have a stream user. But again, you can also just delete the user because all new users will have the stream user. Okay, now we have a fully blown chat functionality here with group messages, with unread counts, and next we will implement Google login. To add Google login, we need an app in the Google Cloud Console. So just go to console.cloud.google.com and log in with your usual Google account. Don't worry, this is completely free, and here we want to create a new project. Let's call it Next.js 15 social media app. Name has invalid characters, I guess the dot, right? So let's call it just Next 15 and create this app. This takes a moment, and when this is finished, we click on select project to select this app. And then we go to APIs and services, credentials. No, actually before that we go to the OAuth consent screen because we have to set this up. Here we select external use and we create this consent screen, which you have to set up before you can use Google OAuth. Again, we call this Next 15 social media app, user support email. Here you can select the email address of your Google account. We don't upload an app logo, and this is important because if you upload a logo, you have to wait until Google has verified your app. If we don't upload a logo, we don't have to let it get verified. We can just use it right away. Even in production, we can keep these here empty as well. We don't need an authorized domain, but we need an email address here again. And again, I use the email address of this Google account. Okay, save and continue. Add and remove scopes. Here we need these two, the email and the profile info. We select the two and add them. We don't need sensitive or restricted scopes. We don't need to set up test users. Continue. This is our configuration. Back to the dashboard. And we can go ahead and publish the app right away, which makes this available for production. Okay. Then we go to credentials. Here we click on create credentials and we create an OAuth client ID. The application type is web application, so a website basically. And let's call it just website or whatever. And the way Google Login works is that we get redirected to Google's server, which do the authentication, and then they redirect to a special URL in our app, which receives the data. But for security, we have to enter these redirect URLs here. We can add multiple ones, one for development and one for production. For development, it's HTTP without the S, localhost 3000, right? And then we create an API endpoint at /API/auth/callback/Google. We add this here, and we don't have our production URL yet, so we will add this later, and then we click on create. Okay, now we get a client ID and a client secret. Let's put them into our .env file. We copy the client ID, open .env, and somewhere in here we put Google auth or Google OAuth, and then a Google _ client _ ID, where we paste this, and a Google client secret, where we paste the second value. And for the redirect URL, I also want to have the base URL as an environment variable in here. So we create a next public base URL, which we set to http://localhost 3000, and later in production we will set this to the production URL. So let's save this. In the schema we already have a field for the Google ID, right? And now we have to make a small change to our auth.ts file. Somewhere in here I put it below the database user attributes. We export another const called Google, and we initialize it with newer Google. Auto import doesn't work, so let's do it manually. Import Google from, and it should be in this arctic package. Okay, then we can finish the setup down here. We call this constructor, which needs our environment variables. process.env.google _ ID, exclamation mark, process.env.google client secret, make sure to spell them correctly, exclamation mark, and then the callback URL is the third argument. This is where we get redirected to. This is the URL we set up in our Google Cloud Console. And here we pass a backtick string, then we put a variable in here, process.env.next public base URL, which we also set up a moment ago, and then the callback URL, the same one as in our backend here, /API/auth/callback/Google. If you type it out wrong, you will later see an error message, and then you can still fix it, of course. And this should be the Google client ID, not Google ID. So let's fix this. And I want to show the Google login button only on the login page, not on the sign up page. But this is up to you. You can also show it on the sign up page, but I only want to show it here. So I put this component into the login folder, app auth login, right here. Google sign in button.tsx. Here we export a default function with the same name, and then we return an uppercase B button, which will say sign in with Google, but I also want to put a Google icon next to it, and I have prepared this as an SVG. I put it as a component below, Google icon, and I have to copy paste this. I will put a link to this Google sign in button into the video description below. You can copy it from there. This is the Google icon as an SVG. And we want to render this here next to the text inside the button. Then we style the button. We set the variant to outline, and we set some class names. I want to make this button white for branding purposes, even in dark mode. So we hardcode the background color to white and the text color to black. And when we hover over the button, we set the background color to gray 100. And by default, this button will change the text color when we hover over it. So again, we have to set hover text black to keep the black color. Now this should be styled as a button, but what we actually want to render is a link a link to another page. So we add the asChild prop to the button and wrap the contents into a next link. Again, this will create a link that looks like a button. To the link, we pass an href, which will bring us to /login/Google, which we will set up in a moment. This will take care of the Google login. And again, we style this with flags with full item center and a gap of 2. And that's our Google sign-in button. Let's put this button into our login page. So in the login folder, we open the page.tsx file, and then we go above the login form right here. We render the Google sign-in button, which encapsulates all of the logic, but below I want to put a divider. So we create another div, because between the Google sign-in button and the form I want to show a divider line. So we style this div with flags, item center and gap 3. In here we put another div with hpx, so a height of 1 pixel, flags 1 and bg muted. Okay. We duplicate this div, so we have it a second time, and between the two we put a span that says or. And this creates this line with this text or in the middle. Okay, now we have to set up this route where this button links to and the callback that takes care of the authorization, right? So when we click the Google sign-in button, we link to /login/Google. So we put it into our login folder, but this is actually not a page, it's a route.ts. We can put these route handlers not only in the API folder, but also in our app folders. Because this doesn't actually render a page, it just redirects to Google servers after doing some preparation. And this is all described in the Lucia documentation. So I just copied this basically. So again, we create a get route handler. In here we need to create a state, which we do with generate state, which is another import from the Arctic package. This state is a random string that will be sent to Google and back, and this way we can verify that this is actually our own request and it wasn't tampered with in some way. But Lucia abstracts a lot of this for us. And then we need a code verifier, which verifies the code we get back from Google. And we do this with generate code verifier. Again, the complex stuff is abstracted away via these packages. Then we need to construct the Google URL where we want to redirect to, which we do with const URL equals await Google. This is an import from our arf.ts file. Remember, in there we set up this Google object earlier. We use this here. Create authorization URL, to which we pass the state and a code verifier, and then a third argument, which is a configuration object where we set the scopes to an array that contains profile and email as a string. Remember, those are also the scopes we set up in the Google Cloud Console. This defines the data we get back, the user's profile data and their email address. Then we need to put the state and this code verifier into a cookie, so that when we get redirected back to our app, we can retrieve them again. So we call cookies.set. The first one is called state. We put the state in here, and again the third argument is configuration. We set the path like this. Again, you don't have to understand everything about this. This is described in the Lucia documentation. Again, we only want to set this to secure in production, because only in production we have HTTPS. So when node.env is equal to production, HTTP only true, max age 60 times 10, this should be 1 minute. So if we wait longer than 1 minute before we get redirected, this will not be valid anymore. But Google login shouldn't take longer than 1 minute, right? And then we set the same site value of this cookie to lags. You can Google what this means. It's a cookie configuration. Then let's copy this one more time below and change this to code verifier. And here we pass the code verifier. The configuration stays the same. And at the end we want to redirect, which we do from a route handler with return response.redirect to this URL we generated. This is the URL on Google's server, which will take care of the authorization itself. Okay, and I've made a little mistake. This route.ts should not go directly into the login folder because then it replaces the page. This is why we saw the Google login page immediately. Instead we put a Google folder into login and then we take the route.ts file and move it into the Google folder. And then when we go back to localhost 3000/login, we should see the login page again. And only when we click the Google button, we get to the Google sign-in screen. Okay, but we still need this callback that gets triggered after we logged in, because right now when we try to log in, nothing will happen. We will get an error instead. And we have to put this callback at the place where we defined it in our Google Cloud Console. And that was in the API folder. We create a new file, arf/callback/google/route.ts. From here we want to export a get handler, export async function get, which needs the current request as a next request. And the code and the state are sent back to us by Google via the URL search params. So we can get them the following way. rec.nexturl.searchparams.get. This one is called code. And the state, similarly, nexturl search params.get state. So those are the values we get back from Google, and then we need to get the values that we stored in our cookie, which we do the following way. We create a const stored state and we get it from the cookies function .get and then the name we used, which was state, right? And in here is the value, which can be undefined or a string. And similarly below, const stored code verifier cookies.get, and we called it code underscore verifier, right? That's the name of the cookie. Dot value. And then we check. If we didn't get a code back from Google, or 2 vertical bars, we didn't get a state back from Google, or we don't have a stored state in our cookies, or we don't have a stored code verifier in our cookies, or the state is not equal to the stored state. This is this comparison we do for security. Then we want to return an error response. Return new response, null as the body, and the status code 400. Then below this if block we put a try catch block. In the try block we create a const tokens and assign it to await. Again we take this Google object, call.validate authorization code, to which we pass the code and the stored code verifier. And if these requests are valid, we get these tokens, which are a bunch of different values, and with these tokens we can fetch the user information. So below, still inside the try block, we create a const Google user and call await. We take our Kai instance, and then we have to call a special endpoint on Google's server. So we make a GET request to https://www.googleapis.com/orphaned/userinfo, curly braces, and in the headers of this request we send the token. So in headers we pass authorization with an uppercase A, colon, and then a backtick string which again says bearer, because this is the format this expects, and after a space we put tokens.access token. So we get this access token back after authenticating this Google user, and we can then send this token again to Google to get the user information. After the GET request, we pass the JSON, we call this, and we set the type of the JSON response to the data we expect. We get a bunch of different values for the user. We care about the ID, which is a string, and the name of the user, which is also a string. You also get the email address, but we will ignore the email address here, because if the user logs in via Google, they don't need an email address in their account. So below we have to check if a user with this Google ID already exists, right? Because then we want to log in, not create a new account. So const existing user equals await prisma.user.findUnique. We can use find unique instead of use first because the Google ID is unique, where the Google ID is the ID of this Google user. If this Google user already exists, we just want to log in. And you can also separate signing in and signing up with Google by creating separate endpoints for this, separate callbacks. But here our Google login button will always take care of logging in and creating an account if one doesn't exist yet. We do this all with this one button. Okay, so if this user already exists, then we just want to log in. And again for this we have to create a session. Const session equals await Lucia create session, to which we pass the existing user ID and an empty configuration object. Then we create the session cookie. We have done all of this before with lucia.create-session-cookie, to which we pass the session ID. Then again cookies.set, to which we pass session cookie.name, session cookie.value, and session cookie.attributes. And then we return a new response, again with an empty body, a status of 302, which means redirect, and we want to redirect the user to our app. We can set a redirect URL in the header. Here we set location to a /, which is the front page. Below this if block, if the user doesn't already exist, we want to create it. And maybe let's open the sign up actions file. Maybe we can copy paste some stuff, because here we also create a new user, right? So we need to generate a user ID with this function here. Let's import it. Then we need to generate a username, because for Google login we don't have an input field for the username. So what we do is we take the name the user has on Google and we turn it into lowercase and remove the white spaces so that it adheres to our username validation schema. For this, let's create a new function in the utils file. Export function, let's call it sluggify. This will take an input string and it will return a string. And we return the input, but on it we call to lowercase. Then replace, to which we pass //g, comma, and then in quotation marks a minus. This is a regex that takes empty spaces and it replaces them for dashes. And then we add another replace afterwards. And here we pass this. This will take every character that's not a letter or a number or a dash, and it removes it, because those are not allowed in our validation schema. Okay, that's the sluggify function. And now we call this over here in our callback. So const username equals slugify, to which we pass the Google user.name. This can be something like Florian Walter, and it will be turned into lowercase and then Florian minus Walter instead of a space. Okay, but multiple users can have the same name, right? So we will also append a part of the ID after a minus. And you can later add a way to update the username in your app if you want this. Consider this your homework. If you want to allow users to change their username later to a better one maybe. So here we take the user ID and we only take 4 characters. So we slice from 0 to 4. The first 4 characters. We append them to this slugified username. Then over here in the sign up endpoint, we have a transaction that creates the user and the corresponding stream user, right? And we want to do the same when we sign up with Google. So let's copy this block, put it here, import the stream server client, but this time we don't have an email address and a password. Instead we have a Google ID, which is the ID of the Google user. And for the display name, we can use the real name of the Google account. So Google user.name. But the display name can be changed later. And again, if the stream operation fails, it will roll back this action and the user won't be created in our database. Okay. Then below this transaction, we need to create a session again. So we can copy this from over here, put it here, and then again we want to redirect the user to the front page because now they are authenticated. So let's copy this redirect response and put it here at the end of the try block. And then in the catch block, we log the error to the console. Then we check if the error is an instance of OAuth2 request error, which is another import from the Arctic library. If this is a request error, then we want to return a new response, again with response body null and a status code of 400. And if not, below, we want to return a response with status code 500. And that's our callback. Just one correction here in this user info URL. After OAuth2, we have to add /v1/. This is the correct URL. Okay, and now Google login should work. Let's try this out. Let's refresh the page. But I noticed a little bug. When we click the Google button, you will see for a short moment an error message popping up here in the top left. There it was, only for a short moment. And I figured out why. In the Google sign-in button, we don't want to use a next link because this is an external link to Google's page. So we change this into a normal H tag. This will get rid of this error. Okay, let's try this again, this time without an error. Select the Google account, confirm this, and there we go. Now we are logged in with this Google account and this automatically generated username. If you get an error in the process, make sure the redirect URL in your Google Cloud Console and the one you set up in your app match. The URL has to match. And of course in Prisma Studio, we now find this new user, but this time without an email address and without a password, but instead a Google ID. Yeah, and that's Google login. And that's a funny suffix, by the way. Anyway, let's ignore this. Of course, you can also implement GitHub login or other OAuth providers. They work very similar. Take a look into the Lucia documentation to learn more about this. Now the only feature left is the search functionality, so let's implement that next, and then we will also deploy this whole project and make it ready for production. So make sure to watch this video to the end to not miss that. Setting up the search page will not be complicated. We need a route to get our data, we need a new page and an infinite loading list, right? So let's set this up. We put the route into API, right click, search/route.ts. Export async function get, where we need the next request as input. Try catch. And let's open the for you route to copy paste some stuff over. Let's start with the catch block. This feed will be paginated, so we need a cursor, the page size, and let's also copy the user authentication. And additionally, we will also send the search query in the search params under this key called q, which we get via rec.nexturl.searchparams.get. And in here we find this q parameter. And if this is null, we set this to an empty string as the fallback value. And I also want to prepare the search query, because Postgres full text search has its own syntax. You can find this in the Postgres or in the Prisma documentation. So we create a const search query, which is q, which is the search string that we send over. This can contain multiple words, right? So we want to split these words at empty spaces and then join them back together, but with an ampersand sign between. So if we search for Florian Walter, for example, then it will take the search string and it will put an ampersand sign between these words. What we achieve this way is that we search for Florian and for Walter, and not only for this exact combination. But you can customize this, and again you can find the different search operators in the Postgres documentation. Okay, then at the end of the try block we want to fetch the posts. Await prisma.post.find_many, where, and in here we put or, which takes an array. This allows us to search in different fields. I want to search in the content of the post, but also in the username and the display name, so that we can search for users. In here we put objects, and the field where we want to search in, start with content. In here we can use the search operator, which runs a full text search, so we can search in this whole content, which is really cool. And here we pass the search query. Then after this object here, we add a comma and another object. We also want to search in user colon, display name, and again we want to search for this query. Comma here, and we duplicate this object. We also want to search in the user's username. Then we need our usual post data include, order by, take, and cursor. So let's copy them from over here. And they belong after the where block here. And we import get post data include. Then we need a cursor, and this also returns a post page. So let's copy these lines here as well. Put them here. Import posts page. And this endpoint is ready. Next, let's create the search page. We put it into the main folder. Right click, search/page.tsx. This page needs props, interface, page props, because in the search params will be the query. Those are not the normal params, which are part of the URL path. Those are the search params that will be passed after a question mark. Because in our search field, which we already set up, we pass the search query in this q search param, right? We have to retrieve this here. Export default function page, where we destructure the search params and the query. Then we want to return the page itself, and this should look very similar to the bookmarks page, for example. So let's copy this main block. We still show the trans sidebar. We don't render bookmarks here, we render the search results. And this text here will say search results for, and then I want to render the query, but in quotation marks. And again, we have to escape quotation marks because we can't use them directly in JSX. And we escape them with ampersand, quote, semicolon, like this. I also want to set the title of the page from the search query. So we export default function, generate metadata, which takes the same props with the query in there. And we use this query to set the title. We can also set a return value to metadata so that we get autocomplete here. And we set the title to the same as the title down here. Search results for, but here we can use quotation marks. And in here, we want to render the query string as well. Let's try this out. We can already search for something, TypeScript for example, and it will redirect us to this page. We see the title and also up here, but we don't see the results yet. So let's create a search results list component still inside our search folder here called search results.tsx. And let's copy over from the bookmarks. And let's copy the whole thing. This again is a client component that shows an infinite loading list. Of course, it should be renamed to search results. And here we also need the search query so that we can actually send it to the backend. This means we need props for this component. We need the query in form of a string and we pass it in here. Then we change the query key. This is still a feed of posts, so we keep this because this helps us revalidate the correct feeds later, for example, when we delete a post. But we change this key here to search. And remember, when we have a query here, we want to re-execute this query function when the query changes. So it has to be part of the key. And this also means that the different search results will be cached. We have to change the URL to /API/search. And then we also change these search params down here. Now we always have to pass the search params because there's always the query in there. So we pass q:/query. And then we still have to pass the cursor if it exists. So again, we put it in here conditionally like this. ... parentheses. If page param is defined, we want to add this object where we set the cursor to the page param. Otherwise, we put this empty object in here. We still get a posts page back, so this is all correct. We still have the posts loading skeleton. If the result set is empty, this will say no posts found for this query. This will say an error occurred while loading posts, not bookmarks. And those are all the necessary changes. Now let's put this into our page. Where does it go? Here into this div. Search results, to which we have to pass the query, which we get from the URL. And then our search should show results. There we go. We also search in the username and display name, so I can also search for Florian, and it creates new results. And this is also paginated. Perfect. If we search for a very long string, this title here can get very long too. So let's go into the h1 headline again and also add line clamp 2 and break all to break the words if they are too long. Add these two classes. This way we avoid that this title gets huge. Now it's clamped to 2 lines. There's one more thing I want to change. The search for TypeScript is still in our cache. So if I search for TypeScript again, we see the cache results immediately. and then it refetches the search results in the background. This is React query's default behavior, but you don't always want this. And I think for search results it would be better to disable this behavior, because when I run a search, I just want to see the latest data all the time. I don't want to see the cache results. This is up to personal preference, but we can configure this in React query. Here in the useInfiniteQuery hook, after getNextPageParams, we can set the GZ time, which is the time until these results will be garbage collected, to 0. So now it should always immediately dismiss the cached data, and we should see the loading indicator every time we search. Let's try this out, Florian and TypeScript again. And yeah, every time we see the loading indicator, which is what I want. Again, you can configure this to your personal preference. One more thing, when we click a hashtag in a post, I also want to redirect to the search page for this hashtag. Let's see, where did I post the hashtag? There we go. When I click this, we redirect to a /hashtag/TypeScript. And I want to keep this special URL, but I still want to render the search page. And instead of duplicating our components, there's actually a cool trick we can do in Next.js. We can create a URL rewrite. For this, we add a new block in here. Let's put it below images. Here we have rewrites, to which we pass a function. And here we can return an array of rewrites. And here we put an object. We define the source URL, which is /hashtag/:tag. This way we can put a variable in here. So this is whatever comes after /hashtag, for example TypeScript. And then we can define the destination where we want to redirect to. We want to redirect to the search, right? And put this tag as the query into the URL search params. So we write /search $Q equals. And then we want to put the hashtag in here with the hashtag icon. We have to escape the hashtag icon with $2-3. This is the hashtag icon, but we have to escape it because the hashtag has a special meaning in the URL. And then :tag to append it. Okay. This is kind of a redirect, but not a normal redirect, because this will keep the original URL. So let's try this out. When we click this hashtag, it links us to /hashtag/TypeScript. We see the search page for this hashtag, but the URL up here is still /hashtag/TypeScript. And this is what a URL rewrite does. It keeps the original URL, but it redirects us to another page. Now we have two functionalities for one, basically. Okay, our app is fully functional, and the last step is to deploy it to production. You don't want to miss this step because there are some important things in the process, so make sure to watch this video all the way to the end. Okay, to deploy our project, we only have to make one more change to our code in the package.json. Here in the scripts block after lint, we add a post install instruction, and this will run Prisma generate. This is important because this will generate the Prisma client later in production, otherwise we will get an error. And we will deploy our project to Vercel. Vercel are also the creator of Next.js, and deploying a Next.js project here is the simplest way to do it, the easiest and fastest. So log in here. Your Vercel account also needs to be connected to your GitHub account, because then we can just select the project directly from GitHub. So connect to your GitHub account here in the account settings if you haven't yet. Then we need to push our whole project to GitHub. You can do this in VS Code here in the source control tab. You can create a GitHub repository. It can be private, doesn't have to be public, but it has to be in this GitHub account that you connected to Vercel. So go ahead and push this to GitHub. Then we need to go to our project dashboard here in the Vercel account. Here we click on Add New Project, and then we can select this project directly from our GitHub account if you connected it. So we click on Import. It recognizes the name and the framework automatically. We have to copy over all our environment variables. So we go into .env, copy everything and just paste it here into this field. And it will insert all of them. The only one we want to remove is the base URL, because we don't know it yet in production. We will get a free URL by Vercel and we will put it back in here later. But for now we remove this because production is not localhost. But before we click deploy, important, we go to the build and output settings. This is only necessary if you are using the RZ version of Next.js, like I'm doing here. For example, if you downloaded the starting code. If you're watching this in the future and you have the stable version of Next.js, then you don't have to overwrite the install command, but with the RZ version we have to. Why? Because remember, when we installed the packages in the beginning with npm install, we added this legacy peer depth flag. And we also have to do this here in production to install the compatible dependencies, because all these packages are not quite compatible yet with Next 15, but this way we fix this problem. Okay, so with the environment variables and this install command, we can now deploy this, which takes like a minute or two. Okay, after this has finished, we click on continue to a dashboard. Here we go into the settings of this project. And in general, we make sure that the Node.js version is set to at least 20. If it's lower than 20, then please change it to 20. Then go to deployments and redeploy the last deployment so that this change comes into effect. Okay, also now we should see a URL here. We get this free domain under vercel.app. Let's copy this URL because this is our root URL in production, right? Let's put it into the environment variables. Here settings, environment variables. And here we create a new one with this value, and let's copy the name from our .env file, next public base URL. This is our production base URL. We save this, and then we have to redeploy the project because otherwise this will not come into effect. So click on redeploy, redeploy, and then this again takes 2 minutes. But while we are waiting, we can go to the Google Cloud Console and also add this new base URL here as another redirect URL. So our production URL and then the same callback endpoint, so that Google OAuth also works in production. We save this and then wait until this has finished rebuilding the project, and then every feature should work. And by the way, our cron job that we set up here will also be automatically recognized by Vercel and executed according to our schedule every day at 2 AM. This will just work. Our stream app will also keep working in production. But if you want to actually have users use this in production, you have to create a new app in production mode instead of development. You can pick your settings here. Remember to disable the threads feature that we disabled here. But for the rest, you can keep the default settings. But again, this will also work if we just use the development app. And of course, you can read more about this in the stream documentation, where they list the differences between production and development mode and why you have to set this. You can go ahead and read this. And then when this is done, we can visit our beautiful website. We can switch between sign up and login. The first time the image loads, it takes a moment, but then it is cached. Let's try signing in with our Google user. Okay, I get this error. You can see the error details here. There's still something wrong with our redirect URL. But I already figured out what is wrong. Let's go to the environment variables once again and to the base URL. And I forgot the HTTPS in the front. So let's edit this. Set HTTPS :/ here with 2 T's. Save this. And then we have to redeploy this project one more time to apply these changes. And make sure you have set the same redirect URL here in your Google Cloud Console. Those have to match. Only then Google will allow us to redirect to this URL and start the authentication flow in the first place. Okay, now let's hope that it works. So we open our app again, we can log in with username and password or with Google. And looks good. We get logged in and we are in our app. We have our feed, our attachments, all our different functionalities that we implemented, and everything should still work the same. Perfect. And uploading a new user image, for example, should also be a bit faster than in development. You can try all of this out again, and you are welcome to add more functionality to this app. If you add some cool features to it, you can also let me know on Twitter, for example, @codinginflow. Show me what you have built. I always like to read this kind of stuff. Let's also try out username and password login just to be sure. Florian, login, and there we go. And this account also has messages and notifications. And I think we built an amazing project. Congratulations for this. If you enjoyed this tutorial, please leave a like on this video. This really helps me know that there's interest in these kind of tutorials and you want to see more in the future. Also subscribe to the channel if you haven't yet. And then go to codinginflow.com/react-best-practices to get my free React Best Practices video course. There I clarify a few things that I only touched upon in this tutorial. And if you sign up for this course, you get also put into my newsletter email list. You can unsubscribe at any time. But this newsletter is a really good resource for web developers because I send tips and stuff I learned about once every 2 weeks to this email list. For example, when I was preparing this tutorial, I sent some emails about React Query and some other stuff I learned. So I recommend that you join this, and then I wish you a nice rest of the day. Happy coding, take care.